refreshing fruit flavor for you. Tastes like mouth-watering orange, strawberry too, luscious lemon.
And now, a tempting new flavor, tasty, tangy cherry.
There's a burst of refreshing fruit flavor for you in Starburst Fruit Chews, naturally and artificially flavored.
Wednesday, Colt squeezes out every ounce of life in one death-defying stunt.
You're going to need the nerves of steel for my plan. Guess who's going to be the bait?
On the Fall Guy.
This is an ABC color presentation.
Hey. Hey. What time is it? It's Podblast time! That's right, it's Podblast time. Wow, am I having some problems tonight? This is your fun, informative, and hopefully entertaining show about all things nostalgia. How are you doing? How are you? How are you? How are you? Well, this, of course, is your nostalgia show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host, no relation to Chance the Rapper. As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, we've got a good one for you today. It's been a real chore getting started. I've had a lot of issues technically that I had to work through. I mean, I messed up here on take 2. You heard our friend Al Hardy asked what time it was prematurely, but right now we're back on track. And I have an absolute packed Podblast for you tonight. We're going to talk about game show legends of the past, meaning deceased game show hosts. Tonight, we're going to talk about Ray Combs. We're also going to talk about the classic television show, The Fall Guy. It won't be Scorched Earth because I've talked about this topic a couple of times. Starting in 2021 here on the Podblast, I celebrated the 40th anniversary of The Fall Guy, which debuted on November 4th, 1981 on the ABC television network. And then in 2022, when I learned about the production of the new movie, I did another semi-topic, a partial show about The Fall Guy. So tonight I'm going to show collectibles and I'm going to review and talk about the brand new movie, which is in theaters now. And I happened to see it, and of all days, back on May 2nd, 2024. And that was the same day, May 2nd, that The Fall Guy ended its original primetime run on ABC on May 2nd, 1986. So that was kind of fitting and kind of fun. Also, hey, it's May the 4th be with you weekend as we're live. So we're going to have a little bit of stuff about classic Star Wars. I'm talking about the original groundbreaking film from 1977. And it's stuff that's not really talked about that often. Got a lot of collectibles to share with you, a lot of images, a lot of video, a lot of rare footage of Ray Combs and Fall Guy and Star Wars that I'm going to share with you tonight here on the Podblast. So for those that are tuning in who have never seen the show before, we're streaming out a Fistful of Radio every Saturday and Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time at fistfulofradio.com. You can tune in anywhere in the world using any mobile device, and of course, it's free to stream. And so this show, if you're listening at Fistful, I would direct you to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, so that you can see the images I'm going to put on the screen. But I've designed this show to be audio friendly. So if you're listening at Apple Podcast or Podbean or TuneIn or Spotify or wherever, this still will be hopefully of interest to you. This is an educational program. No comic books tonight, but I do have a live comic book unboxing this weekend of a long box, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific time, live here on this channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, which will not be broadcast on audio platforms because it's very visual. Going through a comic book box from a collection that I bought recently about 3 weeks ago. And I bought 17 long boxes. I have 12 long boxes I've not gone through thoroughly. And so I'm going to have someone in chat pick the box. And Jeff Logan, who knows a lot about comic books, will be with me for that live unboxing. So there's no comic book stuff tonight, but there will be plenty, if not all, comic book related stuff. That's what the whole show will be about this Sunday. Now, I want to talk about our series we've had ongoing really quickly before we get rolling. And I want to acknowledge the chat in just a second. There's Colt Seavers, the original Colt Seavers we'll talk about, but I want to talk about our game show series that I began several Podblasts ago, several weeks ago, when we sort of got off that topic the last couple of shows. But look at those wonderful deceased game show hosts right there in that image on the screen for those that are watching as we're live or in the replay on demand. If you're watching, you can see what I'm talking about. We began this series talking about the golden age of game show television hosts. And I told you about the very first game show host who was in England on the radio. But on television, the first television game show hosts in America were Groucho Marx, Bud Collyer, Gary Moore, Bill Cullen, Dennis James, whom we all discussed in part 1 of this series. And then we talked about Gene Rayburn solo in a Podblast. and then we talked about Richard Dawson. And the last time we talked about a deceased great game show host, we talked about Alex Trebek. And tonight we're going to feature Ray Combs. Ray Combs, who was a very personable guy. He was a stand-up comic. I have some great footage of him I think will be of interest to you. And of course, he was the first host to replace Richard Dawson, hosting Family Feud way back in 1988. Now, I didn't know what I should do, if I should begin with Ray Combs or begin with Fall Guy, because the Ray Combs story is kind of sad and I don't want to bring the show down. Chat, what do you think? Should I cover the game show host Ray Combs first, or should we talk about Fall Guy? And look, I'm wearing my Fall Guy t-shirt. And in the back, I got 2 of them. There, that's what the back looks like with the Fall Guy Stuntman Association, Fictional Association emblem with the eagle. I love that. Let me acknowledge some people in chat before we get rolling. What should we talk about first? We want to talk about Ray Combs briefly, and that'll probably take about at least half an hour of time. So what do you want? Hello to Jim Von Spiegel. Spiegel. I always screw that up. I can get it right. Let me concentrate. Jim Von, you told me Spiegel. Jim Von Spiegel is watching on Facebook Live, and thank goodness my software StreamYard now lets me see and show you the identity of the Facebook Live viewer. I'm so grateful to StreamYard for fixing that. Welcome, Jim. Hello to my foil, Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Videos, says, yo, ladies, what's up? He's in Canada. Appreciate you being here. And, of course, my flock, my second in command, my number 1, if you will. She's in Southern California. She's here, and she's saying hey to Brandon. And, Sarah, I'll send you the link when I play some videos so you can come on later on in the show. I always appreciate your input. And they're saying hi to each other. So what do you guys want to do? Do you want to talk about Ray Combs first? Okay, Joe, you're a loyal game show fan. We're going to talk about, all right, that settles it. We're going to talk about Ray Combs first. Because then if you don't care about Fall Guy, you can tune out when we get to that topic. But boy, do I have some great stuff to talk about. And I'm going to review the new movie that I saw on May the 2nd. My flock, I just saw my flock requested Fall Guy first, please. You know what, though? Joe got frustrated because I didn't talk about game shows. My flock, don't get mad at me. I think we should start with Ray Combs, and I'll be brief. I got some great video. Oh, Mark Frito also requested Ray Combs, so that's 2-1 right there. And then my flock in Southern California says, sounds great, Chance. Okay, then we will start with the late, great Ray Combs in our series about the great MCs of game show history who are sadly no longer with us. And we're going to get to Bob Barker in the future. I covered him extensively when he passed away in 2023, just shy of his 100th birthday. So we'll get to him. He's one of my favorite MCs of all time. And also Brandon chose Ray Combs. So we'll start with Ray Combs. Ooh, PDF Elves chose Fall Guy. Okay. Well, I'm wasting time and I don't want to have like a 5-hour show. Let's talk about the late, great Ray Combs. Ray Combs was born as Raymond Neal Combs Jr. back on April 3rd, 1956, which was a Tuesday. He started as a stand-up comedian in show business and an actor, and then eventually became, of course, a game show host. He began his professional entertainment career in the late 1970s. His popularity on the stand-up comedy circuit led him to being signed to a contract as the second host of the game show Family Feud in its second run, starting in 1988 in syndication and on CBS Daytime. The CBS version aired from 1988 until 1993, but Ray Combs continued on as the host in syndication through 1994. From 1995 until 1996, Ray Combs hosted another game show, The Family Challenge, and I'm going to show you some video from that later on in just a little bit. Raymond Neal Combs Jr. was born in Hamilton, Ohio on Tuesday, April 3rd, 1956. He graduated in 1974 from Garfield High School, where he was an actor, senior class president, and boys state delegate. He declined a nomination to the United States Military Academy and served as a missionary from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for 2 years in Arizona. So he was a Mormon. I did not know that. Interesting. But Ray Combs began performing comedy at Cincinnati's Red Dog Saloon, where he developed his best-known shtick of audience sing-alongs of sitcom theme songs. He had a clean act. But in 1979, Ray Combs sent a letter to David Letterman, who was a fill-in host for Johnny Carson at that point in time in The Tonight Show on NBC. And Ray Combs asked David Letterman for advice. And David Letterman encouraged him to continue in comedy. In 1982, convinced that he was better than the comedians whose acts he saw on The Tonight Show, Ray Combs left his job as an Indianapolis furniture salesman and moved with his family to Los Angeles, California. He did well in competition with more than 200 other young comedians and began doing audience warm-ups for NBC sitcoms such as The Golden Angels. I almost said The Golden Girls. I did say it was The Golden Girls. Ray Combs warmed up the audience. Now, the Golden Goyles, good Lord, the Golden Girls began in 1985, fall of 1985 on NBC, just to put it in perspective. And then Family Feud, as I said, came along in 1988. So picture this. Ray Combs is warming up the audience that is there to see the Golden Girls sitcom. But he also warmed up the Facts of Life sitcom and Amen, which starred the late, great Sherman Hemsley, best known as portraying George Jefferson on All in the Family, and later its own spinoff, The Jeffersons, of course. Ray Combs became so popular that other sitcoms changed their production schedules just so they could have him warm up their audiences. Johnny Carson heard the audience's laughter and then invited Ray Combs to perform on The Tonight Show in October 1986. I'm going to play that in just a second. The audience gave him a standing ovation. You know what? Let's watch that right now. It's just a couple of minutes long. Hopefully the stream won't go down, and then I can look at some of the comments on the screen. So let's get that video for you right now. Right, the late great Ray Combs performing on The Tonight Show in 1986, where he got his first national recognition. 7-minute clip, but it's funny. Let's watch it.
All right, let me tell you a little bit about this next fellow. Let me tell you a little bit about Ray Combs, who's a comedian, but he's a little bit different kind of a comedian because he does, for many of the situation comedies that film around the country, especially here in Hollywood, what is called a studio warm-up. Audience comes in to see the show. They may set a scene. They have to break. His job is to keep that audience up so they're in the mood for the next scene. And it's a tough job for a comedian, and he's the best at it. He's also a recurring regular on the Jack Klugman series You Again on NBC. And Ray's going to be appearing at Funny Bones in Cincinnati, November 25th and 30th. So you're our audience, and here is Ray Combs.
No, thank you very much. You guys make me... This is the greatest week of my life. I'm a comedian. I'm on The Tonight Show. Everything is happening. I got to tell you something very, very personal thing just happened in my life last Wednesday. My 2-year-old daughter became potty trained. Thank you. It was a big day. We had mixed emotions about it. It was the first time she went all by herself. Didn't say anything to anybody. Saw the big potty, got up there, took all of her clothes off, did a really nice job. We just wish it wasn't in the display area at Sears. I can feel it in the room, people saying, he looks familiar. I think I've seen him. Everybody looks like somebody famous. Some people look like Robert Redford. Other people look like Magnum P.I. People come up to me all the time and say, you look like Barney Rubble. I can take it, but I feel sorry for my son Bam Bam, because this is the kid that really has to go through it. Barney Rubble, what an actor. He was great, you know. I respect anybody whose feet are half as big as his body, and I think you women should, too. Everybody wants to be an actor. It's unbelievable. I'll tell you something that kind of ticks me off. How athletes make millions of dollars, then decide to become actors. What qualifies these fellas to become actors? Now, I think it makes a lot more sense for entertainers to become athletes. Which would you rather see? Joe Namath in a movie of the week, or a 15-round fight between Michael Jackson and Prince? I don't want to come out here and criticize television actors because that's how I make my living, but personally, I was glad they canceled The Love Boat. I used to watch it every week, just hoping it would accidentally drift into Soviet waters. See, you don't have to go on a ship to find romance. It's in the lingo. It's in the way you talk. I think French is the most romantic language in the entire planet. Now, you can be with somebody who doesn't even like you, and you break into French, or at least appear to speak French. Perrier, Perrier, Perrier. And they want you in a bad way. Now, I think the German people are great, but on the other hand, I think German is the most unromantic language in the entire planet. You can be with somebody who loves you, and they're about to kiss you. You break into German. It loses something. Now, I don't speak German. Now, help me out. I know they told you not to speak, but you can speak if you want. How do you say I love you in German? Just as an example. Ich liebe dich. There you go. Now, if I'm with a girl, and she says ich liebe dich, I'm picking up my Kleberty, and I'm leaving it. I'm out of it. You don't have to tell me twice, huh? There's a lot of things I don't understand. Maybe you can help me because I'm getting very comfortable with you. We're getting a nice rapport. Maybe I can ask you some personal questions here. Help me out with this. I'm deciding whether or not to sign the back of my driver's license to donate my organs when I die. Now, I think this is a good thing, but I'm kind of afraid because we literally have no control over whose organs they give us. I had a nightmare that my vision went bad, and they gave me the eyes of a guy who was killed when he pulled out in front of a bus that he didn't see. I mean, think about this, folks. Conceivably, someday you could have Ed's liver. I can tell from the wild response, there's a lot of out-of-town people. Now, let me give you a tip, just a little tip, because there's a lot of wacky people in California. Never get into an argument with a schizophrenic person and say, who do you think you are? I'll tell you the truth. I didn't expect to get this kind of ovation when I came out, and this kind of a response. I'm going to do something that I wouldn't normally do, and I don't want you to repeat it because I don't want to set a precedent with another Tonight Show audience when I come back again, but what do you say after the show? I'm not doing warm-ups anymore, you know that, yeah. What do you say after the show? We just all go to Denny's. You want to do that? What do you mean me pay? Who pays at Denny's? We'll sneak out 2 at a time. They know you're going to do it. That's why they put the restroom right by the exit. Can I go for this? Or what are you telling me? All right, ladies and gentlemen, just say one thing. My entire life, I always had a dream that someday I'd be able to walk out on this show and make people laugh, and tonight you made that dream come true. Thank you and good night. That's the guy who knows how to do it.
How about that? So Johnny liked it, and a star was born. We're talking about Ray Combs. If you're tuning in late, hello to Jim's camera at Dawn out of North Carolina. No, you're not late. I was late. I was supposed to start the show at 7, and I didn't start it till 8 o'clock. Got really sidetracked, and I had to upload like 55 photos of some collectibles that I took of stuff that I'm going to share with you guys and gals tonight. I'm being told that I look tired, so I think I'll put on these shades from 2007. And they look every bit of 2007. But anyway, Ray Combs had a lot of talent, as you could see. And some people in chat are saying, is he your daddy, Chance? Ray Combs, was he your daddy? No. We were probably about the same height, though. Let's see. Where did I leave off? So I told you he started as a stand-up comedian. And what you just saw was from 1986. That's when he was a warm-up comic for NBC sitcoms that we talked about. But he also, after that appearance on The Tonight Show in October 1986, and he received a standing ovation for that comedy routine that you just saw, he also appeared on The Facts of Life as a background character. Around this time, he also guest starred on an episode of The Golden Girls. In 1987, Ray Combs appeared as a celebrity panelist on the John Davidson version of Hollywood Squares. I like that version of Hollywood Squares. And he had a small role in the comedy film Overboard. I love that movie, which starred Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. He played the local cop in the beginning of the hospital sequence. Remember that? Now, in 1988, game show producers Mark Goodson and Howard Felsher gave Ray Combs a 7-year contract to host a new version of Family Feud. The program premiered on July 4th, 1988 on CBS's daytime lineup. And the syndicated version for nighttime TV was launched on September 19th, 1988, because the ratings were so strong for CBS. According to Family Feud announcer Gene Wood, Ray Combs also toured extensively around the United States to promote the show and made guest appearances on other game shows to promote Family Feud, such as Card Sharks. I can't talk tonight. Card Sharks, which is another Mark Goodson production, and The Price is Right, which also, of course, was a Mark Goodson production, to discuss the new version of Family Feud to the hosts of those shows, Bob Eubanks and Bob Barker. Let's look at a promo for the 1988 debut of Family Feud by Ray Combs. And here he is with his family. This is a 30-second clip.
This is Ray Combs. I'm the new host of Family Feud, and coincidentally, this is my family. They just dropped by to cheer me on and wish me well. Okay, I can't lie. I told them to be here. It was a cheap trick to get you to watch this show out of a sense of sympathy for a family man with a wife, 4 swell kids, and number 5 under construction. I'm sorry, and I regret it. Did I mention Ray Jr. needs shoes?
Family Feud, tonight at 7 on Channel 10.
Let's watch another funny promo. Or that one wasn't so funny. It's kind of sad, really, when you think about what happened to Ray down the line, which we'll get to in this mini bio, this biography of the late, great Ray Combs.
Hi, I'm Ray Combs, new host of Family Feud, which is standing by till the conclusion of the summer games. When? Here it comes, right into your living room. When? Fun and excitement all over the place. Don't worry.
worry about the competition ending with the Olympics because the feud is back. You're really starting to annoy me.
Family Feud, premiering October 3rd on 13 WTHR.
That's it. I'm into this now.
Really? How?
Uncle.
Good answer.
He cried uncle. I know Brandon probably doesn't know what that reference means. It's an expression. You make someone cry uncle. It means I give up. All right. I have a little 1-minute clip I want to play of Ray from 1988 in his home state of Ohio, in the city of Cincinnati, talking about his career, which was really exploding in a good way at this point in time.
Now, tonight we've been hearing from some of Cincinnati's homegrown stars, Andy Williams, Hugh O'Brien, Rosemary Clooney, and of course, Roy Rogers.
Lots of folks are from here. And we're going to be talking to Michael Collins a little bit later, learn a little bit more about these homegrown stars, and hear some of their memories of Cincinnati.
And you ever wonder what these stars learned here in Cincinnati that they took with them on their way to the top? Well, we're going to be talking to Ray Combs as he climbs to the top. Ray Combs, of course, is going to be hosting the new show Family Feud here on Channel 5. And we talked to Ray about what he takes from Cincinnati up to the top.
All these people we have talked to have come from Cincinnati. Andy Williams, Roy Rogers, there was Doris Day was from Cincinnati, there was Andy Williams. All have portrayed a wholesome image.
Well,
isn't that interesting?
It really is interesting. But I believe that cream rises to the top faster than some of the milk. It comes to the very top. And I think if a person has the right attitude about themselves, about where they're going, where they came from, particularly if you know where you're going, you're going to get there a lot faster. Many people come to Hollywood and say, I want to be a star. And you ask them, well, what do you do? I don't know, but I'm talented. Yeah. They have no plan. It's just like a football game. If the Bengals were playing, maybe they've done this. And if they don't know that they're on the 30-yard line and they have 70 to go, they're going to call a different play. And you have to be able to evaluate your life fairly. And I think people who've come from good upbringings are probably more honest with themselves and evaluating themselves, as they're probably more honest with other people. And I think goodness is rewarded.
That's a great, rare video footage right there. Hello in chat to Brain Bender's Banter. That's a huge YouTube channel. She has over 32,000 subscribers. She's a really nice lady. She's in Northern California. I'll be on there tomorrow night with her on her panel. She says, sorry I'm late. I'm at work and I'll be leaving soon. I will listen on my way home. Well, I'm grateful you're here at all. Thank you very much. And certainly no apologies are necessary at all there. Just glad you're here. You can't help it if you have a life and you have a career. I was late anyway. I was supposed to be on an hour ago. I guess it's all just as well that I was an hour late. And then I started a stream and I didn't even turn on my board. So I had to stop, restart, and redo the links. Anyway, that's behind the scenes, inside baseball talk nobody cares about, but that's what happened. So talking about Ray Combs, and then we'll get into the Fall Guy. Got a lot of great Fall Guy stuff and Star Wars stuff tonight. I'm going to try not to have an epic length show. Going to do the best I can. We'll see how that goes. But getting back to Ray Combs, let's watch just a minute or so of some outrageous moments from Ray Combs' Family Feud.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I've got one more question. I'm going to ask it. If it brings enough points, 43 points, and there are 200 points, we're going to dance up and down because you've got $10,000, but we're going to leave your sister off stage. And then we're going to reset that clock and bring her back out and make her think she needs to get 180 points. Our survey said... Everybody settle down. All right, just bring her this way. Don't let her look at the clock. It's not looking good, Glenda. There's a lot of number one answers there. Your partner only came up with 18 points. You need 182 points for the $10,000. Okay. You can do this. 20 seconds on the clock, please. Good luck. There were 3 Stooges. Name Curly's wife. Quickly. What was the name of Little Orphan Annie's dog? I don't know. Quickly, give me a number between 3 and 5. 4. Name something you do when you're angry. Cry. Name a handsome game show host. You. Okay, turn around. Look like your partner.
right, let's watch a 45-second clip of some more strange moments from Ray Combs' Family Feud.
What's usually the cause of a teenage girl's first tears, Scott?
Breaking up.
Breaking up. Larita.
Bad day at school.
Bad day at school, Dennis.
Problems with a friend.
Problem with a friend, Wendy.
Cramps.
Cramps? Okay, Wendy. I've had that happen. You'd be walking, your leg just cramp up.
You know what I mean.
Age a girl starts wearing a bra. John, you knew this a little too well. You said the age 13, and you smiled. Our survey said 26. The age a girl starts wearing a bra. You said the age of 12. Our survey said 15. Come on, 12. The number one answer.
Now, this is kind of neat. Let's look at some behind-the-scenes footage of Ray Combs' Family Feud. Just a minute and 1 second long, but it shows the perspective of the host going out on stage. The quality's not great. This is from an old VHS camcorder, but it's still very interesting. Let's watch.
Ten seconds, 10. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Let's meet the Puckett family. Tim, Arlena, Velma, Carlene, and Randy. Ready for action. Backstage. David, Eileen, Bill, Sarah, and Barry. On your marks. Let's start the family feud. Start with family feud. Ready, go.
I think that's kind of neat. Pretty cool. Now, let's get serious here. Let's talk more about what happened with Ray's life. It's right. I don't want to bring the show down too much. Let's just talk a little bit more about the happy times. On June 29th, 1992, CBS expanded the daytime show from 30 minutes to 1 hour. And there was a new bullseye round, which was added to the Family Feud format. And the show was retitled The New Family Feud Challenge. On September 14th, 1992, the bullseye round was integrated into the syndicated run as well, which remained 30 minutes in length, but was renamed as The New Family Feud. Ray Combs was one of the most seen hosts on television during the 1992 to 1993 season, with an hour and a half of Family Feud airing 5 days a week. While Ray Combs enjoyed hosting Family Feud, he grew increasingly frustrated by the rigid formula of the show. He pressured his agent to find new opportunities for him in acting and comedy. Now, midway through the 1992 to 1993 season, ratings for the show began to nosedive. And CBS canceled the daytime version of Family Feud in early 1993, with the final new episode airing on March 26th, 1993. But reruns aired through September 10th, 1993, as many CBS affiliates had dropped the show entirely by that time. The syndicated version of Family Feud was also on the verge of cancellation, as many stations had also dropped that show or moved it to an overnight time slot. Jonathan Goodson, who had become the chairman of Mark Goodson Productions after the death of his father, Mark Goodson, in 1992, decided to replace Ray Combs with the original host of Family Feud, Richard Dawson, in the hopes of spiking the ratings. Richard Dawson's return initially drew good ratings, but was unable to sustain this strength in ratings long term. And Family Feud's second incarnation ended after the 1994 to 1995 season. Now, the reason is the O.J. Simpson trial. Everyone was watching CNN, Court TV. Everyone was watching those cameras and the theatrics in the courtroom during the historic O.J. Simpson double murder trial. And of course, O.J. Simpson died in 2024 from cancer. Now, by all accounts, Ray Combs was very hurt by his dismissal from the show Family Feud and his replacement by Richard Dawson. Richard Combs, hang on a second. I'm going to switch the camera real quick and take a breath. Ray Combs is who we're talking about. There's no such person as Richard Combs. Hang on a second. Oh my gosh. Let me change the camera shot. Breathe, Chance. They tell me to breathe. That's what Jim's camera at dawn says. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I'm going to change that camera shot. Okay, since I look so tired. According to Brandon, Ray Combs also made an appearance for the World Wrestling Federation as a guest ring announcer at WrestleMania 8, where he amused the capacity crowd at Indianapolis's Hoosier Dome by lashing into the team of the Nasty Boys, the Mountie, and Repo Man, with various scathing insults before being ultimately chased out of the ring. Ray Combs later served as a guest commentator alongside Vince McMahon and Bobby Heenan at Survivor Series 1993 in a match of the Hart family against Shawn Michaels and his Knights, as in Jedi Knights, like with a K, or the Atlanta Knights, minor league hockey team. Isn't it the Knights? In addition to these two appearances, Ray Combs appeared at various WWF and WBF celebrity editions of Family Feud. Heenan and Combs also struck up a friendship, which Heenan recounted in his autobiography, noting that he believed Ray Combs felt pigeonholed by being a game show host. Ray Combs portrayed himself in cameos in episodes of the sitcoms In Living Color and 227 in Family Feud sketches. And he made an appearance on the TNN television series The Statler Brothers Show. That was the Nashville network on basic cable television, where he did a stand-up comedy routine. In October 1993, a Family Feud video game featuring Ray Combs' likeness was released for both the Super NES and the Sega Genesis game console systems. Ray Combs is a master of ceremonies for the annual Stargaze, hear me clearly, Stargaze, G-A-Z-E, charity events produced by Jim Kelly from 1993 until 1995. Things began to crumble personally for Ray Combs. In July 1994, Ray Combs was involved in a serious car accident along the SR-134 portion of the Ventura Freeway. He sustained an injury in one of his spinal discs, leaving him in severe and continuous pain. Ray Combs also struggled with financial problems after the failure of his two comedy clubs, Caddy Combs and the Cincinnati Comedy Connection, both in Ohio State, in his hometown of Hamilton, Ohio. His house there in Hamilton, Ohio also went into foreclosure. And in September 1995, Ray Combs separated from Debbie, his wife of 18 years, with whom he had 6 children. The couple attempted to reconcile, but later refiled for divorce. But the divorce was never finalized. Ray Combs made several attempts to resurrect his television career. He taped a pilot for a talk show called The Ray Combs Show, but it was ultimately not picked up for syndication or by a network. Ray Combs also hosted The Family Challenge on the Family Channel on basic cable television from 1995 through 1996. And he made a number of appearances on the game show Cable Network on basic cable TV. Let's look at a clip of The Family Challenge, and I'll get to the chat comments and put them on the screen for the viewers, and I'll try to read them aloud for the listener. Here's a promo, 15 seconds long, for The Family Challenge.
We've got a nice family outing plan.
Down, top to bottom, top to bottom. Come on, shake a leg, shake a leg.
Are you ready? Family Challenge at 5 each weekday on FAM AF-TV.
Now, let's watch a clip of Family Challenge. The video quality is not great. There's very little existing video footage of this, at least on YouTube, and I don't know why, because it was a very popular game show with millennials that were growing up at this point in time in the mid-1990s. And everyone had a VCR in those days. That was right before DVD had taken over the medium in terms of recording programming. I don't know why, but let's watch this. The quality isn't great, but it's more than watchable and listenable.
Point scoring event. Something that could give you maybe 100 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what we've done, I've talked with the producers of the show, and right now, Rodney, you're down. And I think it's only fair that I give you the first shot of this. Let me explain the event. It's going to take kind of intuition, courage, and just kind of chutzpah to win this game, and maybe a little luck. And it really, if you see, I feel like Monty Hall. There are 3 doors right there. If you gentlemen will look at them. There's 1, there's 2, and my confused assistant, number 3. Now, Rodney, I'm going to give you the chance to pick one of those door numbers. But before you pick, let me explain what you'll be picking for. Would you be willing to stick your head into whatever is behind door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? For every 10 seconds that you keep it in, every second you get 10 points. That means you could get 100 points. So that means behind door number 1, who knows, door number 2 or door number 3. Since you're down, I'm going to give you the choice of whichever number you feel you could keep your head in for at least 10 seconds.
Ray, I'd say door number 3.
You'd say door number 3. Now, Renee, that only leaves you 1 or 2 doors. And believe me, we've tried to vary these things.
Door number 1.
Door number 1. How odd that we would stagger these. You pick 3.
Yes.
Any reason why you chose 3?
Well, I have 3 beautiful children right here, and I believe 3 is a lucky number.
And you chose 1 because?
Okay, I have 1 beautiful wife.
I wish you both luck. I just want to point out that the number that you both chose was 13. Let's take a look at the door so that you'll get a flavor of what you'll be sticking your head into that you did not choose. Door number 2. Let's take a look at what you did not choose. No one chose. You would not put your head in. All right. Now just step back. Step back. Step back. Step back. Come on out. Here we have what you will not be sticking your mouth in. This is one of the lighter doors. Now look how actually we've got the. This is a wonderful, wonderful brown bear. 5 years old. I'm going to step. Now, what is your name, sir?
Charlie.
This is Charlie. And what is our bear's name?
Brandy.
Brandy. Now she's a very smart bear, isn't she?
Yeah, she's very smart.
Yeah. Can I ask? Does she like game show hosts? Do you think maybe if I stepped up there, I could convince her to like one? Maybe I don't qualify. That's as brave as I get. Charlie, let's give him a hand. And a hand for the bear, Salazar. Lovely. We're going to ask you to step forward, Rodney. Do you feel brave?
I do.
It couldn't be simpler. I stepped up and I put my face right next to that bear.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do it for 10 seconds, but you pick door number 3, which we're going to step up to right here. And you need to take your glasses off.
Okay.
That's the fair thing. And I'll hold them if you'd like. In fact, I'll put them on. Stay right here. Stay right beside me. Now, I just want you to be prepared. Be prepared. Turn around this way if you would. I'll put these on. There you go.
All right.
Don't touch me that close. Here's what we're going to do. Now, I want you to be prepared. When we turn around and door number 3 is opened, you must approach it no matter what. Even if you're afraid. We'll bring it out to you. You place your head into it For every second you do, 10 seconds, it could give you the lead. It's worth 100 points, give you 170 over 160.
All right.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Should we turn around? Let's open that door and see what you'll be sticking your head into. It is an aquarium. We must be totally submerged. We're going to have to, we want to turn him around by, come around this way. Now, Rodney, you come right here. Now, you want to go around this way. We want him on this side? All right, you go. Now, listen to me, Rodney. Your head has got to go from neck down, totally submerged, 10 points a second, and we'll tap you when you're down. You'll see this. Okay? So, if you're ready, go for it, my friend. You got it. You can get in position if you want. Whole head for 10 seconds. And go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You did it! Yes! Oh no! Look! 170 points. He came up with an extra fish. We lost one. You stay right there. You've taken the lead.
All right.
I don't know. Renee, come out here. We've had a bear. There could be piranhas that come out here next. Are you prepared to face whatever you have to stick your head in?
I've got to go for it.
You have to. Balance the spirit. 10 points a second. 10 points a second on door number 1 will give you the lead. It is that courageous spirit that's made the American Air Force the greatest Air Force in the world. Turn around and face your door. Renee, here it is. You'll be sticking your head in a tub of goo. This is kind of a cross between gunk and jello. This is patented by the Family Challenge, and only you, and you only, Renee. I want you to know right now, you can hold your nose if you wish, but your whole head, your whole toboggan must be underneath that gunk. As you know, I can understand if you only go 5 seconds, but it's only 50. Hold your nose. It's only worth 50 points if you go for 5. 10 seconds, going to give you the lead. 260 back to 170. What do you say, Blue Family? Would you let your family down?
I can't let them down.
Now, if you want to, you can get into position before you do it. You can't let them down? We didn't mention what lives inside that. You can hold your nose, but we're going to count it to 10, just like before. Once you go under, we'll start the count. You have a few seconds to prepare. Remember, it's only an hour show.
Yeah, right. I can do it. Okay. I can do it.
You're trying to convince me or you? Come on.
Myself. I'm trying to convince me. I can
Gotta
do
go
it.
down. All the way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You did it! Yes! Give him the towel. 260 for the Courage family. The Salazars go back to 170. Come on in here, Rodney. 2 brave men. I'm not brave enough to step up next to them. This family challenge will continue. Who has got the bravery? Who's got the chutzpah? Find out when we come back. Right after this very important message.
Next up, a pancake relay you'll flip over. It's Batter Up right after this.
That's pretty wild, and I really like that show. I didn't watch it, but I've seen it in retrospect, and it was pretty cool. It was like Beat the Clock in the 1950s, where there were dares, and I like those kind of game shows where there's dares. Let's acknowledge some comments. Hello to Snark and Sass, the great YouTube channel Snark and Sass. Snarky says, boopies for all of y'all. She's in Arkansas State. Brandon said, do a show on Alex Trebek. I did already, a Podblast. If you go to my channel, there's a thumbnail image where you see Alex Trebek's face, how he looked in 1976 when he hosted a show called Double Dare, the original Double Dare. The 1970s version, it's lasted only 1 year from 76 to 77 TV season. And I like Cindy's comment. Cindy said there must have been good insurance on that show, Family Challenge. Indeed. I don't think they can get away with that these days. Oh, Sarah says her internet crashed. I hope you resolve that and come right back, my dear. You're basically my right arm on this show. Brandon says, and Richard got replaced by Steve Harvey. Richard who? Now, Richard Dawson was the original host of Family Feud, Brandon, and then Ray Combs. And then you had a lot of other hosts like Louis Anderson. Do you know who Louis Anderson is? Look him up if you don't. He was a comedian and an actor. He was in Coming to America, of all things. You had Richard Karn from Home Improvement, who hosted Family Feud for a long time. And you had the actor who played Elaine's boss on Seinfeld hosting. Many hosts of Family Feud before Steve Harvey came along. So, John O'Hurley, John, who was the actor who played Elaine's boss in Seinfeld, who also hosted Family Feud. He was host right before the great Steve Harvey took over. Hello to Skeleton, who says, hail to the YouTube chat and the host. Appreciate you being here. PDF Elves is here. I haven't said hey to you yet. I really appreciate your support. And, of course, Jim's camera at Dawn in North Carolina saying hi to Snarky. Going to play a little bit more of the Family Challenge in just a second. Just a couple more clips, and then we're going to finally talk about Fall Guy. I can't wait to tell you about the new movie. I liked it, but let me tell you, I'm going to review it from two different perspectives, a moviegoer perspective and a Fall Guy fan perspective. And I'm going to be very fair, but I really enjoyed the movie, and I think you will too. But I think some Fall Guy fans will be disappointed. I'll explain later. And I'm going to show some of my Fall Guy collectibles. I took about, 100 photos today of stuff in my collection I'll share. I have great video footage. And then, of course, a couple funny scenes from Star Wars to celebrate May the 4th be with you day, which is Saturday, May the 4th, 2024, or was, depending on when you're listening to or watching this show. Now, these clips, listeners, I'm sorry if these are not good audio-friendly clips, where if you want to see anything, listener, just simply go. If you're listening at Fistful of Radio or Apple Podcasts or Podbean or Spotify, wherever, go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic, with a C, not nostalgia. It's The Nostalgic Podblast. Just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast, and you'll find my channel and hit the live tab, and you'll see a picture of Lee Majors from 2024 at the Fall Guy Los Angeles, California movie premiere. He's by himself solo. That's the thumbnail image. You won't see one of Ray Combs yet. I might change it out later, but that's the one you'll see. And then I may run it after the fact as a premiere after it's live. Anyway, I'm sorry, listeners and viewers who are live. I know that I just want to explain that for the listener that might be listening after we are live. Let's see here. And then Cindy says, tragic about Ray Combs. He seemed so happy. Indeed, he was really crushed. According to friends of his, I wasn't there. I didn't know him. He was crushed when his marriage went sour. My God, and all those kids he had. Man. Let's get back to the happy clips. I just want to scan through the chat really quickly so I don't leave anybody out. Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World, who has a big anniversary coming up. He's on Facebook. It's a Facebook group called Nostalgia World. If you're using Facebook, I highly recommend his fine Facebook group. His name's Jerry Dobson. He's the creator and the moderator and the administrator of Nostalgia World. I hope you're listening, Jerry. You say, you never mentioned me. I'm mentioning you. I promise I'm mentioning you, Jerry, with a G. Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World on Facebook. Please join his group if you're into that sort of thing. If you're into nostalgia. If you're here, you probably are into nostalgia. So hello to you, Jerry. All right, let's watch another clip from Family Challenge, and we're going to start the Fall Guy. Going to gear up talking about Fall Guy in just a minute. Sarah's back, and she made some popcorn. She just posted, listeners, some virtual popcorn images. That's pretty cute. By the way, my popcorn's bigger than your popcorn, Sarah. There it is. That's from when I saw the Fall Guy in the movie theater back on May 2nd, 2024. And by the way, May 2nd was the date. I mentioned this at the top of the show. May 2nd was the date that the Fall Guy ended its long 5-season run on the ABC television network on May 2nd, 1986. And ABC didn't rerun the show. That was it. After May 2nd, there were no summer reruns. It was just off the schedule entirely. There you go. And some say Miami Vice pushed Fall Guy off the air. I think it was network interference. It had a great time slot Wednesday night throughout most of its long run. Then the network moved it to Friday night. And that killed the ratings with the youthful audience. All right, so let's get to a clip from Family Challenge. Let's see how long this is. and then I'll put some comments on the screen. And I'll try. I got some great. I can't wait to play this video footage I have. Here we go. Here's another clip from Family Challenge. Now, this is a 7-minute clip, 7 minutes, 28 seconds. I want to play it to document this in the Nostalgic Podblast. We're an educational lecture program. So I want to make sure, and we're interactive, of course. I just want to play this because I think it's important because this show has become very rare. I hope they rerun these on Buzzer or on the Game Show Network because it was a pretty entertaining game show with stunts like Beat the Clock.
Well, Family Challenge has probably never had a more challenging fun event than the pancake relay we're about to have right now. It's really quite simple, but quite challenging. If we could be a little louder on the stage. All right, what we're going to do is start with the entire family simply going to make the all-American pancake. And what we start with our basic elements, where we have Marcus refusing to wear his name tag in rebellion against Scott. They're going to start with the basic ingredients, blindfolded, to make it a little more difficult. They will start from the table as Helen Keller, find the refrigerator, come back with a good old grade 8 egg, and then they will toss it underhand to their fathers, waiting at the bowl. The fathers must successfully retrieve 3 eggs, crack them into the bowls. Once that is done, and all these young men have to go on, is skill, egg tossing ability, and their father's voice. The fathers may take an egg to the head. Once 3 are successfully placed in the bowl by the fathers, the next teammate, if we can get a shot of this, they are wearing the pancake batter in their hand. She will step forward with the skill of an unbelievable rainforest person, dropping in the batter right into the eggs. Next will come the ever-important, all-important milk into the batter, making the 3rd key ingredient. Then the mother will step forward and begin to mix what is the base of the pancake batter. After it is made to her liking, she will begin to scoop in. She's going to mix it with our standard, for both families, pancake mixer. She will then take a scoop for 1 pancake. As it begins to cook, she will walk over here. She will then slice a banana, as only a mother can. She may peel, she may slice, she may dice. But there must be, count them, 1, 2, it's an ugly one, 3 blueberries, 3 pieces of banana in each pancake. Very simple. When 3 eggs hit that bowl, the milk, the batter, 3 pieces of banana, 3 pieces of blueberry, a pancake is flipped over, it's done. All Mom has to do is take it, without looking back, flip it over her shoulder into the capable hands of this teammate, and that is 1 pancake completed. The first family to catch 5 pancakes in this little plate will win 100 points, and the other team will win 20 points per pancake. I can't believe how simple this is without I even explained it. Do you understand it? Are you ready? Everybody's ready? That is true. You can make as many pancakes as you want at one time because at the end, I'm going to have to rule. You know, they're going to go big. You may miss them. You can't count on just the 5 that you do. At the end, I'm going to count to see who has the most on the plate. All right? You can't look back. You can help. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Teammates, take your positions. There is no time limit. Don't try it at home. Do not try this at home. Blindfolds are on. Make your way. Fathers, you coach them. It is the Family Challenge Pancake Relay Blinded Egg Toss. Ready? Go! Marcus is now upside down. There's 1 egg for the red family. The blue goes right for 1. I got 1. There's 2 eggs. Come on. There's 2. The red team takes the lead. The red team. Not stop. Scott. You got it, Scott. That's okay. You're going with the flour. In with the flour. There goes the milk. The mothers. The red team's coming out of the box. The red team's coming out of the box first. I'm telling you, the blue team. That's a very slow. That's a bad batter, Mom. That's not going to stick. There's no consistency there. You got to make a good pancake. It looks like the blue team, she's dipping and scooping, dipping and scooping, dipping and scooping, dipping and scooping. This is an unbelievable technique. It's the dip and scoop, the dip and scoop. We have 6 here, so these are nice size. I'm telling you, she's got the blueberries. This woman, look at this. Look at the blueberries here. Oh, she's slicing and dicing. Bam, bam, bam. Watch out, don't burn yourself. Look at this. She's trying a very smooth technique, but this mother just throws. Yes, there is no question. The question now is quality. We're going for quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. She's all stacked up, but she's ahead of the pancake. If she turns it over, it's just good. Whereas here, these pancakes are a fine consistency.
This is the old question. Is it quality over quantity? Right now, she's trying it. This is great. She's attempting to turn over the first pancake. She just about had it. These are real pancakes. I don't know yet. That's it. There's 3 and 3. She's doing it. Get ready to catch. Unbelievable. Now, hold on now. You know, don't burn yourself. Watch out. Protect yourself. We got some pancakes here. Hold on. Hold on. She's getting ready to toss over here. Get ready. It's over the shoulder. 1. She got it. The red team does it. 2. Oh, they both went off. They both went off. 3. Here we go. 4. You got to get softer, Mom. Come on. Oh, no. Not quite ready. 1. Okay, you ready to toss? You ready to toss? Here goes the blue team. Yes! Hey, hold on to it, Marcus. There's 1. Here we go. Keep it going. Keep it going. If you got to make more, you got to make more. You ready, Marcus? Don't lose the one you got. 2. Come on. Come on, Mom. She's going for more. You can flip anytime you want. Flip anytime you want, Mom. You got some. Marcus, don't lose what you have. Save it when you get one. It's better to keep it than lose it. It's 2 to 2. 3 to 2. 3 to 3. 3 to 3. It's 3 to 3. Hold on, Marcus. Hold on. Mom, you got a good one there. I think that'll stay. Marcus, hold on to it. Yes! 4. 4 to 3. It could be the 5th one. It could be the 5th pancake. We need some bananas. How many we got over here? 3? We got 3. 1 more. 4 to 3. 4 to 3. Here comes the 4th one. It's kind of gooey. No. 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 We got 1 more pancake. 1 more pancake and we're done here. Mom, can you do? Ooh, those are nasty. It's over. Stop the clock. They won the pancake relay. Another 100 points, giving them 360. And we got 4 pancakes. 4. You did great quality, giving you 80 points. 250 for the Salazar family. Come here, Mom. This family challenge only continues to get better. We have 90 points separating 2 great teams. There's a lot more. Challenge, don't go away. Woo! I never saw Mother work so hard in the kitchen.
You've had breakfast in bed, but how many people have played basketball in bed? It's up next. It's Family Challenge.
How about that? One more clip of that in a minute, but let's acknowledge some comments, shall we? Cindy D asks, can you find The Fall Guy on streaming services? Yes, you can, or you could. It was on Prime. This is the silly thing. I'm going to talk about it later. I might as well just answer your question right now. Fall Guy was on Amazon Prime, and they were charging a premium, even if you're a Prime subscriber, like an extra, I think $1.99 an episode, and then they made it free. But only the first 2 seasons. That's all that were ever released on DVD back in 2006 and 2007, and only season 1 was released in the USA back in 2006. It was released overseas in Europe, where Fall Guy is more popular, and it's run in reruns on TV a lot longer than it did in America. Hell, it hasn't aired as an entire package of all 5 seasons since 1997 on the cable FX channel. We'll talk about that later. I have a lot of questions as to why they made a Fall Guy movie. It's very curious because most people, a whole generation's probably never even heard of it. So what Prime did is they just streamed the DVD versions that 20th Century Fox put out back in 06 and 07 of seasons 1 and 2. They never streamed season 3, 4, 5, but you can find those on YouTube. If you just look up Fall Guy episode guide, if you want to use that as a guide, and you can look up the episode, you can't find on YouTube season 1 and 2 because now Disney owns the rights to the Fall Guy when they bought the 20th Century Fox TV library of movies and television shows and programs. So hopefully Disney will reissue the Fall Guy, because when they were put out on DVD, I know I'm getting off the subject here. We're talking about Ray Combs for my wonderful fellow game show fans out there. I don't mean to be confusing here and convoluted, but I want to answer this comment of Cindy D's. They changed the background music. They put nondescript GarageBand music because they didn't want to have to pay royalties, even though most of the background music were pop song covers, not by the original artists. Although sometimes they did play original artist versions in season 1 and some of season 2. And then they also cut out Paul Williams, the singer, songwriter, actor from Smokey and the Bandit. They cut him out of the pilot 20th Century Fox did back in 2006 when they released season 1. I've got it on film. I've got 2 different versions of the pilot on reel-to-reel film with Paul Williams intact. I should have sold it, but I don't want to sell it. I have all the Fall Guys on reel-to-reel film. I'll show them. I took pictures and stuff later. We'll get to that later. But you can stream it on Prime, but the dumb thing is they made it free. They took away the $1.99 per episode premium surcharge for a while, and then they started charging again like 2 months before this movie came out in May 2024. Isn't that dumb? Because people in the younger generations like Gen Z or millennials could have discovered the show who had never heard of it because it's not been playing in America. Now, the Decades Network did run what they call weekend binges of the Fall Guy. Very rarely, I think 3 times total starting in 2016, but they just played the DVD versions of season 1 and season 1, and they played the final episode of season 2. And then they played some of season 3 and season 4 that didn't have any pop background music in it because it was never remastered for DVD release. They stopped at season 2. I know I'm being confusing. That was a long answer to a simple question. Can you stream Fall Guy? The answer is yes on Prime. Presently, if you pay extra, hopefully they'll remove that premium charge and it'll be free again for season 1 and 2. And then you can find season 3, 4, and 5 on YouTube from television broadcasts in Europe. So that's slightly sped up. That's what the European PAL video system does. It's time compressed, where they speed it up so the music doesn't quite sound right. The actors' voices don't sound right. It's a constant irritant of mine. An example is there's a Space 1999 streaming marathon on YouTube going on right now, an official stream from Shout Studios. Shout Factory is the one that put Space 1999 out on Blu-ray. And I bought a set right here, and it had like a bonus. I got a limited edition that had a bonus snow globe with an eagle inside it, an eagle, which is their spaceship, an eagle transport. There's what the Blu-rays look like. So they put out a stream, and it's great, and people are interactive, and a lot of people are watching it and discovering the show for the first time. Problem is, they're using a PAL source. Shout Studios is on their official YouTube channel, Shout Studios. So it's slightly sped up. The music doesn't sound right, but it's still more than watchable. It's still HD. I think it's HD. I don't think it's 4K, but it looks great, sounds great. It's slightly sped up. Hello, Boy from Beyond. Putting your comment on the screen. Just want to read comments for the listeners. The PDF Elves YouTube channel says, we're watching The Fall Guy on Shout Studios. Are they on Shout? I need to look that up. Let me look it up. Are you talking about Space 1999? By the way, my flock, you see that board game? I have 2 Fall Guy board games, and when I found this one for the camera, for the background, I forgot I have a Space 1999. Look how huge that sucker is. I'll hold it up for the camera towards the end of the show. I don't want to get too far off topic. But look how big that Milton Bradley Space 1999 board game is. I'm going to open it up later on in the show. And those are season 1 images. And there's the Rescue Eagle on top, which had a red stripe, red and white stripes. That was a medical eagle. Anyway. Fall Guy, it can't be streaming on Shout Studios because I would know about that. Correct me, PDF Elves, am I wrong? Are you talking Fall Guy or Space 1999? I don't know. Sarah is watching, said nice chance about the board game. Cindy D says, I love Doug Barr on that show, The Fall Guy. I watched occasionally, but not every week. Yes, he was really good. I interviewed him on this show. I've interviewed Heather Thomas and Douglas Barr on this show, The Nostalgic Podblast. It's in the archives on the YouTube channel or at fistfulofradio.com in the archive section for the Nostalgic Podblast. But it's better to see video, although it was a phone interview. But I was showing images from my collection, some of which I'll show tonight, but I pulled some different ones. I showed photos of them on the screen of them from The Fall Guy. Both were excellent, and I'm hoping to get Lee Majors here on the show at some point in the near future. Let me now just look at some more comments and get back on track. Let me just play my final clip of the Family Challenge. This is a shorter clip. It's not as long as the one we've watched. And then we'll move on. I want to talk about the sad ending of Ray Combs. And we're going to finally get to the Fall Guy, talk about the new movie, the review. I have some images from the new movie. I've got collectibles. I have a movie poster Al Hardy gave me. By the way, Al Hardy probably hates these clips. Or should I say, Al Hardy's trademarked. He needs to get this trademarked. His line is, I didn't care for that. Because he hates children. Al Hardy does not like kids. He's told me so many times. Shh, it's a secret. So he probably hates the Family Challenge clips. But let me just play the final one because I like it. And we're talking about Ray Combs, and here it is. 5-minute clip.
Family Challenge continues. Right now, the Kearns family, 360 points. They're on their way to the cup. They think the Salazars, 250. They're down 110. That's what we have for our team right now. A chance to make up a lot of points. It's earthquake basketball. Scott, sit up just for a moment. You're going to represent your team. You're going to be in this bed shooting at that basket right there, no more than maybe 4 feet away from you, except for one thing. This is going to be in a 6.0 earthquake caused by your opponents, the Kern family. They're going to shake this bed like crazy while you attempt, that's right, that's just a little, show a little bit of what he's going to get. All right, just that's enough, While you just simply shoot that ball for 60 seconds, as many as you make, you'll get 10 points a ball. As your sister, Melissa, will toss you another ball, give her a little toss, then you shoot. That's it, that would have been 10 points. If I could ask my capable spotter to retrieve that one ball, I'm going to take that and place it in your hands. Is it clear to you, Scott? 60 seconds on the clock. Are you ready, Salazar family? Ready? Go! Good. Not there. None. She hasn't made it yet. There you go. Watch the basket, Scott. Get the basket. Get the basket. Get the basket. There's one. We're looking for time. He's going to get two. There's two. Come on. Come on. Watch the basket. Get the ball. Get the ball. How much time we got? There's three. How much time we got? No, let's shoot. Shoot careful. Shoot careful. Yes, shoot careful. Oh, no. 30 seconds, and there's the four. Real easy, easy. They're shaking him. 4. There you go. And 5, 6. There's 15 seconds. 7. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Help for my friend. All right. You got 8, Scotty. What? He dreamed. Look at this. He dreamed that he would get 80 points. There's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 points. You did better. How about that? It's now 340 to 360, and we're going to switch our families and see how well the blue family does if they can come back. Here's some of that future NBA potential at work right in the middle of an earthquake, and he sinks it. Great job, Scott. Marcus, I want you to sit up, and take this blue ball. He made 9 baskets. You don't go till I say go. We put 60 seconds on the clock. Salazar's get in position to shake, rattle and roll, and go! The first shot is up. They're really rocking him. Can they keep up? They're really rocking this dude. He's undaunted. Oh, he's really riding it out. It seems to be tough for him. He's 4-3. 4. He is shaking. 5. The Salazars are making this very tough. 5. Slow it down for him. It's a little rough. Stay on the bed. Come on, you can do it. Marcus, stay on the bed. Stay on the bed, Marcus. Stay on the bed. Up and down, up and down. 7. How much time? 8. 30 seconds. This bed can't take it. 8. 20 seconds. 9. He's going for 10. Can you get the 10th one in? Come on, Marcus, don't give up. 15 seconds. Come on, Marcus. He is so cool under pressure. 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see how you did. How'd you do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The same. Marcus, you got 9. Stay right. Turn around. Look at this camera, my friend. How'd you? Come down here for a second. Come down here for a second. I want to talk to both our shooters. If I can get you both down here. Scott, Marcus, you each had 9 baskets apiece. How did it feel in there?
Good.
Felt good? I don't think so, Marcus. It seems like the Salazar family were really rocking that bed.
Yep.
But you didn't seem to be too troubled by it. What was the deal there? You seemed very calm.
Just concentration and aim.
Basketball has been very, very good to me. 9 baskets from the Salazars, 9 from the Kerns. It makes it a very close game. It's 450 for the Kerns, 340 for the Salazars. This family challenge is still continuing. Do not go away.
You could hear Gene Wood there, the announcer, for Ray Combs on Family Feud and on Family Challenge. Now, we're going to conclude. Hello to Danny Staten in South Carolina. He says, OMG. Well, you know what? It kind of comes full circle. You could say I went off topic. I haven't talked about Fall Guy yet. See my T-shirt, Fall Guy. We're going to get to it. There's stunts in Family Challenge. There's stunts in Fall Guy. That's the commonality. I planned it that way. Yeah, right. That's the ticket. Yeah. No, it just happened to be that way. Danny says that dude was really touchy-feely. Well, listen, there's a lot of game show fans that are watching tonight, fellow game show fans that probably would not agree with that statement. Now let's, but you have a right to say whatever you want, and I'm glad you're here. Now, I told you about the car accident in July 1994 that Ray Combs sustained. Very serious car accident in which one of his spinal discs were injured, leaving him in severe and continuous pain. And he also struggled with financial problems after the failure of his 2 Ohio-based comedy clubs, Caddy Combs and the Cincinnati Comedy Connection. And then his home in Hamilton, Ohio went into foreclosure. But in the final blow, in terms of his fatal depression, was in September 1995 when he separated from Debbie, his wife of 18 years, with whom he had 6 children. The couple attempted to reconcile, but later refiled for divorce. But the divorce was never finalized. Here's why. Ray Combs made several attempts to resurrect his television career. He taped a pilot for a talk show called The Ray Combs Show, but it was ultimately not picked up by a network or for syndication. I know I already said this, but we've gone off topic. I'm trying to bring it right back. So I know I already said this, but we're getting to the new bio piece as we conclude this topic of the late, great Ray Combs in our series of deceased great game show MCs and hosts. And this week we're talking about Ray Combs. Last time we talked about Alex Trebek. And we were showing clips of his final show, Family Challenge, on the Family Channel basic cable network, which he hosted from 1995 to 1996. This is where we get really, really sad here. Talking about his death. On Saturday, June 1st, 1996, police were called to Ray Combs' home at 1318 Sonora Avenue in Glendale, California, over reports of a disturbance. Ray Combs had reportedly destroyed most of the inside of his house and had also been banging his head against the walls, though Combs later told the police that he fell in the jacuzzi. Shortly after police arrived, Ray Combs' estranged wife, Debbie, arrived on the scene and informed them that Ray Combs was suicidal and had spent the previous week in the hospital due to a suicide attempt. Ray Combs was taken by police to Glendale Adventist Medical Center, where he was assessed by a medical doctor and placed on a 72-hour psychiatric observation hold. On Sunday, June 2nd, 1996, at around 4:10 a.m. Pacific time, hospital personnel discovered Ray Combs hanging by his bed sheets in the closet of his room. Are you listening, Brandon? Hopefully you're learning something tonight and every week that you tune into the Nostalgic Podblast. It's very sad. Ray Combs was found hanging by his bed sheets in the closet of his ward or hospital room, if you will. He was taken to the emergency room where he was pronounced dead upon arrival, DOA, at the age of 40. Ray Combs' death was ruled a suicide. On June 7th, 1996, Ray Combs' funeral was held at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Glendale, California. His remains were flown back to his hometown of Hamilton, Ohio, to the Greenwood Cemetery. Now, we're going to lighten up the show. I just want to say, how we don't understand depression. I've been critical, and as I mature in age, I'm, I guess, a late bloomer in terms of my maturity. I now have much more sympathy and understanding because we don't know what depression can do to someone. I always thought previously, how could someone kill themselves when you have 6 young children depending on you? Yeah, your comedy club failed. Yeah, your house is in foreclosure, but there's always another gig. He was a great personality, tons of energy. You never know what tomorrow will bring. Don't do that. Don't kill yourself. As Queen sang, the rock band Queen, don't try suicide. You're just gonna hate it. Don't try suicide. That's a great song. It's on the Game album. Look it up if you're not familiar with it. The Game. It was not a hit. It wasn't even a single or a B-side. I don't think it was a B-side. I had the album. I don't have any of the 45s for Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Don't try suicide. It's a pop song against suicide. It's a very strange song by Queen, Freddie Mercury and Queen. And I'm not making light of this. Believe me, I'm not. I'm serious. Don't try suicide. Listen to the lyrics of that song. You're just going to hate it. So, rest in peace, Ray Combs. Now we're going to pivot to Fall Guy. I think I did Ray Combs justice with the clips I could find at my disposal. Hopefully you learned something or you remembered something about Ray Combs, learned something you didn't know, or remembered something you did know but hadn't thought about in a while. He's been gone a long time, but he certainly was memorable, and he was the second host of Family Feud. Item, let me just throw out a riddle that I wrote for tonight's show. It almost is on par with a bad dad joke or a dad joke, but here's the riddle. Think Batman. Riddle me this if I were the Riddler. What is bad for a criminal, but is good for an actor? Hang on. That's a terrible Riddler impression. Let me just give us some effects. Riddle me this. What is bad for a criminal, but is good for an actor? Terrible Frank Gorshin there impression. And Frank himself was a great impressionist. Let me see in chat if anyone has figured out my riddle. That was sad. Absolutely sad. Let me let the delay catch up. Again, here's my riddle, and we're going to talk about Fall Guy. We're coming right up, promise. Riddle me this, Batman! What is bad for a criminal, but is good for an actor? Sorry, Brandon, I laughed. You hate my creepy laugh, my kooky, creepy laugh. What's the answer? What is bad for a criminal, but is good for an actor? Any guesses, Sarah, my flock? Have you figured out my riddle? Getting back to Ray Combs, Cindy D says, could he possibly have had manic depression? Back then, I don't think they dissected brains to look for chemical imbalances like they do now. So we may never know, the higher power knows. The Lord, whatever you believe in, there's an answer somewhere. That's never been disclosed, and I don't think anyone knows. What was it again? Okay, here's the riddle. I'm going to save it. I'm going to ask it now and just see if anyone can figure it out. It's a little riddle I wrote for tonight's show. What is bad for a criminal, but is good for an actor? What's bad for a criminal, good for an actor? Okay, that's all. And now we're going to move on, finally, to Fall Guy. Oh, the coffee's getting to me. I just was burping all over the place. I suppressed it, though. I want to show you some photos as we pivot So here's a TV Guide ad for the pilot or the 2-hour movie premiere of The Fall Guy from November 4th, 1981. The artwork isn't terribly great, but there it is. It had an all-star cast. It really did. Eddie Albert was in it. Lou Rawls was in it. Farrah Fawcett as herself was in it. And many other stars. I happen to have an unaired pilot, a studio pilot for 20th Century Fox with different scenes and different cast members. Janet Leigh was in the unaired version of the pilot. Now, I've talked about this before. She played the bail bondswoman whom Colt Seavers worked for named Soapy. She was replaced by Joanne Flug, who was married to Chuck Woolery. Joanne Flug was on Match Game a lot. She was in the original MASH movie and many other things. And she was in season 1 only of Fall Guy. Let's see, I have a cast photo. But that print is so rare. It's got different scenes, alternate scenes, and some cut scenes, and scenes with Janet Leigh, who is the mother of Jamie Lee Curtis, Brandon. And Janet Leigh was the actress who got stabbed in the shower in the 1960 Alfred Hitchcock, ooh, out of context, Alfred Hitchcock movie, Psycho. I'll make sure my effect was, I don't have my headphones on. Okay. But then when the show was picked up, let me just show you a publicity shot of the season 1 cast. There's Joanne on the far right. Sorry, listeners, I'm showing an image on the screen. Please go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel and look for the image of Lee Majors at the LA May 2024 premiere of the Fall Guy 2024 movie, starring Barbie Boy. I no longer will call him Barbie Boy because I thought he was great in the Fall Guy movie. Barbie Boy, Ryan Gosling. But there is a publicity shot, 20th Century Fox shot, where you see left to right, Heather Thomas, Lee Majors, Douglas Barr, and Joanne Flug. Now, I'm going to play some video pertaining to this unaired pilot, and then we'll get right into the movie. We just got to have some history here. This film is on this is one of my shelves. I have every episode of The Fall Guy on reel-to-reel 16mm film. What is 16mm film? Brandon and chat might be wondering. Well, it's for a movie projector. Before the digital age, there was something called film. Reel-to-reel film. Sound film. That's how TV stations would show classic films and television programs. And I happened to buy, over time, over about 2.5 decades, every reel of all 5 seasons of The Fall Guy. So I am a Fall Guy fanboy, fanatic, super fan, whatever you want to call it. So I'm pretty knowledgeable about the show. I never worked on the show, but I've done research. I've interviewed cast members of the show here on this program, the Nostalgia Podblast, Doug Barr and Heather Thomas. I know I said that, but it was very revealing interviews. Heather Thomas revealed great information, such as something we'll get into, and I've talked about before, but it was kind of an exclusive little bit of info. Her poster, this poster, outsold the Farrah Fawcett poster, but that data is not on the internet. And I don't think it's a collusion or conspiracy. I just don't think the internet is there. And she had inside information because her agent and everybody were getting financial kickbacks based on the sales performance of that poster. Everyone I knew had this poster from 1982 of Heather Thomas in the pink bikini in the hot tub. I love Farrah Fawcett, God rest her soul, and her poster sold phenomenally well as well. But Heather said on my show, and I believe her, there's no reason to lie, her sales figures were about 20 million units. Farrah's were about 12 million units. Still respectable, but man, everybody had this poster. But anyway, let's get back to the origins of The Fall Guy, which debuted on November 4th, 1981. And there's the poster. I know I've already showed it. But about this pilot, and the other cool thing about this, along with the cast changes, Joanne Flug not yet being in the cast, and they had to redo some scenes, and they had to explain some dialogue, because some scenes they didn't redo. You hear a reference to Soapy. And then what they did was, when they later replaced, and I never learned why, if it was over money or whatever reason, Janet Leigh was replaced by Joanne Flug. There's scenes in the first episode where you hear they had to cover it, where they have a scene where Colt's explaining to Howie, played by Doug Barr, his cousin, that, oh, well, I work for Samantha Big Jack. We sometimes call her Soapy because she always gives me one big soap opera excuse of why I have to go after a bail jumper. So they sort of covered for that. But really, that's a reference to Schopenhauer, Soapy Schopenhauer, which was the original character name of the original lady that Colt sidelined for. Oh, screw you, bud. I'm just kidding, Danny. Danny says, that could have been the one picture he could have left up longer. Which one of the cast? I tease, buddy. Agreed, Dan. Which picture? You want me to put the cast picture back up? Because I will. I take requests, you know. Let me see here. Because I have a whole bunch of, these are all from my collection. I got these pictures from Los Angeles, California in 2002. I went to every shop along Hollywood Boulevard and Vine and everywhere on foot. And I looked at every star near the Capitol Records building, and any shop I found in that area, I bought every Fall Guy image I could find back in 2002. Everything. I spent a lot of money, and it was relatively inexpensive at that time. Is this the picture you met, buddy? By the way, Danny's going to be on this show. Oh, the swimsuit, of course. Duh. You know, sometimes my brain, I have another one for you, buddy, of Marky Post. How about that? Who was also in Fall Guy seasons 2 through 4. But we're not a TNA show. We'll get to it, buddy, when I talk about the movie here. Now, I want to play a clip, an exclusive clip from my film print that I converted myself 10 years ago of the theme song to the Fall Guy, not sung by Lee Majors. So let's get to that, shall we? Yes, we shall. Here is what the theme song sounded like in the unaired version of the pilot. It's never been released on DVD. It's never been streamed or anything. This is exclusively from my film print, from my ears to your ears. Let's listen.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been there with Farrah. I'm never seen with anything less than a 9. So fine. I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo Hope, but somehow they did not end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I'll take my chances. I die for a living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading lady kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building. I might roll a brand new car. 'Cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine. 'Cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
I thought L.A. was flat.
I thought L.A. was flat. That's Doug Barr as Howie Munson. And there's a lot of other big stars, like James Coburn as himself was in there. I already told you about how a certain actor and singer was cut from the DVD release. But let's watch the 30-second 1981 advance promo for the Fall Guy pilot after it was retooled, recast, and partially reshot. Let's watch.
Now is the time. BBC is the place.
This fall, Lee Majors takes it to the limit.
Who are you? Burt Reynolds. You ain't Burt Reynolds.
Lee Majors returns to television as Hollywood's craziest crash artist and hottest stuntman.
Sometimes I'm Robert Redford.
Catch a new spirit of action and adventure. Fall Guy.
Wednesday's the night. ABC is the place.
And by the way, Fall Guy is going to return. Now, a lot of people don't have access to the channel. It's called Heroes and Icons, which is owned by the same media outfit in Chicago that owns MeTV. MeTV is going to launch an all-cartoon network towards the end of June 2024, which is kind of cool. It reminds me of the old Cartoon Network when it started, one of Ted Turner's networks. Anyway, I digress. So H&I, as they call it, I have a little promo I'm going to play, a 30-second promo to the return of Fall Guy. May 9th, 2024 is when it started running once a week at noon. They air 4 episodes back-to-back in a mini binge. Let's watch this pretty cool promo that H&I is running right now.
When criminals break loose, you know who to call. No, not them. Him.
Are you an actor?
Stuntman.
A man like him is rare. What do you want me to do? Kill him?
For stuntman Colt Seavers, moonlighting as a bounty hunter is all part of being the Fall Guy. Premiering Thursday, May 9th at noon, 11 Central. Part of the day shift on H&I.
Pretty cool. And the show has not aired since 1997 as a full series. Now, Weigel Media that owns MeTV also owns H&I. They also had the Decades Network, which has now been rebranded as Catchy Comedy. It no longer exists as the Decades channel, but they would have weekend binges as Catchy Comedy does now. They're airing the Beverly Hillbillies this weekend on Catchy Comedy. But I got an article I want to share with you. I have it photographed about the last time Fall Guy aired on a national level as a complete series, and then I got a hell of a lot more clips to play, and we're going to talk about the new movie. I'm going to bookmark this after we're live. I'm going to bookmark it so that the game show folks can know exactly where to tune in on the replay for Ray Combs. And then Fall Guy review, bam, I'll have it bookmarked to where you can get to that on demand. And then classic Fall Guy, and then Star Wars. We're going to talk later tonight about Star Wars Day and the classic Star Wars film and play some really cool footage from classic Star Wars. Okay, let me put the article up that I want to read. This is just a paragraph. It's not long. Let me see. I have so many images to share in video. Here it is. Okay. This is from Entertainment Weekly in 1996. It says, Choice Reruns. Sure, we all remember him as the $6 Million Man, but Lee Majors had a slightly longer run as the Fall Guy, which airs on FX cable channel weekdays from 5 to 6 p.m. The 1981 to 1986 ABC series cast Lee Majors as Colt Seavers, a Hollywood stuntman who moonlighted as a bounty hunter, aided by a busty blonde stunt woman played by Heather Thomas. Colt tracked down the bad guys using the tricks of his Tinseltown trade. On May 6th and 7th, FX re-airs The Fall Guys 2-part pilot, a festival of helicopter chases, car crashes, and cheesy celebrity cameos are in store. Keep your eyes peeled for Eddie Albert as a hit-and-run drunk driver in the pilot, James Coburn as his toothy self, Lou Rawls as a fugitive country singer, Paul Williams wearing a cowboy hat and rhinestone suit crooning the song Crazy as a barroom brawl breaks out at the Palomino Club. Chance Bartels, your humble host, interjecting. And a shockingly, what is that word? Oh, and Delta Burke as a waitress. Yes, young and thin Delta Burke was in the pilot. Didn't mention that yet. And Lee Majors' estranged wife, Farrah Fawcett, appeared when Colt was in drag, doubling for her as, quote-unquote, she drives a car into a pile of watermelons. Farrah's name also pops up in the Fall Guy theme song, titled The Unknown Stuntman, a catchy ditty which was sung by Lee Majors. And this article was written by Bruce Fretz back in 1996 in Entertainment Weekly. So there you go. And that's the last time it aired, was on the FX channel, and that run concluded in 1997. So it makes me wonder, why would they make a movie? I'm glad they did, but, you know, not many people that are younger remember the show. I'm sure Brandon's never heard of it. So now, let me get back on track with some clips. I have a little montage of Heather Thomas I want to share, and I'll get to the comments. This was by a guy in England, and he has a great YouTube group about a movie called Zapped that Heather Thomas acted in, starring Scott Baio and Willie Ames. It was a R-rated teen sex comedy. I have a mint 16mm print of it on in my Real Film collection. And let me find that clip real quick. Where are you? Here you are. And Peter Gibson's his name. And he also was on, I started a Heather Thomas fan group. It's got like 10,000 members in it on Facebook back in like 2008. And I called it Fans of Heather Thomas Unite. I think that's what I called it. I should know, right? Fans of 80s sex pot Heather Thomas. No, I don't think it's, I said fans. Let me look it up. You know what? I'm going to play a clip though that he put together and I'll figure out the name of my own group. I'm hardly ever there anymore. But this is a nice, I hope this might take the channel down. I don't know because of the music, but you're going to hear the Lee Majors version of the Fall Guy song, The Unknown Stuntman, where he's singing. Previously, he had sang on The $6 Million Man in the classic two-parter that introduced the Bionic Woman played by Lindsay Wagner. It was a two-part episode called The Bionic Woman, aired in spring of 1975, March of 1975. And he sings a song titled Sweet Jamie in that episode. And that was like the only time I ever saw Steve Austin get emotional and cry. A little tear is coming down his eye when she dies. Spoiler alert, at the end of part 2, Jamie Summers dies, and you see him emoting. This will come up later here in tonight's show, why I mentioned that. But let's look at this little piece, a great piece that Peter Gibson in England edited and put on YouTube. A little tribute to Heather Thomas. It's 3 minutes and 42 seconds long, and hopefully it won't take the stream down. We'll see.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with fire up. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with fire up. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with Farrah. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life.
Okay, well, it just ends abruptly like that. And my gosh, the stream didn't go down. Wow. Or did it? Hello, check, check, check. Check, check, check. I guess I'm still on. Am I still on? Hang on. Be right back. Hang on. I'll play a clip. I think I'm still on. Okay. Hello to PDFL. Yeah, and the group, my Facebook group I started is called Fans of Heather Thomas ... Unite! ! Quote, the Fall Guy, unquote, and zapped, quote unquote, gal. Pictures. And I shared some rare pictures from my collection. Yeah, Peter Gibson, that was kind of salacious. And I'm not complaining, I'm just saying. Thank you, my flock, for confirming, and same to you, Brandon. Yeah, I get you, Brandon. You're fine. So this is all a setup to my review of the new Fall Guy movie. Let me now play some clips that I like of Heather Thomas and Marquis Post. Some of these are from my film prints. I showed you my films, and so some of these clips are going to look... I just used my phone, and I hope that it won't cause the stream to go down. It's more than watchable, but the audio and video quality is not perfect. I didn't use an app that I should use, which will convert. I almost said pervert. Which will convert film digitally where it looks professional. I just used a phone, so it's not going to look great. But let me play a clip, 37-second clip of Jody Banks. That's the character name of the character Heather Thomas portrayed in The Fall Guy. She's a stunt woman. And let me back up. The whole show is about Colt, who is a Hollywood stuntman who moonlights to pay his bills as a bounty hunter when he can't find Hollywood gigs. And so Howie shows up, who's his cousin, who also wants to be a big Hollywood successful stuntman. He thinks that Colt's just rolling in dough. And so Colt has to set him straight. And he becomes Colt's apprentice. And Jody is also a current apprentice when Howie shows up, learning the trade under Colt. And they're platonic in the show. Colt and Heather Thomas's Jody Banks. So now let me just play a clip of Jody kicking ass as she films a stunt scene on the show. And this is from a season 3 episode titled Cool Hand Colt. And by the way, I didn't mention this, the Heroes and Icons promo showed episodes that have never aired on decades in the weekend binge when they would rarely show Fall Guy. They did show some season 3 episodes that didn't have background music, but they showed several episodes, like TKO was one, meaning the Knockout, which is a boxing episode, which had a lot of real boxers in it, and others that have never aired. So that indicates to me they have the rights finally to all 5 seasons of The Fall Guy for the first time since 1997. So that's exciting just as a Fall Guy fan. I don't know if it'll stream anywhere. Most people are streaming content, but hopefully you can access Heroes and Icons through either a cable provider or just over the air. It's a free network. If you're within range of an affiliate that carries H&I, Heroes and Icons, you can watch it for free. So hopefully that's the case if you're in the USA, as I am. Let's watch Jody kicking butt where she's filming a scene. I love this scene. And it always got cut on WATL 36. That's where I discovered The Fall Guy. Independent station in the mid-90s ran The Fall Guy late at night. And after I'd go out drinking, playing team trivia with my buddies, I'd watch Fall Guy. And I was a big $6 Million Man fan. Steve Austin, for those that are younger like Brandon, yes, there's a wrestler, Stone Cold Steve Austin, but he's based on the character Colonel Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, created by Martin Caidin in a novel titled Cyborg in 1972. And it became a TV movie of the week, Cyborg, the $6 Million Man. And then 2 other 90-minute movies followed. And then a weekly 1-hour series debuted on January 18th, I believe, 1974. And it lasted 5 seasons, just like Fall Guy did. But here is Jody Banks kicking butt in a scene, beating up 2 other women. It's all a scene. It's a scene within a scene.
All right, Karate Girl, scene 26. Take 3. Jody, action!
Yes, Cindy D. I love the episode with Susan Lucci. That was in season 4. Of course, I have it on film. I have them all on film. What was the title of that one? It's right here. Here, I'll just show you. And I have the TV guide ad on the front of the reel. Stranger Than Fiction. There she is, Susan Lucci. Stranger Than Fiction. There it is. And it was a ripoff of Romancing the Stone. It really was. The Kathleen Turner, Michael Douglas hit movie of that same year, 1984. But there's the TV guide artwork. I like the artwork. There it is. And it wasn't a bad episode. In Family Show, Colt makes love to her character in a tent. And it's one of the few times you see Colt having sex. Season 4, great episode. Let me open it up. It doesn't smell like vinegar. I got this from a guy. William Stolen is the guy's name. This is a hard one to find because the Susan Lucci fans. I got it from Belgium. I got about 7 episodes from Belgium that were hard to get, and he imported them. He put them on what's called a core, just a plastic core, and I had to transfer it to a reel to save on shipping. It would cost, this all by weight, as you know, international shipping. And look at the nice little label he would do. And Al Hardy does that too for me, which is like, oh, it's upside down. What the heck? There we go. See, I do take requests. And it has perfect color. Look at that LPP. It says 1985. Nope, it was 1984. I too love the Decades channel. I see your comments, Cindy. It was great. And now it's catchy comedy, so it's pretty much just not really, it's not the same thing. What am I saying? They do the same thing, meaning weekend binges, but they don't have all those same features. I liked, the days, like they'd have the day history. I forget what they call it. It was a great little feature on the Decades channel. So actually, I have a clip from this episode I'm going to play since you talked about it. I don't think Susan Lucci's in it. It's Stranger Than Fiction. I didn't mention that. That's the name of the episode title. Stranger Than Fiction. So let's watch a clip from that very film print. I had queued it up. It's on my other YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo. Again, the quality isn't perfect, but what the hell? I heard a strange noise. Let's watch it. The reason I pulled this clip is there was great sex appeal in The Fall Guy between Marky Post and Heather Thomas. And in this scene from the Susan Lucci episode, you see both of these ladies smoking a stogie, a cigar. Very suggestive with what's going on. It's 1:47 long. Apologize for the quality, but it's more than watchable. It's the best I can do at this time. Let's watch.
Are you sure about this?
Jody, it's an absolutely essential ingredient in my chili. Now go ahead. Hey.
Coconut water?
Why, is there a problem?
What makes you think that?
Why else would you drive all the way out here first thing in the morning? Terry, this isn't another one of your only tell Colt a quarter of the truth capers, is it?
Howie, how can you say that? I told him at least half. And the other half? Well, I left out a detail or two here and there.
Like?
Oh, like the man that Veronica Remy is writing about is the most powerful figure in the South Florida syndicate. And she has enough evidence on that tape to put him away for life.
Small detail. Jody, hurry and see if the plane's left Miami yet.
Sorry, that flight is departed. However, there's another flight for Miami in an hour. Thank you very much.
What they said?
Too late. The plane just took off. He's gone.
Ah, that does it. Colt's in trouble. Let's go, Jody. We gotta help Colt.
Is there anything I can do?
Yeah, focus on the next flight to Miami.
Anything else?
Stir my chili in. Like this into it every couple hours.
There you go. That's from my film print. Comments. I'm setting up my review. I'll get to it in just a little bit. Hello to Sick 2210 Productions on YouTube. Hello to you. I haven't haven't acknowledged your presence, and I apologize for that. Danny Staten. Oh yeah, we already acknowledged that one or talked about that. Hang on. Sorry, listeners. This is really bad. Hello to Citizen Not. Not is spelled N-A-U-G-H-T, like an Argonaut or an astronaut. Hello again to Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World. Joe America, he has a great Fall Guy Facebook page. Fall Guy fans. Great guy. I'm personally friends with him on Facebook. He's a really nice person. He says, yo, the Fall Guy. What is the best show with the best TV theme song? He was that in the form of a question. It's like Jeopardy. You answered it yourself. Yo, the Fall Guy. What is the best show with the best TV theme song? I get it. You're doing a Jeopardy question and answer there. Jerry Dobson throws out there off topic, but that's okay. Hollywood Squares is being rebooted for CBS in January with Drew Barrymore as the center square. All right. Sarah says, you're killing me, Chance. 6 says, careful, I guess meaning with the clips. I hear it. I've been lucky. And I didn't read my little disclaimer, but it's in print. My little disclaimer, no rights are given or implied. I don't own this footage. I'm not saying I do. This is an educational program just for historical purposes. This is an educational lecture. I'm not profiting from this through YouTube. There you go. All right, so now I'm just going to play a few more Fall Guy clips as I look through these comments because I don't want anyone to feel left out. Cindy D says he sounded better than Lee. You mean in the theme that I played in the unaired pilot? I assume that's what you're referring to. I kind of like that version too. And you heard that voice. He was you heard him singing songs. Whoever sang the unaired version of the pilot I played earlier in the show, I have not learned the name of that artist, that voice talent, but that singer also sang in episodes like season 1's No Way Out. He's singing that song about New Orleans. What is that song? I go 500 miles before the day is done. That song. The same voice is singing that in some aired episodes, and that was an example of one that guy sang in it. I should know his name. I've been trying to figure that out. Someone will know. I should ask Doug Barr that. But Doug probably wouldn't have known. Howie himself was on this show, as was Heather Thomas in 2022. And it's on YouTube in the archives, or on the Fistful of Radio in the archives. Okay. All right. Let me get to some more clips. So sad about Markie Post. She passed away in 2021, August 2021. Always wanted to meet her. I don't have an autograph of hers. I'm going to show you some wonderful images of her. She was very intelligent. She was more than just a pretty face. She actually was a game show writer. She wrote questions for Family Feud, believe it or not, before she acted on shows like Buck Rogers in the 25th Century and a 2-part episode, Plot to Kill a City, in season 1 of that program. She was in The Incredible Hulk, season 2 of that program. The Confession, I believe is the name of that episode. Pretty sure I'm right on that. And, of course, Night Court after Fall Guy. She left Fall Guy because they weren't writing enough scripts. They just totally wasted her talent, and she was unhappy. Just like Joanne Flug in season 1, she left Fall Guy after season 1 for the same reason. The writers were just not writing enough scenes for her character to keep her busy as an actress. So she left the show, and Markie Post replaced her. Terry Shannon was the character name originally of Markie Post's character. They changed it to Terry Michaels. And there's one episode, How Do I Kill Thee? Let Me Count the Ways, from season 2, where Colt says Terry Shannon. In syndication, they dubbed over it, but you can see him say Terry Shannon. And after the show was canceled, they repackaged the show for reruns, and they dubbed in Lee Major saying, her name's Terry Michaels. But you see him say, Terry Shannon. Anyway, little factoid. And in my book, my TV Bible, it mentions Terry Shannon / Terry Michaels. Right here, this book. This edition, this is the 1988 edition of the Complete Directory to Primetime Network TV Shows 1946 to present, which was 1988 at this point in time when this book was published. I use it all the time. I'll just open up the page, Fall Guy, and show you. I like to prove what I'm saying. Always have proof whenever you can. Fall Guy, it says Terry Michaels, Terry Shannon. I always want to be accurate and correct, and if I make a mistake, I will own up to it. Always. Right there. Hopefully you can see that. Let me try to zoom. I should have taken a picture of this. Look at the Markie Post credit. Right there. You see Lee Majors, Doug Barr, Heather Thomas, Joanne Flug, and then Marky Post, and it says Terry Shannon / Michaels, 1982, 1985. I rest my case. So, got a bunch more Fall Guy clips, and then I'm going to show you some pictures from the new movie. No clips, and I'm not going to play the trailer because it's, even though Fox owned the show and now Disney does, for some reason, Universal, owned by Comcast, Universal, a Comcast company, really Xfinity, they can't, they're like so schizophrenic. They don't know if they're Comcast or Xfinity or whatever. By the way, they pissed off a lot of people in the Atlanta, Georgia area. They're no longer carrying Bally Sports. So we can't watch Braves games on Xfinity presently as we're live, and I know a lot of people have canceled Xfinity for that reason. You can still stream it, but that's a shame. Anyway, what was my point? Oh, so it is unusual that since Disney owns Fall Guy, that Disney didn't do the movie. They probably wouldn't have greenlit it anyway. Maybe that's the reason, and they just leased it out. Like Sony leases Spider-Man to Disney. I guess Disney leased out Fall Guy, or the rights to it, to Universal and Comcast. So it's strange. Oh, one cool thing in the movie, because $6 Million Man was a Universal show. This isn't a big spoiler. At one point, you hear the bionic sound effects in a fight scene. I thought that was kind of cute and funny. That was cool they did that for the nostalgia factor. Now I'm going to play a clip of Marky Post and Fall Guy. There were 3 episodes of Marky Post in a bikini. I'm going to show you 2 of them right now. The third one I didn't pull. I want you to discover it on your own on Heroes and Icons. They were all in season 3, by the way. The first time we saw Marky Post is a funny scene, minute 45-second clip, was in an episode titled Baker's Dozen, where they go to a dude ranch, which also has a nudist colony segment of the camp, and that's where Colt's going to get a bell jumper. This is the first time we see Marky Post in a bikini. She joined the show in season 2. This is season 3, towards the beginning of season 3, and Colt cannot believe what he sees. Because up to now, he's just known her as a harsh businesswoman.
Basic level. Your country needs you more than ever.
Guess I just realized it.
Good.
Tell Jody and Howie to get rid of Lustig.
Howie, Jody, hi.
Terry, what are you doing here?
I came just as soon as I saw your photographs. Well, why didn't you call? I was afraid your room phone might be tapped. Where's Colt? He's over there. Colt, hi. I just checked out those pictures Jody sent. Colt, you listening to me?
Oh, I see it, but I don't believe it. You actually are a woman.
Thank you. Colt, listen, I got to apologize to you. I'm so sorry. I had no idea what I was getting you into.
Oh, no, it's okay. I remember your exact words. Colt, this job is a breeze.
Yeah. Okay. So the breeze turned into a hurricane. Listen, do you know who these men are? Alvin Trump escaped from a federal penitentiary in Atlanta after bashing his cellmate over the head and stuffing him into a mattress. Mark Figg escaped from a hospital for the criminally insane after killing his psychiatrist.
And we were introduced.
Colt, please. I am perfectly prepared to give up my bail. I just don't want you dealing with these people. I want you out.
I'm sorry that's too late. Our operation's already in the works.
You have a hell of a reputation, Morgan. I'm taking you in with us.
What's the deal?
$10,000 round trip, 1 week. Dress rehearsal tomorrow morning. We'll leave tomorrow night. Now, are you in?
I'm in.
Good. Welcome aboard. I'll buy you a drink.
And that was actor Bo Svensson, who did a lot of great movies, and he was in a killer season 5 episode called Seavers, Dead or Alive. He played a new character in that episode, a rogue bounty hunter who was Colt's nemesis. And Colt did have some nemesis in the show, like Judith Chapman, who was on, I think, The Young and the Restless and has been for years. But she did a lot of Glenn Larson shows. She played an insurance adjuster, Kay Faulkner, in season 1 and 2 of the show. And then she left the show, and they had already written some scripts for a character, and they had to sort of explain, oh, this is Kay Faulkner's assistant at the same insurance investigation company, insurance adjustment company. Anyway, whatever. That was a really good nemesis for Colt in the beginning, in the first half of the show. Beginning of the show, not first half, first. And then you had this guy, played by Bo Svensson, And Colt seldom had a gun, which was kind of dumb, but he never used a gun except for in an episode I'll show you early in season 1 where he had Uzis and stuff hidden in a secret compartment in his truck. I have a picture of it. Hell, I'll just show it to you right now. Anyway, Bo Svensson's character comes up behind him, goes, "Still don't carry a piece, do you, Severs?" And he put a gun in his back. And anyway, I love that episode. I have it on film, of course, got them all on film. But here is a rare shot of Colt with a gun. With Howie, and he has a little secret compartment in his truck. That's what I loved about his truck. It had all sorts of secrets and surprises. It was almost like a James Bond car in that regard, like an Aston Martin or a Lotus or whatever. I thought that was cool. And it had a hydraulic system in the bed of the truck that we saw in some early episodes that would catapult Colt or Howie over walls, where they could basically use bionics, if you will, but without bionics, to leap over tall structures. So I thought that was pretty cool. Now I'm going to play another clip of Marky Post in the bikini, the second of 3. I'm only going to show 2 of them. This is from one of my film prints, so the quality is not great. This is from an episode, Inside Outside, where Terry is kidnapped while she's on the beach, and she's a law student. There was some characterization. She was running a business for Samantha Big Jack, who was played by Joanne Flug. She took over that business, and she was paying her own way through law school to become a lawyer. Terry Shannon / Terry Michaels. Now here she is. She's reading a law book on the beach, and she gets scooped up by thugs. Let's watch. It's 3 minutes, 14 seconds long.
You're blocking my son.
How about Sharon?
No, thank you.
Would you like to play a little volleyball?
No, thank you.
What's that you're reading? That's a law book. How about discussing the Dreyfus case over a glass of beer?
Can't. Winslow versus the City of Detroit, 1942.
What's that?
It's the case of a grown-up woman buying an alcoholic beverage for a juvenile.
I'm going to be a doctor.
A doctor?
I've been studying.
Anatomy? Sorry, you won't score here. You'll be better at the volleyball game.
The quality's not great. It's from my film print. It's the best I can do. And it would probably get taken down if it had it in better quality. This is not time compressed like the clip from Baker's Dozen with Bo Svensson. Slightly sped up. The actors' voices sounded distorted a little bit. Let's get to some comments, and then we'll get to some more stuff I've prepared. Funny comment from Danny State in South Carolina. I was talking about how Terry Michaels is studying to be a lawyer, her character on Fall Guy. And he said, well, she became a public defender in New York in the night court system. I never made that connection. That is brilliant, sir. I love that. That's brilliant. I want to show you a picture from that episode we just saw a clip of inside outside of Marquee Post in that pink bikini. This is from a British annual. What are British annuals? Here are British annuals, and this is from the one on the far right. This is a hardcover book, and they're made in England, hence the name British annuals, and they're thick. They're hard. That's what she said. I'm knocking on the middle one right now. The middle book. So these are just prized things in my collection. I'll explain why. They have rare photos inside. Lee Majors signed this one for me right there to Chance. All the best, Lee Majors. And there's a Heather Thomas page in the center one. You can see the yellow side, so you know it's this one in the middle. But look at this one from the far right one. Look at that great shot of Marquee Post. There's another. I've never seen it, just like one I showed of the two Mayas, Maya and her photo double, in an episode, The Tabor, Space 1999. Talked about that last week when we talked about Space 1999. This is another rare picture I've never seen anywhere else. I love Marquee Post, and let me see if I can find the one. Well, I use that on a videotape cover that I designed with this girl, Deb, who lives in Florida now. And we used that image. We scanned it and put it on the back of a VHS tape. Let me just show you. Look at that. That's a great shot. There's some you can find from that episode where she's on a bicycle in black and white. And I didn't want to put that up because it's almost too hot to handle, and it's just kind of creepy. But anyway, I think this is a classy shot, but still sexy, where you can see her delightful assets and titillating aspects of her figure there. All right, so look here. This is a VHS homemade tape I did just for poops and giggles. Look, this is so much better than the DVD case. And because you got Doug Barr on the front. He was always omitted from the season 1 and 2 DVDs. That's all they released. But look, there's the back. We scanned that image and put it on the back. See, this is when fans get involved with a project, it's always better as a consultant or whatever. We're going to get to that when we talk about the movie, the 2024 Fall Guy movie. By the way, here's some other things in my collection. Fall Guy scripts. Some are autographed. But we'll get to that in a minute. I'm getting all over the place. I need to reel myself in and take a breath. So back to Fall Guy clips, and we'll get to the review. Let's see what else I had for you. Well, I want to get back to Heather Thomas because I want to really set this up. The sex appeal factor of the Fall Guy. It wasn't Shakespeare. It was a cheesy 80s action show, but there were times where they had good characterization, touching moments like with Howie and his dad in the season 4 episode. There were times where it was pretty good quality writing and good acting, really. And my favorite episodes are the ones where they were all hanging out. Terry Michaels, Colt Seavers, Jody Banks, and Howie Munson. You know, they're going out drinking. They were not on a case, not working. Colt's not looking for a bail jumper for Terry. They're just hanging out. And there was one called Spaced Out from season 2 where a UFO lands in a town. And you see the alien and everything. It's a very entertaining episode. And Jan Smithers is in it. It was the season after WKRP in Cincinnati went off the air, and she plays a reporter in that episode. It's from the 1982 to 1983 TV season, Spaced Out. I just love that one. And some bad guys. And by the way, Fall Guy had really good villainous actors. They had great casting when it came to the bad guys. Ron Perlman played a bad guy a couple times before he was the Beast in Beauty and the Beast. Terry Kaiser, who was Lee Majors' best man at his wedding to his current wife, Faith Noel Majors, was in several episodes, including the pilot as a director. But a lot of times he would play a henchman, and he was great. He was in that promo in Heroes and Icons who said, kill him. And he was best known as the dead guy in Weekend at Bernie's. That's who Terry Kaiser is. And Terry Kaiser, we'll talk about it later, also acted with Lee in right before Fall Guy, a movie called Steel. and a stuntman died when the airbag burst. A.J. Bakunis, the movie's dedicated to him. You can't find this anywhere. I have it on 16mm film. This is a beat-up VHS tape of it I've converted to DVD. And it's on YouTube, or used to be. Sarah, if you're out there, see if this is I don't think it's copyrighted. We should definitely do on your channel like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 type screening of this film. But I really love this film. Art Carney's in it. George Kennedy's in it. It was shot in Kentucky. Hey, this is as we're live, the Kentucky Derby's this weekend, right? Lexington, Kentucky, college town, UK, is where this was filmed back in late 78. It was released in 79. It's not a big movie, but it has big action in it. And there's a lot of actors who later guest starred in Fall Guy. We'll talk about it another time. But I want to do a watch party thing with Sarah. Now, later we're going to see a clip of Heather Thomas on Late Night with David Letterman from 1987, promoting a movie called Cyclone. I'll play that trailer, but we're still talking Fall Guy. We'll do that, I guess, after I give you my review, which is just a paragraph or two that I've written, not a long thing. I need to get to comments too, but let's I need to take a break, rest my vocal cords. Here's a 1 minute 56-second clip of Heather Thomas in the Battle of the Network Stars. And then I'm going to play a clip of Heather Thomas with William Shatner on T.J. Hooker from 1983. And ironically, she was playing a hooker in that episode. Let's watch a little bit of Battle of the Network Stars.
With me, my co-host, lovely Donna Mills, and fighting Bob Conrad.
Well, I hope he doesn't dunk her. I don't know about you guys.
Why is that?
Take a look, Howard.
His mother once appeared with Bob Conrad.
That's right. That's right. I was just thinking about his mother.
I'm doing y'all a favor, you know.
As a matter of fact, Andrew, you're right.
Oh, honey, no way! You know, the few things I could do, I could make you feel so good, miss it!
Hey, wait a minute. That didn't hit the target. There'll be no points for that. That'll be disallowed.
I think there's been some skullduggery going on here.
What?
Look at her.
What are you thinking about, Robert?
How beautiful Andrew's mother, Stella Stevens, is.
All right, throw number 2. A miss. Finally, a hit and a dunk. So CBS now has a total of 12 points.
Thank you, Miss Thomas.
Take this in replay, will you, Bob?
We're about to see one of America's great moments on film.
Well, so much for Heather Thomas, and there's a lot. But let's turn our attention now to Joan Van.
I love that. The guy that knocked her in was Andrew Stevens. I think it's Stella Stevens' son. He was in a movie he used to have on film called The Seduction, and my girlfriend made me sell it. It was a movie with Morgan Fairchild, and he played a stalker obsessed with her. She was like a photojournalist, a reporter on the news. Oh, it's a family show. I can't talk about this crazy scene in that where she's having sex with a boyfriend in a hot tub and Andrew Stevens is watching. Oh, never mind. I started. I guess I'll finish it. If anyone's seen The Seduction, that's why Samantha made me. My girlfriend made me sell it. She's like, you got to get rid of this movie. It's trash. I'm like, yeah, but it used to air on on HBO all the time, and it was a great print. Let me just say, I'll say this in a family way. When Morgan Fairchild's character is climaxing, it's like a beautiful moment, tender music, and they're in the hot tub, and then you see his face, and Stevens had put a knife in the guy's back. I mean, so then the music twists, like, ring, ring, ring. It's just bizarre. You know, it's like it goes from all lovely to like terrifying, and it's bizarre. Anyway, and Morgan Fairchild had some real bullets, if you know what I'm saying. All right, I'm sorry, I sound really creepy. I'm trying to be more family friendly. We're going to get to Star Wars stuff. Sorry, I apologize in advance. I'm on the apology tour before I even end the show. All right, here is, as promised, Heather Thomas on T.J. Hooker.
Miss Kwasinski, police officer.
I have a proposition for you.
Monica file shows his real name is Jamie Simpson. Romano's getting an APB out on him.
That's the man who killed Daniels, all right.
Whoa, talk about ugly.
Yeah, your roommate's best friend. You got her in the pictures, remember?
What's with all this hostility? I am doing my best to earn that locker key, you know? Just like that? All the whore wants is her money. That's what you think, huh?
Hold on. I'm in a hurry. Go on.
There you have it. So, yeah, in chat, I see some comments, very nice comments coming in. Cindy D says, the two Heathers. And she said about Andrew Stevens, he was a cutie. Yeah. Good actor. He was a good actor. Another movie like that was kind of shocking was Vice Squad with Wings Hauser that would run on HBO endlessly when I was like a teenager. It was like a kid. And Wings Hauser played Ramrod, who's like abusing these hookers and stuff. It was just like a weird movie. Shatner is King, yes, and I should have pulled a picture where Shatner. It's on my in my Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast. It's there if you just search Shatner Heather Thomas, I guess, in the search, where he is just enamored with Heather Thomas, and that's probably I should have researched which came first, Heather on TJ, or Heather with Shatner competing on his team, the ABC team, in Battle of the Network Stars. And for those that don't know, like Brandon, Battle of the Network Stars was great. It was back when there was just 3 networks, CBS, NBC, and ABC. They would have a charity competition. And they would have sporting events, as you saw in that clip, with the dunk tank. Really funny stuff. And I agree, Cindy. Wings Hauser played great villains, and he was in a Fall Guy with Heather Locklear. The season 2 finale is titled Just a Small Circle of Friends, and Decades ran that episode. That was the only season 2 episode they ever aired in their binge. They mostly would play the Watch to Death season 1 DVD versions with the replaced music, but they did play this season 2 finale because there was no music in that. They needed to be replaced. And Wings Hauser played a cult leader with his girlfriend, and they're trying to recruit rich kids and take all their money, and Heather Locklear plays one of the rich kids in the cult. And so guess who played her dad in that? The Dean of Animal House himself. He'd been in Fall Guy 3 times in great performances each time, different characters. God, I'm forgetting his name. I know it. Let me look it up because I want to get this for the listeners and for the viewers. He's deceased now. Animal House cast. Of course, you got to dig deeper. The Dean. Oh, John Vernon. John Vernon, who'd played the Dean in Animal House. He played Heather Locklear's dad. And Heather Locklear appeared in Fall Guy twice. Ironically, she was in the season 1 finale and the season 2 finale. No reason. It just happened to work out that way. And I don't know if anyone would care. Maybe towards the end of the show, I've done research over the years. I know the production order list of Fall Guy because in the end credits, you'll see a number. That's the production code. And I wrote it all down. And the aired order is much different than the production order of Fall Guy. If anyone's interested, I'll just read it at the end. I think it would be kind of boring for the average nostalgia lover out there. You have to be a real Fall Guy head to want to know that information. Danny Staten says, Vice Squad theme song by Wings Hauser is one of my favorite songs. It's called Neon Slime. Right on. And Danny also says Shatner is king. Indeed. Indeed he is. It's a living legend at 93 years of age. And thank you, my flock. She's downloading Steel. I think it should be copyright okay. I mean, the quality is more than watchable, but it's not great. It's not digitally remastered. It's from that VHS tape. My film print is here somewhere on one of my shelves. And I put a little bit of that on Instagram from that movie on my Instagram from my film print. Same way my Fall Guy clips were, just with a phone, so it's like not a perfect conversion. All right, let's get back to Fall Guy. Let's get back to Fall Guy. Well, I'm going to show you some images now. I think I've played all of the clips. Let me just quickly make sure of that. But we'll get to Heather Thomas talking about Cyclone and some other stuff. And then we're going to pivot to Star Wars for Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you all. We've gone 2 hours, 25 minutes, and 30 seconds. Perfect. And by the way, Sunday, I'm going to do a live unboxing of a comic book long box, 250 to 300 comic books. I'm going to show each and every cover with my guest, Jeff Logan, who's a comic book expert. Last week, we started this weekly series, Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, with Danny Cochran, friend of the show. By the way, I'm the first person that said friend of the show. Now, everybody's saying it on radio, talk radio and stuff. At least I'm not aware of anyone saying it. I said that on the Podblast. If you do the research, go back to 2000 or so. This show began in the year 2019. June 15th, 2019 will mark the 5-year anniversary of this show. Right around the corner, I just realized. Have to do something special. And I said in those early episodes, friend of the show. He's a friend of the show, referring to Danny and Ryan. And I'd never heard that. Now, it could be a coincidence. Now, everyone's saying friend of the show, friend of the show. I came up with that. But it's not protected, so nothing I can do about it. Not that I would want to. Oh, here's another clip from a WATL airing of a season 4 episode of The Fall Guy, where Heather Thomas's character, I played the promo at the beginning of tonight's show, where she's on the wing of a plane, fully clothed, and then she disrobes into a pink bikini like her iconic poster and parachutes down. Pay attention to the scenes of the crowd. It's stock footage, and at some point, these guys are wearing coats. The crowd is wearing coats and winter attire, and then they're in summer attire. So there was kind of a screw-up when they tried to match the footage before AI, where they could just duplicate different heads on the appropriate bodies. But here's a 57-second clip from this episode called Tailspin, Season 4 of Fall Guy. And this is from my YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo, from a recording I made from WATL 36 in 1995 from a Super VHS. So it's in stereo and everything. The episode wasn't, but the recording was. Anyway, I'm a blabbermouth. Blabbermouth! Let's watch. Hey there, I'm back. Yeah. So you could see an edit, a syndicated edit there in the middle of that scene. You notice the clothing of the crowd? Pay attention to it on the replay if you didn't catch it. Now, I put that on my YouTube channel some years ago. Let me see the number of views. It had like a ton of views. No credit to me. They care about Heather. I get it. But it had a lot of views. Let me see. Like that one I played of Heather smoking a cigar, 34,000 views on my channel, Chance Acting Demo. That's not too shabby, but it, you know. I could monetize that channel. I have enough. They only want 500 subscribers and not 1,000 there, and I got, who cares, 695 subscribers on that channel. And tons of views. I qualify on the views, too. 146,000 people have watched that clip that I just played on YouTube. But, again, no credit to me. It is what it is, but I'll take it. I don't own it. I just share it. All right. I want to talk about some Fall Guy history really quickly, and I'll get back to the comments. So let me get back to what I prepared. I've done 2 other shows about the Fall Guy to celebrate the anniversary of the shows. I did one on November, I want to say around early November 2021 to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the debut of the Fall Guy, November 4th, 81. And then for the 42nd anniversary, and when it was announced there'd be a movie in November 2022. And it's right there in the subject line if you want to go back and see. And this before I had StreamYard. I'm just showing collectibles on my camera. On this camera, let me change my shot. I'm going to get to the review and show you some pictures from the new movie. And I promise, I've been teasing that forever. I need to go ahead and get to that. Let me change my camera shot. Whoops. There we go. The shirt I'm wearing. That's it in the background. You can see the back. Sorry, listeners. I'm talking some visual stuff right now. Oh, and my sign. I forgot to trip my sign off. Put my sign back on. Right there. Very good. Okay. I could have put more Fall Guy stuff out for the viewer. Sorry about that. So, it's a brief history about the Fall Guy. Fall Guy debuted on Wednesday night, which was November 4th, 81. I already said that. Premiering as a 2-hour movie on ABC at 9 p.m. Lee Majors starred as Colt Seavers, a Hollywood stuntman who moonlit as a bounty hunter, working for bail bondswoman Samantha Big Jack, played by Joanne Flug, and later in season 2 he worked for Terry Michaels, played by Marky Post. This action-adventure series ran for 5 seasons, consisting of 110 episodes. Now, a lot of episode guides and articles claim 113. What they're counting is the syndicated count. Like the pilot was originally aired as a 2-hour episode. It was cut into 2 parts for syndication. And all these places count those as 2 episodes. No, it's 1 episode by my count. Same thing with Colt's Outlaws. It was a 2-hour episode in season 2 that was cut into 2 parts for reruns. And then they count that as 2. You catch my drift. So really there are 110 if you go by the weekly episodes. Now there was 1 2-part episode in season 1 called License to Kill, parts 1 and 2. And that had... any fans of the $6 Million Man will appreciate this. Monty Markham as the guest star who had played the $7 Million Man in season 2 and season 3 of the $6 Million Man. And his character name was Barney Miller when he first appeared in season 2 of $6 Million Man. Then they changed it to Barney Hiller when he returned in season 3 in an episode called The Bionic Criminal, because there was a little sitcom called Barney Miller that had debuted after Barney Miller appeared in $6 Million Man on the same network, ABC, but they felt the need to change the name of the character, which I hate. I'm big on continuity. Anyway, License to Kill Parts 1 and 2 also had Aaron Gray guest starring. Oh, and I have a picture from that I want to show you that she signed for me, and she played a naval commander and former lover of Colt Seavers, but she's pissed at him. Let me just show you that picture right here. This is from the 2-part episode. That's how she looked. That was her attire. And Colt has a nice mullet right there. That was a look back then. Had that. Well, actually, it wasn't quite a mullet. He has hair over the ear. Usually a mullet will have like short hair over the ears and then a party in the back. So I don't know if that's quite a mullet or not, actually, because he's got some hair over the ear. Also in part 1 of that episode was Lou Ferrigno as the Incredible Hulk. Colt was doing a stunt on the set of The Incredible Hulk. Very interesting. Even if you don't give a flip about Fall Guy, there's all sorts of great guest stars, themed episodes. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, appeared in 2 episodes in season 4 and season 5. There was a great Western tribute, 2 of them starring Roy Rogers, as well as other actors, Jock Mahoney. Oh, man, a bunch of Pat Buttram from Westerns, and most people know him from Green Acres. Is the slick salesman, Mr. Haney. Anyway, but it was cool when Colt was working on The Incredible Hulk, and you see Lou Ferrigno taking off his Hulk makeup. He takes off his wig, he takes out his teeth, his nasty Hulk teeth, and he's taking off his makeup. And it was a comedic scene where he knocked Colt out. He missed his mark, and he's just so strong. He knocked Colt clean out. It's kind of a funny little scene from this episode, License to Kill Parts 1 and 2, and that's in part 1. In part 2, Tom Selleck appeared as himself. Colt runs into him. They're in Hawaii in this episode. And Colt drives up. Tom Selleck drives up in that red Ferrari. And Colt's dressed in drag in this naval officer's uniform you see, anyone who's watching. And it's kind of a funny little bit. Tom Selleck, Colt, have you had a change in your life you want to tell me about? Or So that was a good little episode in season 1. Okay. Back to my little script. So there was only 1 2-part episode, License to Kill Parts 1 and 2. So anyway, the true count by air date is 110 episodes, and I've got them all on film. I'm proud of that. And that's in their original aired order. Let me see. I already talked about that. Now, Heather Thomas and Douglas Barr co-starred in The Fall Guy. And there were many themed episodes of note. Haven't mentioned this yet, including 2 James Bond themed episodes, which were really cool in season 2 and season 3. The season 2 aired premiere episode was the first one of those James Bond themed episodes, titled Bail and Bond. See what they did there? Bail and Bond, aren't they clever? They couldn't use the James Bond theme, so the composer, whom I've not mentioned yet, Stu Phillips, who did all the great themes and scores for Glenn A. Larson Productions. He did the Knight Rider theme. He did the Buck Rogers in the 25th Century theme. I've talked all about it before. And our friend Curtis Lanclow of RetroZest.com and the RetroZest podcast interviewed Stu Phillips. Great interview. I'll run it on Fistful of Radio a lot because it's worth listening. I play it a lot because I want more people to hear it. Great interview. Or it's right on his platforms, RetroZest.com. Hit podcast on that website. And look at his merchandise he has there, too. Curtis has a lot of cool stuff. T-shirts, pins, posters, all sorts of cool stuff. But by the way, the first produced episode of Season 2 of Fall Guy, I know this is Inside Baseball. I know this is confusing as hell, was one with Terry Kaiser the third time he appeared in the show after appearing in the pilot and the third aired episode. It was called Piece of Cake. That was the first episode in production order of Season 2, not Bale and Bond. But Bale and Bond was what ABC decided to debut the series Season 2 with. And Pamela Susan Shoop guest starred in that. She was the girl in Halloween 2 that got killed by Michael Myers in the hot tub, melted to death. Terrible scene. She's nude, topless in it. That's Pamela Susan Shoop from Halloween 2 and a lot of other things. She was in Season 1 of Fall Guy 2, an episode called The Meek Shall Inherit Rhonda. And at one point in The Meek Shall Inherit Rhonda, they used this song, Help Me Rhonda, Help Me Rhonda. It was a Mexican band. They're in Mexico, and a bunch of Mexican performers are performing that song. They removed it from the DVD. Fox did. It was just these guys playing it. Anyway, I digress. So there were 2 James Bond-themed episodes. Another factoid about the second James Bond episode, which had Brett Eklund in it as herself and some other James Bond actresses. Oh, Plenty O'Toole. Lana Wood, sister of ill-fated, I'm forgetting. Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood, thank you, brain, for kicking in. Natalie Wood's sister, Lana Wood, Plenty O'Toole, named after your father, perhaps, and Diamonds Are Forever. She's in it as herself. Joanna Pettit is in it as herself. She was in the original Casino Royale. And this is cool. There's sound effects of a lightsaber in that one because 20th Century Fox did Fall Guy and they did the Star Wars movies. And they're showing a Bond gadget for the new Bond film that Colt is supposedly working on doing the stunts. And they show a remote-controlled car controlled by a camera. And when you turn it on, a beam of light comes out and you hear the see, I'm tying into Star Wars Day, kind of, sort of. You hear a sound effect from Star Wars of the lightsaber activating, a well-known sound effect. Kind of cool. But they had to blur out a license plate on a car that said 007 because Albert Broccoli and his people did not give permission for them at 20th Century Fox to use that copyrighted emblem. So you see it. It's blackened out. Pre-CGI. It's just hand-blacked out the license plate on a car in a lot of times in that episode. What was that one called? Always Say Always. That's the second James Bond-themed Fall Guy. And those were the hardest ones for me to find as a film collector trying to collect every episode of Fall Guy in my film collection. Because the Western lovers wanted the ones with Roy Rogers. The Elvira fans wanted the 2 with Elvira. And people, the Bond fans wanted the Bond ones. And then the hardest one of all was one that's not even very good. It's called TKO, The Knockout, Season 3 episode about boxing. All these boxing people and boxing sports fans scooped that one up. I found it from a guy in Canada because it has Larry Holmes and a bunch of boxers as themselves. And it's not one of my favorite episodes. It had a return in that one, though, of Lou Carnesco, a character introduced in No Way Out in Season 1, played by someone who just died. That was Shecky Green, the comedian. Shecky Green played a scumbag character in The Fall Guy a couple times. A liar and a cheat, and he wasn't a lovable rogue or anything. He was just a straight-up jerk in Fall Guy, his character, Lou Carnesco. Am I still on the air? Yes, okay. Let me see. I need to breathe. Oh, and another hard-to-find episode, a themed episode, was the Motown tribute episode in Season 4 of Fall Guy, which had the Four Tops, the Temptations, and LaToya Jackson. And they're performing their songs, lip-syncing, but it's their original music, the original songs. So I don't know how those will be released eventually on home video or air on television. On YouTube, that one never gets... it gets blocked instantly because of those songs in it. But those songs are performed by those artists, the Four Tops, Temptations, LaToya Jackson. And that's a good episode, a very humorous episode. And I already talked about reading my script I prepared for a previous Podblast about Fall Guy. Yeah, I talked about the 2 with Cassandra Peterson as her alter ego, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. She was in Season 4's October the 31st, which aired on Halloween night, 1984. And she was in October the 32nd, which aired in December 1985. The network effed up. It was supposed to air on Halloween the next year, and they didn't air it till December. There was also a Vietnam War-themed show or two, like one with Mr. Kung Fu himself, David Carradine. He played a shell-shocked Vietnam War veteran in season 3. Dana House was in that episode. Dana House, who was a Playboy Playmate in the early 80s, and she's in the promo from that episode. And then there was one with future star of 24, Dennis Heisbert, the black actor. You're in good hands with Allstate. He doesn't sound like that. That's a terrible impression, but
Are you in good hands?
that guy, he was in a Trial by Fire, season 5 episode. Of course, I have it on film, where they go back to rescue a Vietnam veteran buddy. Those are good episodes, more serious ones. And those were hard to find too, because, they're just popular because of the theme. Let me just see what else I'd prepared. And we're going to get to the review, I promise. A lot of cameos as themselves. Linda Evans, whom Lee worked on in The Big Valley. By the way, Linda Evans, to me, she looked like a completely different person between The Big Valley and Dynasty, or as I call affectionately, Dynasty. I don't know if it's because of a nip and a tuck, but I don't think it was just natural aging, but it could have been. She looked to me like a completely different person. But look at Big Valley. Look up a picture of Linda Evans, Big Valley, Linda Evans, Dynasty. It doesn't look like the same person to me. Am I crazy? I probably am crazy. Am I wrong? That's the question. Am I right? Am I wrong? I think I'm right. That's just my opinion. And the very notable high-profile guest star was Richard Burton as himself, and he's more than just a cameo in this episode. It was an episode called, God, I got it right here. I'm having a brain toot. Reluctant Traveling Companion. Funny episode where Colt's on a train, sending a female bail jumper played by Mary Margaret Humes, who had been in The Fall Guy in season 2, 3, and 4. I love her episode in season 4, Split Image, with Terry Kaiser, where he plays a hitman who discovers a doppelganger who's a shoe salesman, and she plays the gangster's woman, and she falls for the shoe salesman. It's just a really good episode, a lot of heart, that one. But damn, I lost my place again in my script here. I was talking about Richard Burton. So it was one of the last things he did before he died. It was produced in 1982, filmed in 82, and they actually showed some stock footage from Silver Streak, which was a Fox movie, and Fall Guy was a Fox show before Disney bought it. So they had the rights to that footage. And a side note, one of the most notable stock footage cases was Steven Spielberg going after the Incredible Hulk, who had used footage from his TV epic Duel, the movie about a renegade trucker who's terrorizing a guy in a little red car. Well, Universal, of course, owned the movie, the TV movie Duel, and it owned the Incredible Hulk, so they used stock footage of the truck going over the edge, spoiler alert, at the end of that Duel TV movie directed by Steven Spielberg, and he was livid. And he entered in his contract from that point forward, no production can use stock footage of any of my films. He protected his ass. He protected himself. So let's see here. I'm so clever the way I wrote this. Before he pretended to be a stiff in Weekend at Bernie's, Terry Kaiser guest acted in every season of The Fall Guy, starting with the very first episode. I already said that. He appeared twice in season 1 in different roles, as did Doug McClure. He was in every season of The Fall Guy, Doug McClure, but just once each season. He played himself in one episode, the Western one with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. No. King of the Cowboys is a season 3 one with, what was season 2? Happy Trails. Doug McClure is the only one of the 5 appearances in each season where Doug played himself. And Doug, of course, was an actor in The Virginian. Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker himself, one of the Jokers, was seen in a 4th season episode in a little speaking role, an episode titled Terror You, as in University. Terror You. And the final episode of Fall Guy aired on ABC on Friday, May 2nd, 1986, the same day I saw the movie, May 2nd, 2024, all those years later, ironically enough. I've said all this, though. To date, only season 1 was released on DVD of The Fall Guy in the USA and Canada back in 2006 by 20th Century Fox, which they effed up. They cut out Paul Williams from the pilot. They changed the background music. They were cheap. They did it on the cheap. They didn't want to pay music royalties. The second season was released in Europe in Region 2 on DVD by 20th Century Fox in 2007. Now, both of those versions have been streamed on Amazon Prime, either for extra money or for a brief period of time for free for a few months recently. But now they're charging again, which is dumb. That's electra dumb. Why would you charge when there's so many people that could discover the show that might buy a movie ticket? But I guess then when you think about it, Prime's owned by Prime, Amazon. They got nothing to do with they have nothing to do with Universal Comcast. Why would they want to help them out, right? I guess that's the logic there. They're maybe they wanted to squeeze. Maybe Prime wanted to squeeze money out of either Disney. Well, Disney owns the show. It's all confusing, folks. It's confusing even to me. Because Disney owns the rights to the classic Fall Guy show, but yet Universal Comcast did the movie. So, whatever. I already talked about that. Paul Williams was completely removed from the DVD release, which is the version that streams and the version that you see on the Decades channel, or used to when Decades still existed in the binge, when they did like 3 binges altogether of Fall Guy, I think, starting in 2016, ending, I think, the last time I think was in 2018 or 2019. Might have been 2019. Anyway, but they blurred out his face in the fight scene in the Palomino Club, and he had performed in the pilot the song Crazy by Patsy Cline. It's a funny scene. And I've never understood why they did that. It's got to be about the Benjamins. It's about the bucks. It's about the moolah. It's about the money, I would assume. It's always about the money when there's an inconsistency like that. I just couldn't believe they digitally blurred him out in that fight scene. I have it on film. I got it in my unaired pilot, and I have the syndicated pilot. I should sell one of. I don't want to, though. I don't. But I bet that would go for good money. I've got the unobscured pilot, the aired version. Anyway, sorry. Digressing. Let me get to the comments. I'm sure there's a point. I can't even see them right now. I'm looking at my script. Excuse me. I prepared. I had Del Taco for lunch. It's coming back to haunt me right now. The last time that the entire Fall Guy series was syndicated for reruns in the USA, as the entire series, not just a few hand-picked episodes for a binge, was in 1997. I know I'm repeating myself for those who've been here all the time, like Sarah, our dear in Southern California. But in case you tune in late, FX channel, basic cable TV show network, basic cable network aired Fall Guy. That was the last time in 1997. And then the now defunct over-the-air free digital channel Decades ran the show starting in 2016 with weekend binge airings. But they only aired the butchered DVD versions of season 1. And then here's the episodes they did air. Let me just tell you, I already mentioned Just a Small Circle of Friends, the season 2 finale, which had John Vernon as the father of Heather Locklear with Wings Hauser. They aired that one because it had no music in it that needed to be dealt with. Then they aired the season 3 episodes for the same reason, because there's no music in it at all, and any scene that needed to be altered. Pleasure, and these are just from the old syndicated, packages, right? They could just pull the episodes. Pleasure Isle, which is a great one with Heather Thomas. They're in Tahiti, and Heather Thomas has a great scene where she's dancing in a luau. Very sexy dance. Pleasure Isle, episode season 3.3 in aired order. The Hollywood Shorty, season 3.10 in aired order. Cool Hand Colt, season 3.13 in aired order. The Huntress, season 3.14 in aired order. Rabbit's Feet with Robert Morse, who passed away, who was in Mad Men on AMC in more recent years. That's season 3, episode 16. And then they aired the season 4 episode Stranger Than Fiction with Susan Lucci, which is season 4, episode 2 in aired order. Sandcastles, which is season 4.7, but that was the first episode filmed for the 4th year. That's a good episode dealing with the character of Jodie Banks, played by Heather Thomas. She has a romance with a bell jumper. She's featured heavily, and there's a good romantic plot for her character in that one, and she's surfing, and all sorts of cool stuff happens in that episode. It has a great musical score by Stu Phillips. And then they also aired Sheriff Seavers, easy for me to say, season 4, episode 15. And all those episodes that Decades ran that were not from season 1 only contained incidental music and no background pop songs that had to be altered. They never aired anything from season 5 on Decades. So anyway, and so that promo I played tonight for Heroes and Icons, which started airing The Fall Guy for the first time in years on May 9th, 2024, showed episodes that are not any of the episodes that had previously aired on Decades. So that's kind of cool and exciting. That indicates, I don't know for sure, but that's a really good sign that they may air all 5 seasons for the first time since 1997. Let's see. I already talked about Janet Leigh being in the unaired pilot as Soapy Sopenhauer, the first Belle bondswoman. She was replaced by Joanne Flug when the show was picked up by ABC as a weekly series. The new feature film starring Ryan Gosling, based on the classic series, began filming in Sydney, Australia in October 2022. Season 1 and 2 is streaming on Amazon Prime. Now, someone, I don't think he wants to be identified, he works in the digital field, told me in a public comment, personal Facebook, that Prime removed season 2 from streaming and they're just streaming season 1. I haven't confirmed that, but I'm sure he's right, which is weird. You know, why would you take away Fall Guy that hadn't run since 97 when there's a new movie out? Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's a competing studio. They're being dicks, possibly, at Prime towards Universal Comcast. And Universal Comcast are, I hate to say it, I'm trying to partner with some of these studios. They're kind of dicks themselves. I would love to be a consultant in a sequel to the Fall Guy movie. I hope it does well. I don't know if it will, and I'll explain in my review. I'm going to get to that. Give me a minute, and I'll get to that review finally. And then we're going to talk about some Star Wars stuff for May the 4th be with you day and Free Comic Book Day. Let's see. I'm going to skip this. I had prepared some information about Glenn Larson, who was the creator of The Fall Guy and a lot of other great classic shows. He passed away. I did over a 6-hour Podblast on Glenn A. Larson, so I'll just refer you to that. It's pretty good. I mean, in terms of the clips that I found, some of those have probably been scrubbed from the internet by then for various reasons. But audio clips only is before I had StreamYard. But that was a pretty good Podblast if you care about Glenn A. Larson, because he really had a great legacy. He also was a Mormon, Sarah, my flock. He was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in real life, for what it's worth. Interesting, huh? Let's see here. Oh, and Glenn Larson married Janet Lynn Curtis, who was in Lobo. She was much younger than him. She played the girl on roller skates in season 1 of The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo. And she also appeared in the Fall Guy pilot and in the Fall Guy 2-hour episode, Colt Breaks Out and Colt's Outlaws. And that was weird. That 2-hour episode had 2 different directors for each hour. You know, usually it's the same director for both hours. That was unusual to me. And one of those directors is named Paul Stanley, no relation to Paul Stanley from the rock group Kiss. By the way, they use a lot of Kiss music in the Fall Guy feature film from 2024. At least one song, I Was Made for Loving You, which was featured in a terrible movie, Endless Love, I talk about here in the Podblast a lot. But that is in the soundtrack, as well as a version of the theme song, The Unknown Stuntman, sung by Blake Shelton during the end credits. But they changed the lyrics of the classic song slightly. We'll talk about it in just a second. So let's forego, in the interest of time, my little biography piece on Glenn Larson. Okay. All right, now we can talk about the review. I'm going to show you some images pertaining to the movie. I want to show you the poster Al Hardy traded me. Is anyone still out there watching? Okay, good. Quite a few are. Thank you for bearing with me. That was a long monologue of information. Diary of the Mouth time. Big time right there. But let me show you a poster. Now, this is cool. Let me make sure I better switch. No, I'll do it right here. Look at that. It comes in a carton. Al Hardy, I traded him every episode of The Fugitive on DVD and Outer Limits. I forget. He got me 2 posters. I traded him all sorts of good DVD sets. Check it out, man. I love that studio logo on the side of the carton. Let me open it up and show the poster, and then we're going to talk about it. And look, it's dated November 29th, 2023. Wow, wow, wow. Looks like a lightsaber. Wow, wow, wow. Batter up! All right. Let me get this. Coffee's made me wired. I'm not on drugs. Not on hard drugs. Let me open it up. I don't know if I can roll it out. I mean, roll it back up so nice. Oh, I hate to unroll it. I'm going to do it, though, because I care about you, the audience. Danny's wife came up with that. What the hell? Oh, yeah. This is the one I should have just shown you. All right, that's all I'm going to show, because I don't know if I can roll it back up. But there's that. And it's front and back, I guess, to be lit up. Al has it. I don't know if it's still up. He has a little... He snagged this from a home theater legally. One of those lit up movie poster displays he has in his living room. And he had this poster in there. I think I still have a shot of it. See, I can't roll it up good. God dang it. Let me show some images from the new movie really quickly. and then we'll get back to some collectibles of the classic show, and we'll pivot to Star Wars. All right, let's talk about my review. This is very brief. God, I wish I could get this poster going right in here. I'd feel a lot more relaxed. Let me just try. God, Al, are you out there, buddy? You probably sleeps past his bedtime. How do I roll this thing back up tight? I'll deal with it in my own time. So I'm not going to open the other poster. I have the teaser poster also. God, don't fall. It fell. What I've been doing when I review movies, there's 17 comments I got to put on the screen. I'm sorry, folks. I'll show a picture from a movie and do it in the Topps bubblegum card style. There usually would be a little caption, and sometimes it wouldn't make any sense or have anything to do with the scene. So I've written a few here. Let me just show you what you see when you first go into the movie. There's a nice little introduction by the director, David Light, on the right, who was a real stuntman. That's why I had hope for this movie. And I liked the movie. I'm just going to say that from the start. I liked it. I'm going to give you a review from two different perspectives. One, as a moviegoer, a general moviegoer, and two, as a Fall Guy superfan. That's David. He was a stuntman. That's the first thing he did in the industry before he rose to the ranks of a big-time movie director. He directed Bullet Train with Brad Pitt and Sandra Bullock, among others. I really enjoyed that film. And on the right, of course, I'm going to retire from calling him Barbie Boy because I thought he was really good in this movie. Ryan Gosling from Barbie is on the right, obviously, and it's kind of like what they did with Maverick, Part 2. Maverick 2, Top Gun 2 Maverick. You know, they kind of did what Tom Cruise did. They thanked the audience for going to the movie. I'm not going to spoil it or ruin it, but they do a funny bit about texting, like, don't text if you do. And they Ryan hides his phone in his jacket. You have to see it. It was pretty clever. I don't know if that'll wind up on the home video. Can anyone tell me in chat who has seen or streamed Maverick? Because I saw it in the theater. Did they include Tom Cruise's intro on the streaming or home video version? I always wondered that. Just curious. So there you have that. Now, I'm just going to read you my review, and then I'll get to the images. How about that? So let me cue mark this so that I can cue mark it later. So at 2 hours, 57 minutes, 45 seconds, I got to my Fall Guy 2024 review, almost the 3-hour mark. Perfect. All right, because I'm going to mark it after the fact. So the Fall Guy 80s action adventure series we've covered pretty extensively tonight in previous Podblast stuck to a basic formula, which is why it was successful back then. I call this the simple man's pie chart of 3 basic elements. 1, sexy women. 2, explosions, fights, and car chases, which all fall under the action category. And 3, comedy. So sexy women, explosions, fights, and car chases, and comedy. All of this appeals to man's basic needs of 1, pizza. 2, women. I cleaned up the word I had written. Women, or men if you're gay. And 3, action/sport/entertainment. And 4, beer/booze. Those are the 4 basic man's needs. Pizza, women or guys, sex, let's just say, action, sports, entertainment, and beer and booze. Now, as an action movie, I really enjoyed Ryan Gosling as the Fall Guy, Colt Seavers. There were some changes. This isn't a spoiler, I don't think, because the director's been talking about this publicly before the movie even officially premiered to the masses. Colt is not a bounty hunter in this movie. He's just a stuntman. And David Leitch explained it's because this is Colt's origin story. So he's a stuntman. He goes, maybe, he implied, actually, I think he outright said in the sequel, knock on wood, there will be a sequel. They'll explore the bounty hunting side of the character of Colt Seavers. Now, because of that formula I just explained that made the Fall Guy successful, which is sexy women, explosions, fights, car chases, and comedy, this is the problem for the Fall Guy fan, I think. And I hope I'm wrong. The problem is fans of the classic series will likely feel that the movie delivered on the stunts and the action, checking that box off very nicely, but it fell flat with the sexy women and the comedy aspect. There were some attempts at comedy and some funny comedy with the bionic sound effect they used, because Universal has the rights to that sound effect from the $6 Million Man TV show, Colonel Steve Austin, We Can Rebuild Him. There was one moment where you hear that bionic sound effect that was funny, nostalgic. It wasn't laugh out loud funny, but it was amusing. Other than that, there wasn't a lot of laugh out loud comedy in the movie. I liked it. I'm not going to poop on this movie. I know how hard it is to work on movies. I've been working on movies lately. I can't explain any further than that at a background level and other. I can't explain further, but it's very hard. So I really respect what David did as a director. It was a great love story to the stuntman. They did that beautifully. However, I don't think they were necessarily true to the series. I don't know if they even researched much of the original series. I don't know. Maybe that'll come up in a sequel, but let me just continue with my little review, because I did like it. That's the Fall Guy fan in me saying, you didn't have the sexy women. This is not a slight to the co-star. She's very beautiful, but doesn't have that Heather Thomas 80s buxom figure. Just doesn't. I'm just judging on the figure alone. I'm being very shallow with this statement. Fall Guy, 80s ABC show, had a lot of sex appeal on Marky Post and Heather Thomas. I don't know why I'm pointing at you. And there should have been other women in there that were sex appeal, other characters, and there weren't. And I'm like, why? Why not? Why not? There just wasn't. Now, as I said, David Leitch started his career in showbiz as a stunt performer. So that aspect was front and center in the Fall Guy movie, which was expertly presented from the very first frame to the last frame. And I like how the unsung action heroes of show business, the stuntmen, are saluted in this flick. That's the first time it's really been done, unless you go back to some movies of the 70s and 80s, like The Stuntman, for one. But you really didn't have a tribute like that, you know? I mean, I love Hollywood, but it's not a very loyal town. You know what I mean? Like, you talk about 15 seconds, you know, you're lucky if you have a year of loyalty, you know? It's what have you done for me lately? And, you know, there's a lot of people that work hard on movies and the crew that don't get any recognition. I mean, it's just the way it is, you know, that's life, right? That's life. But, let me stick to my script, because I digress, and this is not good audio content right now. I'm just or visual content. Let me just take a breath, regroup here. So the stunts and the love song to stunt people was expertly presented, really was. And the action, of course, is top notch and more than spectacular. It's outstanding in the Fall Guy 2024 movie. Excellent stuff. You probably read about the record that was broken from, I think it was Skyfall, a James Bond movie of rollovers, was beaten in the production of The Fall Guy, which was shot in Australia, by the way. So that's awesome. Now, the theme song lyrics were altered for the Blake Shelton cover of The Unknown Stuntman. They couldn't mention Burt Reynolds, you know, they couldn't mention, because Burt Reynolds is deceased, you know, and they probably figure a lot of people don't remember who he is. That's sad, but and it wouldn't make sense, because why would Colt double a dead man, right? So they changed that, and they changed Clint Eastwood. They didn't mention any named stars anymore, but they, instead of saying, because I made blank such a star, it says, because I'm the unknown stuntman, the stuntman with a heart. Just reporting the facts. I'm not saying that's a bad lyric, but I understand why it was done, but that's a change to the lyric. Instead of to make blank such a star, it says I'm the stuntman who has a heart or with a heart. I can't remember, but it's with a heart. And the movie had a lot of heart in it, too. It really did. Here's another thing that a lot of the more redneck Fall Guy fans may have an issue with. Colt Seavers cries in this movie over a woman, which is fine. He's in a car reminiscing about a relationship. That's a good aspect, is Colt and Jody have a relationship in this, and that was never done in the show. They were platonic. They were friends. He was a mentor to Jody Banks. By the way, they changed Jody's last name in this movie to Moreno. Why? I don't know. I'm not shitting on this movie. Family Show pooping on this movie. But they did change Jody's last name. I didn't care for that, but I can deal with it. I like Jody Banks, you know? Jody Moreno. Whatever, man. That must have been someone's relative. Why do that? But Colt cries, and I know a lot of good old boys are going to have an issue with that. Colt never cried in the original show. Like I said earlier, Lee Majors as Colonel Steve Austin did weep up when Jamie Summers died at the end of The Bionic Woman, Part 2, in Season 2 of The $6 Million Man. So I know a lot of people are going to just be vocal on the internet and say, oh, Colt's a P-U-S-S-Y in this movie. He's crying. But see it, though. I mean, the scene, it was played very well. You know, they're trying to show he's got a heart and feelings for this woman. And Jodie Banks' character is an AD, assistant director, and something happens in their relationship. I won't give it away. And they're reunited a year later. Turns out for nefarious reasons, not to give anything away. And she's now a full-fledged director. She's ascended to the ranks. I like that. And I asked Heather Thomas, I said, if you could write where Jodie Banks, your character, is today, where is she today? And she goes, well, I would think that she'd have a school training other young women to become stunt people. And I thought that was cool. Well, I like how the character progressed in this, and she's a director now. And I can imagine my Jodie Banks from my Fall Guy fandom being a movie director too. So I like that a lot too. I like that the character progressed just in the first, half hour to an hour, because they flash forward a year. So that was good. I checked that off as good. Now, you do see, this is a good thing, the classic 1981 GMC Sierra truck is in this movie. There are a lot of people that saw leaked images of the new version of the truck. It looks like the old truck, but it's a modern 2024, probably 2022 at the time when they filmed it, GMC truck, or 2023, I should say, probably, because it was the end of 2022, so they'd have the access to the 2023 model. Anyway, whatever. They show a modern truck. A lot of people, I want to see the old truck. Where's the truck? Where's 4x4 GMC Sierra 1981, 82? I want to see the stunt truck. I want to see. The truck's the star of the Fall Guy in a lot of Fall Guy fans' minds. These old guys, middle-aged guys, these good old boys. Just is. I understand that mentality. So the good thing is you see the truck. That's a huge plus. That's a big nostalgia factor. This truck. That truck. Thank you, Tom Williams. I'd already had it. He gave me this. Basil Chesterman gave me that years ago, and there's that great logo. So on paper, my review is much better. I'm jumping all over the place. The way I'm reading my own review is horrible right now. I'm jumping all over the place, and I'm just like, and it's not flowing because I wrote this to flow. I need to stick to my script here. So the classic 81 GMC Sierra truck is there. That's a plus for the fans. Lee Majors and Heather Thomas are there for a cameo at the very end of the movie. That's another huge plus for the fans. But I wanted to see Doug Barr in there too, as I said so when I interviewed him in 2022. I wanted Doug Barr. He deserved a free trip to Australia and a paycheck. Not that he's hurting. He sold a vineyard. I know he's financially secure. And he's not check to check by any means. Nor is Heather Thomas, nor is Lee Majors. But I want to see Doug there. Doug was part of the show. His character of Howie Munson was Colt's cousin. And he was a big part of the comedy. And, just give Doug Barr a cameo, maybe in the sequel. Look, maybe that's the plan for a sequel. I don't know the plan. And hopefully there will be a sequel. I'm knocking on wood on that. Now, I have concerns as to whether or not there will be a sequel. Here's why. I have concerns as to whether this movie will have enough mass appeal to make it a success in movie theaters. Here's why. One, The Fall Guy has not been seen on TV on a national scale as an entire series of all 5 seasons since 1997, so an entire generation's never heard of The Fall Guy. But it is seen and is popular still in Europe, and it's been shown in syndication in Europe. Maybe that's the goal and the game plan, because they know it has a worldwide appeal. It's big in Germany, just like David Hasselhoff is. So maybe the worldwide success is what they're shooting for with this, and it will warrant a sequel. I hope so. I really hope so, because I enjoyed the movie. Maybe part 2 will be greenlit. Here are reasons why I think that some of the fans of the original show, unfortunately, will be disappointed. One, it's not sexy enough. It's just not. Look at what the show had in the likes of Joanne Flug, Marky Post, and, of course, Heather Thomas as regulars. Emily Blunt as Jodie, with a new last name, Jodie Moreno, was great to watch. And she's an excellent actress, Academy Award-nominated actress, but she's just not sexy. She's not. Judging on her figure. I'm sorry, she's just not. Look, I want to be a pal to this production and a consultant. That's a pipe dream for sure. Pie in the sky, right? I should be, because I know how to fill in the gaps. Oh, that's a terrible analogy. I know how to lighten the blind spots of what was missing in this. But they'll probably listen to this. Hopefully some consultant, a paid consultant, will just take my ideas and run with it. You know, damn, I want to get hired as a consultant bad. So I'm treading a fine line. I don't want to piss someone off. I'm trying to get some constructive, helpful criticism here. Here's reason, too, why I don't think it might not succeed, at least in America. It's not that funny. The original show was very humorous. Point 3, why I think there might be an issue with American audiences is, as I said, the truck is seen, but there's not enough of the truck. I haven't said this yet. Colt's souped-up 4x4 truck is one of the stars of the classic series Fall Guy. It's a James Bond trick car. Remember the 007 Lotus or the Aston Martin? That's what this 4x4 truck is to the character of Colt Seavers. Colt's truck had gimmicks and surprises. Yes, we see the classic truck, the 1980s version in the beginning of the movie being parked in a garage, but not in an action scene. And furthermore, also later we're seeing the modern version of the GMC Sierra that Lee Majors Colt Seavers drove in the show, but we're not told what happened to the 1981 model that Colt was driving earlier before it flash forwarded a year in the flick. Maybe a scene was edited out that explained why this guy has two versions of the same truck, a classic and a modern one. So what's the significance of the the two trucks? What's the significance of the two trucks? We aren't told. Maybe I missed something. Maybe there's a cut scene there. I don't get it. I'm going to spoil something too. Minor spoiler. I'll show you a picture. The truck is smashed and destroyed relatively early on in the movie. Why? Colt loved his truck. Truck would do anything for his truck in the classic show. And let me tell you, the character of Colt Seavers in the movie puts the truck in cruise control. I'm not going to give too much away about the scene for its certain destruction. The Colt Seavers that Lee Majors played would never do that. That's not true to the character of Colt Seavers. It's just not. He would never. And the truck was destroyed in the classic show, but by bad guys. Here's another thing. The Fall Guy fanboy in me has an issue with this. There are villains in this, but they're not good villains. The classic show had great character actor villains in the show. Great character actors. That was one of the trademarks of that show. Yes, it's a quote-unquote cheesy 80s action show. It was never boring. It always had sex appeal. It always had dependable, great villains in each and every episode. Tons of action and laughs. I think the truck was underused, and that's a big mistake, I think, with the Fall Guy fan in me and the Fall Guy fan out there. And they disrespected it. They disrespected and underused the truck and didn't explain why he has two. It's like they just showed it in a shallow level. Oh, look, there's the classic truck. He's parking it in a garage, and that's it. No depth to the truck. Maybe I missed something. Point 4 as to why the Fall Guy fans may not take to this movie. There's no ensemble. The original show had 4 core characters I've talked about tonight, including Colt Seavers, and these 3 complemented Colt. You had Colt's cousin Howie Munson, played by Doug Barr. You had Colt's protege stuntwoman Jody Banks, played by Heather Thomas. Jody Moreno in the movie director. And Colt's boss, Terry Michaels, played by the late, great Marky Post and Joanne Flug in season 1 and the unaired version of the pilot. I gotta take a breath. I'm going to pass out. I'm actually stalling because I forgot her name temporarily. Janet Leigh in the unaired pilot. Okay. If you've ever worked on a TV or a movie set in any capacity, you'll get this movie. At certain times, it really feels like the viewer is right there with the cast and crew making the 2024 Fall Guy movie. The thing is, it might be a little too inside baseball for the average moviegoer. I don't know. But I thought it was very well done. The good aspects of Fall Guy 2024 are the action and the stunt sequences. I love the locales, like doing a stunt at the Sydney Opera House in Sydney, Australia. Love that. There were several stunts performed at night and daytime. I won't give them away, near the Sydney Opera House. There's also a nice cameo. Not the one of Lee and Heather. They do have cameo. I'll go ahead and tell you that. And that's right before, it's like an end credits cameo. So I was waiting. I'm like, wait, I was getting towards the end of the movie. I'm like, where's Lee? Where's Heather? Is it a lie? Is it a trick? Where are they? And I'm like, oh crap, they're not in it. Maybe they'll be in an end credit sequence. So they do like a Marvel Comics movie. You know, there's some scenes in the end credits. You got to stick around during the end credits and hear the Blake Shelton version of the Unknown Stuntman during the end credits too. So you don't have that ensemble. What the hell? It's just Colt and Jody, and that's well done though. They have a relationship. There's angst. There's emotion. There's real emotion. I thought it was well done. There is a romantic storyline. I like that a lot. As a moviegoer, it's just the Fall Guy fanboy in me. I don't think the script got it right, man. There were too many nods to the fans that were, I mean, like low-hanging fruit that wasn't done. But the disrespect of the truck is a big problem. That's probably the biggest problem of all right there. It's like they wrecked the truck just to wreck it. Woo! So, yeah, the good aspects are the locales, the stunts, a cameo I won't give away. I'm not talking about Lee and Heather's. There's a great cameo by a big star, and I'm not going to spoil it. And I already said this, how the character of Jodie evolves throughout the course of the movie in terms of her career goals and her as a person. That was good. And so did Colt. Colt evolved as a person. And he's not made to be a wimp. He's not. He's not. There's no like toxic masculinity message, all that. There is a line about toxic masculinity, but not done in a lecturing way or an offensive way to guys. But so that's good. That's good. The good fallout of the Fall Guy 2024 movie is that, as I said it earlier in the show, that Heroes and Icons, the national US TV syndicated, or the national US TV network, over-the-air network, is airing the classic series. And it started airing on May 9th at noon, and it's weekly binge rotation of 4 episodes, which they do for other classic action shows and westerns throughout the week. So Thursday will be Fall Guy Day for the time being, and I hope the ratings are good. So that's good. Because of this movie, Fall Guys, the classic show, is going to return to TV. And hopefully streaming as well, and home video as well. I'd love to see a Blu-ray set of the Fall Guy that Disney releases. That'd be great. And I'm going to show you some images, my little tops cards of the new movie right now. And then we're going to talk about Star Wars briefly. And then I got taglines. I have a taglines game. I'm going to give away some prizes tonight. I didn't mention that yet. For those that stuck around, I wanted to reward you and do a giveaway. And that's what I'm going to do tonight. I hope I can get that poster back in that carton right. Let's see if anyone's in chat. 83 comments in chat. Holy smokes. Let me show you pictures. Okay, so by the way, there's my movie ticket. I really saw the movie, and you know how I can prove that I saw the movie? Because there's my popcorn. Reference to Star Trek IV, the Voyage Home video on my YouTube channel, acting demo from 1986, where some guys that had seen Star Trek IV, the Voyage Home, were challenged. Oh, yeah, you saw the movie? How do I know that? By a jackass reporter at the time at WSB, Peter Barron. And these guys go, there's my popcorn. These brothers, I love that. Like, Emmer Effer? Yeah, I saw Star Trek IV. Anyway, yes, I saw it. And there's my popcorn. And I took a refill home, which is great. Put it in my tubs in my fridge, and you got popcorn the rest of the week. There's my movie ticket. So, great. I love this bit at the beginning of the movie. Got a phone call coming in. Oh, Jesus. The nostalgic Podblast. Who is this?
You're telling me they did not have a pivotal character, which is a vehicle, which is classified solely with this show, the same way they did the A-Team in their movie adaptation of the TV show.
No, it's there. It's just underused and underappreciated and not explained. There's 2 of the Colt trucks. A classic one that you see Colt Seavers parking, and then he has a souped-up version, but they don't show any, I haven't mentioned this yet, they don't show any gizmos, because the classic truck in the show could do all sorts of shit. It had a hidden compartment for weapons or people. You could hide people in a compartment. It had a hydraulic deal that would launch people over walls. It had an early cell phone in it, which then was a gizmo. By now it's passé. But it had all sorts of tricks. It had supercharged action when it needed to go faster. It had that roll bar. It had it was a monster truck. And so I'm telling you, the truck is there. But I hate to spoil it. It's a good movie. I'm just saying, as a Fall Guy fan, they effed up.
Oh, I'm gonna go back and watch the thing. It's me, by the way. You know who this is.
It's Shane B. Hey, did you see it? Go back and watch it. Does that mean you saw it already?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's been ages since I watched the show.
Right.
So tomorrow I'm going to spend some time rewatching some episodes of the show before I watch the movie. I love everything you're saying right now. And judging from the trailers, I'm getting what you're saying from the trailers, lacking in comedy. There's not the how do you say, the group of people. I had the other three people that kind of worked with him and off of him.
The chemistry, correct.
That out of the trailer. Yeah, I'm not getting the bounty hunter aspect.
He's not a bounty hunter in this yet. They're saying that's in the sequel. And, you know, I hope there is a sequel, because I know a lot of diehard fans they're going to be rubbed the wrong way with some of the things. It's not like a political rub the wrong way. It's just the omissions. There's no sexy women in this.
Well, that would be misogynist. We can't have that in this day of age, you know. We can have all the strong, empowering women that you can throw at the audience, like Disney Star Wars, where every woman of power, every woman in the show is somebody of great significance, but the men are just all bumbling idiots. You can do that nowadays, but you can't make the women sexy in movies nowadays, because that would just be sexist and misogynist, and how dare you objectify a woman.
Maybe that's it, because it is Universal Comcast Xfinity. I don't know. Maybe Suits. You know, I think David Leitch is not that kind of guy you're describing, but if his hands are tied, his hands are tied. And that's unfortunate if that's true. We don't, you know, that's a very good theory you just said. It could be some asshole in a suit.
Yeah, studio pressure is a mother. I definitely want to check out some more people that are fans of the show and have seen the movie and get their thoughts also. But I love everything you're saying right now, the passion, because you are really animate about this.
Well, I spent 25 years collecting every episode on reel-to-reel film, because that's the only way I could see it, because it wasn't in reruns since 1997 in America. And, you know, damn, I mean, I just like the show. I didn't really start watching it until the 90s, drunk, coming home from Team Trivia on WATL 36 was running them until the end of 1995. I remember I taped them. I still have the videotapes. I converted some to DVD, but they're edited. You know, they cut them down by 2 minutes per episode for more commercials from the original air date. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, man. I mean, I am passionate about it. It's not Shakespeare, but it was Heather Thomas and Marky Post and action and funny lines. It's everything a dumb guy like me would want.
Yeah, Heather Thomas definitely was a bombshell.
That body, she had the best body of all the 80s. Better body than Heather Locklear by far. Curve for curve.
Absolutely. And, I mean, like, just that, the whole vehicle thing, that's what made me call in, because there's a lot of fun shows where that vehicle is really a character in itself, like your Knight Riders and Simon and Simon. I mean, their truck.
Kit.
A character.
Kit.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
Yes. These cars are characters. It's like, how do you take a vehicle that he used in his exploits and sideline it? And it just reminded me of the A-Team. They destroyed the van in like the first 10 minutes of the movie. It was like, what?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. With Bradley Cooper, yeah.
They went everywhere in that van. That was the van.
It's crazy, man. But I like the movie, though. I don't want you not to see it. I'm reviewing it as a moviegoer and then also as a Fall Guy fan. As a Fall Guy fan, it failed. But as a movie, it succeeded. So I'm a little, like, schizophrenic about it.
Yeah, that'd be like destroying the Millennium Falcon.
Yes.
In the first Disney Star Wars movie. It's like, what?
I know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. And because the character of Colt would never do that to his truck. If you watch the show, he's more passionate about his damn truck than he is his house or anything. Not my truck. Anyway. Now, clearly they didn't do any whoever wrote the script had never seen the show or didn't see beyond maybe seasons 1 and 2. I don't know, man. But it delivered on the action and the love letter to the stunt profession. It really did great there. The stunts, that kick-ass action. So I don't hate the movie by any means. Yeah. You there, Shane? Oh shit, I lost him. We'll clear the line. Maybe we'll call back. Let me get to some comments, and then I'm gonna show some Fall Guy stuff, and then we're gonna talk Star Wars. How long have I gone? Geez, I don't want to go more than 4 hours. Let me try to. I've gone almost 3.5 hours. Terry Kaiser played Mafia well. Yes, he did. He's a very underrated actor. Thank you, Shane B, for calling in. Good stuff. And see the movie, please. I need to invite you over sometime. We could watch some on film, some of the classic show. I think you'd really enjoy it over a few beers and a stogie. That'd be great. Let me see here. Just looking at some comments. Aaron Gray was beautiful. Loved her in Silver Spoon, said Cindy D, when I showed the picture of Aaron Gray and Fall Guy in season 1's two-parter License to Kill, parts 1 and 2. Sarah tells me to breathe, Chance. Danny Staten says, you got Elvira on Fall Guy clips there, bud? No, I should. Her production company, Queen Bee Productions, has given me grief and others grief about the use of that. When I had a double print, I sold one of them of her second one, October the 32nd, season 5, and they tried to have that taken down. It's a film print. It's not a bootleg or anything like that. That was a long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, 11 years ago. I eventually did sell it. I appealed to eBay, but I don't know if that was her, Cassandra Peterson herself. So I'd be a little nervous playing that. Now let me show you the TV Guide ad for that one, buddy. If you're still out there, it's right here. Here's the episode. That's her first one, October the 31st, which aired Halloween night, 1984. And you know what they did in that episode? The network put like a mesh over her cleavage. You can see her cleavage in the TV Guide ad, but there's like a mesh over it in October the 31st. Network executives wussed out before there was a problem. But yeah, there's that one. And look at this. This has the original Empire film. I put the tape on the front. I'm breaking my leg trying to get the camera. There we go. So sorry, listeners. I'm just showing this film reel. That's the first Elvira episode. That was a bear to get on film. Oh, and look what I have, Danny Staten, if you're still out there. It's sitting next to a Munsters. I have like a Halloween area of this room, I guess you could say. More comments. Third Best Joker said Sick 2210 about Joaquin Phoenix, who guest starred in The Fall Guy in season 4 episode Terror You in a little small speaking role as a child actor. Oh, and Danny Staten says Paul Williams should be removed from most things. LOL. I disagree. I liked him in the Muppet movie, man. He wrote some beautiful music, and I loved him in Smokey and the Bandit, man. Are you kidding, Lil Enos? Oh, what is your problem, sir? I like you and respect you, but don't be talking bad about Paul Williams. But Danny Staten also said, I met Claude Akins while he was filming Lobo. I got an autographed picture. I would love to see that. I got an autographed picture recently from, lives in Oregon State now. Perkins, the actor who played Perkins, Mills Watson, his assistant, who's his wife, sent me a picture. I tried to interview him on the Podblast. He doesn't do any interviews. Even when he was on network TV before he retired from acting, nothing from him. He just acts. She told me he has a strict no interview policy, but here's an autographed picture. Sent me a great picture. I've shown it on the Podblast. I'll show it when I get around to maybe talking about BJ and the Bear. Look, here's BJ and the Bear. Shane B's a trucker. He might appreciate this. British Annual, BJ and the Bear. Greg Evigan. He just played on MeTV. They're playing Barnaby Jones, and he was in a great season 7 finale episode playing a son of a bitch trying to marry this girl for gold rights. It's a really interesting, funny episode. And he had just started BJ and the Bear, so he's billed as a special guest star in Barnaby Jones. Look it up. I forget the title of the episode. Shoot, I got the whole series on DVD as well. So that's pretty cool. You met Claude Akins. What was the thing he endorsed? I remember that. AA, MCO. That's a terrible rendition of that. But remember, you hear a horn honking? Double A, MCO. That was it. Double A, MCO. I can't. He had a great voice. I can't do great voices because I don't have a great voice. But there was a. You met Claude Akins. That's really cool. I would love to meet him, and I loved Mills Watson, and Brian Kerwin as Birdie. I like that whole freaking cast, an ensemble. See, Glenn A. Larson had ensemble characters in every show, even Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. They never should have gotten rid of Dr. Hewer in season 2, but you had Twiggy, and you had Wilma, played by Aaron Gray, of course. I mean, dude, they were all ensembles, man. Even Quincy. I don't know. I didn't hate the movie. I'm in a rant mode, and I don't mean to be, because I did not hate the movie. I just, like I said, have a schizophrenic opinion of it between Fall Guy superfan and moviegoer, action moviegoer. Sick 2210 Production says Bullet Train novel is so much better than the movie. Sarah says Chance movie looks like okay, A-okay for Steel. Good. Let's do that on your channel. You will love that movie, Steel. I'm not going to make fun of it like too bad, but there are some funny moments. We can make some jokes. There's a lot of drinking in it, but they show boobs in it. Can you show boobs on YouTube? But it's in the truck. It's in a truck. Jennifer O'Neill's in that movie. I haven't mentioned that yet. We'll get to that another time. I'm all over the place. I need to get back on track and pivot to Star Wars. Oh, my gosh. Or I'll never get out of here. Not that I want to. Have fun. Oh, Brainbender's Banter. Hello, Chrissy. I'll see you tomorrow night on your channel, your Epic channel, on the panel. It'll be a lot of fun. Please subscribe to Brainbender's Banter. Not that she needs help, but, hey, she promotes me. I'm going to promote her for what it's worth. I'd love to help her out. And, of course, our good buddy Sarah, My Flock. Are you kidding? And TD and Snarky. How could I forget Snarky? Snarky, that's the core family right there, right? All right, so let's see here. Danny's talking to Sarah. She's home, says Brainbender's Banter. It was probably an hour ago. 10:50. Oh, that was half an hour, just about half an hour ago in real time. She's on the West Coast in Northern California. And let's see, Shane, I appreciate your call. If you're still listening and watching, I really appreciate that. I'd like for you to call back after you've seen the movie. Let's talk about it next week, Friday night. Sunday, I'm doing a live comic book unboxing on this channel on YouTube, the Nostalgic Podblast. But that's going to be no audio platforms. It's just YouTube Live only and Facebook Live and Twitter and Twitch Live only. Moderators. Let's see. I don't know what that comment was about. Was there a problem I missed? I guess somebody zapped them. One of my wrenches zapped whoever was causing a problem, I guess. Hang on a second. Let me go down here, y'all. Y'all. And I'm going to show you my Fall Guy pictures. Sick 2210 says, I'm drunk. Hey, it's Friday night, man. And it's past 5 o'clock, so go for it. As long as you're not driving, what the hell? Sound like a red driving. Brainbender's Banter says, Chrissy says, Chance, I love your passion and energy. You're very entertaining. Thumbs up. Sarah, you're an amazing moderator, too. So something must have happened. What happened, Sarah? Tell me after. Oh, I got to bring her on in a minute. Sarah, I sent you the link. Don't click it yet because I just want to show some more Fall Guy stuff. But I want you to come on if you're still out there and willing to be on towards the end. Sick 2210 Productions says, I should be working on a video, but I wanted to hear what Chance thought about the movie. And I'm sorry it took so long to get to the review. Anyone watching on a replay, I put a link there so you can get right to it. If that's all you care about is my review of the new Fall Guy movie or any other aspect of tonight's show, I'm going to have it bookmarked where you can click the actual link and get to what you care about. Let's see here. Yes, A-Team, Ass-Team says Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Videos to Shane B., the great caller from a moment ago. You know what? Dude, all this time, I'm so out of it. Sick 2210, that's Shane B. Am I stupid? Yes, that's his YouTube channel. Subscribe to Sick 2210 Productions. That's Shane B. who called in. Damn. He said that, but the productions threw me off. I know it's sick 20 something. Okay. I got it now. It's locked into my memory banks. Locked in. Thank you, Shane B. Let's see here. Brandon's talking about boogers. Sorry, listeners. I got to get to these comments. I'm going to get back on track, and I got some great video to show you. Oh, I never showed Heather Thomas on Late Night with David Letterman NBC. Hope this is not an issue. I try not to play Letterman clips. I used to early on in the inception of this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, which started on June 15th, 2019, before he launched his own YouTube channel to celebrate the 40th anniversary of his debut on NBC in nighttime. He was on the morning show before that. But Late Night with David Letterman debuted on February 1st, 1982, with his first guest, Bill Murray. And to celebrate that, he launched Letterman YouTube channel, but they've not featured this clip yet. I hope I don't get popped for playing this Heather Thomas interview. It's a great interview. The quality's not great. Hopefully it'll be okay. We've been lucky tonight, knock on wood. Don't know. And I still haven't shown the rest of the pictures from the movie. I'm not good tonight. I cannot focus. Nice, Star Wars. Yeah, we're going to get to some Star Wars stuff. 3 hours and 36 minutes later. Okay, I'm about caught up on the comments. I'm just putting these on the screen, folks, because people are talking to each other. TD is pretty. I agree. TD is real, says Brandon. Chance has a raspy voice, says Brandon. Yeah, I've been talking too much. You talk too much, as Run DMC said. You never should. There's a Star Wars character named... No, there's not. COVID. Very funny, Brandon. Okay, I'm not putting some of these inappropriate comments. Wi-Fi went out. It was... Well, that's okay. You got your main point out, and I want to talk to you, Shane B., after you've seen the movie. Maybe Sunday after the unboxing. I'll cut Jeff loose because he works really hard, and Sunday's his day off, and I'm very grateful to his time as my co-host for the live unboxing. If you want to, we can... Well, no, I want to save it for the audio platform to be consistent. Check that. Save it for Friday. You might need time to get to the theater anyway, so let's give it a week. But I really want to hear your thoughts on the Fall Guy movie. So that explains. Did someone say boobies? That must be Snarky in the chat again. Let me see. I got the Mills Watson autograph picture too, personalized, says Danny Staten. Very cool. Now, are you saying, Danny Staten, you met Claude Akins? Did he sign anything for you? I think the memory of meeting is enough. Like Martin Landau, I had lunch with him one-on-one, talked about that on the show on the set of Anna Nicole when he was there for a fitting, and I was there filming a close-set scene as a photographer assistant when the character of, or the real Anna Nicole, played by Agnes Bruckner, is disrobing for the first time before the camera's doing a Playboy shoot. Careful with that Star Wars. I might call back in. Okay, well, yeah, no, it's clips I think, knock on wood, I'll be okay with. I hope. It's cutting room floor stuff, and then one of the trailers, my favorite trailer, the original, and then something else I don't want to spoil right now. Hey, Snarky. Okay, we're going to get back now to the movie. So I told you about the intro. There is, let me take the comment off so you can see it better. Listeners, bear with me. I'm going to get back to audio-friendly content right now. So I didn't take the comment off. There. There's an action scene with Colt's truck. Look at Colt's best friend. Oh, that's one of the... I tried to come up with Topps cards for anyone old like me. Remember Topps movie cards? Of course, they're still in the sports cards business, but they used to do movie and TV show cards, and they'd have captions. Some would fit the scene, some would just be wildly off base. So I titled this Colt's Best Friend, and he does have a dog. I haven't mentioned that yet. And I titled this one Truck Action. Sometimes they'd be very simplistic, so don't judge me on the writing. Here's the one I wrote. 4x4 action in the streets. That's his new version of the truck. As you can see, it's a crew cab. It's got roll bars. That's consistent, but it's not really a monster truck. I wish the wheels were obnoxiously huge. I guess that would affect the speed and the ability to do a stunt. Now, when they showed this shot of the inside of the truck, I thought, here we go. Here's the James Bond type action of the truck. It's going to do something cool. No, it was just showing he's putting the truck in cruise control, which to sacrifice the truck. Look at this. Here's one. I wrote this cap. This, not to laugh at my own joke, but I think this is a good Topps card caption. Life imitates death. And death in all caps. I don't know. I think that's a pretty good caption. Life imitates death. Okay, whatever. I wrote that. And then here's my caption. Not the truck. There's where it gets smashed. I took other pictures too. I don't want to spoil the scene, but dude, he set it in cruise control to smash into a back of a car. Colt would never do that. That's not Colt consistent. Here's my Topps card caption for this image. Watch my Godzilla impression. I'm not going to say if that's a stunt scene or an actual scene, a fight scene. I'm not going to give that away, but watch my Godzilla impression. Now here, let me explain this real quick. This is interesting. In the scene, tense phone call scene, she's watching dailies. Now, Jody Moreno, Jody Banks in the show, is a movie director. She's watching the dailies and she gets a phone call that interrupts everything. And look how the dailies are projected on her. I'm telling you, these people are watching me. Look at that shot. Look at that shot. I did this myself in 2018 watching a Fall Guy. Right there, I'm watching episode King of the Cowboys, the second Western episode, and I put it on social media. Look, I'm not being delusional. I was running clips of Fall Guy, which got taken down. I would show whole episodes of Fall Guy from 16mm film live on Facebook during the pandemic. And nothing happened to me, but unfortunately, this Fall Guy group got completely shut down by Disney because of all the episode clips. So there I am on September 1st, 2018, and I put this image out there. I'm wearing my glasses. I don't need glasses anymore, really. My eyes have corrected themselves. But I'm watching King of the Cowboys. And I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I watch this, I'm like, what the F? Because I've never seen that in a movie, but I did the same thing watching a Fall Guy. I'm not crazy. Somebody was inspired by me. Well, pay me a check. MRFer? I'm kidding. You can even see the shadow of my phone holding it up. I'm doing a selfie. Watching a Fall Guy on my home theater screen on 16mm film. And that's not Lee Majors on the right, by the way. That's a guest actor. But I was like, what's going on here? That's kind of cool. I'm flattered. But look how similar. I'm going to move on from this, but it took me forever. That's why I was late. I'm like, I got to find this picture. It's on an old phone. I'm like, wait, I put it on Facebook. And I finally found it, my personal Facebook page and the Podblast page. And I'm like, I mean, what a coincidence. It could be a coincidence, but I've never seen that in a movie. Have you? Where someone's distracted. What they're watching is projected, a projector on them. God dang, man. All right, continuing on. The 4th of July, Down Under style. That's the best I could do for that shot as a Topps card. And now I was running out of time uploading these, so let me just show you some images really quickly from the film. And there's filming a sci-fi movie. This is not a spoiler, but there's a great sequence. There's a sci-fi element, in a way, in the Fall Guy 2024 movie, and it was really cool. I didn't write any captions for these. Let me just do these in rapid fire. Because there is really great action in it. I didn't have time to write funny things. There he is on an airbag. I'm not saying... there's no scripts I should. Now we're going to move on to some Fall Guy collectibles. Let me look at the comments first, though. I'm going to put this image back up. Excuse me. Of moi, your humble host from 2018, projecting a Fall Guy onto himself that somehow wound up in the movie. Let me see the comments. I mean, dude. Okay, chat, Sarah. I'm free, Chance. Oh, you mean to come back? All right, let me click the link. Come on. I can always mute you if I want to show something without any laughing. I'm not to mean a dick. I love you. Don't get me wrong. Click the link. Let me let the delay catch up. Click the link. I sound like such an asshole. It's not that you may join or, you're so free with me on your show and your channel. Please don't misunderstand. That really came out wrong. I didn't mean it wrong. I'm just sitting here drinking A&W root beer, says Jerry Dobson. Giggle, just giggle, says Sarah. Man. Where's Snark? Danny Staten. I met the Casalobo and BJ and the Bear at a Stars and Cars auto show at the Anderson Fairgrounds. Was that when the show was still in production? Was it on the air on NBC? Danny, at that time, were you a kid? That's super cool. It wouldn't matter if it was after, but I bet it was to promote the show that's currently on the air. That's freaking cool. The late 70s, early 80s. Giggle Family Show. Yeah, Do you need the link again? Hang on. Did you text me something? All right. I got to continue on. We got to pivot to Star Wars. You just click whenever you want. I'm going to continue. So again, for those tuning in late, I'm like, man, I don't know how to feel. I got mixed emotions about that. That can't be a freaking coincidence. All right, 4th of July down under the general images, and we're going to move on to Star Wars. Happy Star Wars Day. It's almost midnight in the East Coast as we're live. I showed you these earlier. There's the British Annuals, autographed picture by Lee, Heather Thomas. Nice piece on Doug Barr. I want to get that signed. I don't have his autograph. He's been on the Podblast before. I showed you that. There's Steel, which I'd like to watch on Sarah's channel, My Flock, and like a watch party or Mystery Science Theater 3000. Didn't say this yet. Look at the back of Colt's jacket there. That's early during the production of the pilot. It was called the Fall Guys, plural, Stuntman Association, and they had a rather weak logo before they improved it with the eagle you see there. And I have 2 of these postcards. What are these? And there's the lovely Heather Thomas and an 8x10 glossy I bought in Hollywood, California in 2002. These are postcards. Look at the back. Official 20th Century Fox Fall Guy postcards. Kind of a cool item. I read that to you. I already showed this to promote the debut of the Fall Guy on November 4th, 1981. The truck's the star to a lot of people. The truck's the star. And My Flock is joined. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello. How are you?
What did you think? Do you think, am I being paranoid to think that image where I'm projecting a Fall Guy onto my face, that someone saw that? Because I mean, I'm pretty well known as a Fall Guy super fan, and I'm pretty out there. Do you think that was inspired by me, or do you think it's just a coincidence?
Both.
Yeah, it could be both. There's no way of knowing.
And I'm echoing.
And oh yeah, because I have the thing off. Let me put it back on. I hate that. I didn't start the show with it. I didn't start the show with it on. I should have, but the audio was janky when I put my theme on. Anyway, let me look at some more comment. He was 15. It was 1980, says Danny Staten. About it. Echo should be gone by now.
Oh yeah, you're fine. And I'm fine. You sound better too.
Thanks. Oh, damn. Well, I hope the audio wasn't effed up the whole damn show. Jeez. It was 1980, says Danny Staten. I was 15. That's pretty cool. So that's when the show was at its height. Both shows, BJ and the Bear and its spinoff, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo. Hey, Shane B, may the 4th be with you. 14 minutes early. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shane. Got burned out on Star Wars with the current stuff, but
oh yeah,
I'm starting to get unburned out. I'm about ready for more.
I didn't know that was possible.
Nothing will beat the original trilogy. But there's the truck, Shane B. If you're watching, look at that, man. There's the truck doing a stunt. There's the crew that's behind the scenes. And then there's Heather Thomas, the sex appeal, which was lacking in the movie. Hate to say it. Nothing gets Emily Blunt. She's a great actress. She's a great love interest. She's great in the movie. I love her in the movie. But the body wasn't there. I didn't mention this yet. Season 3 premiere Fall Guy in Air to Order brought back Lindsay Wagner. First time they were reunited since a crossover called Kill Oscar, which was a Fembot, the first Fembot 3-part storyline airing Halloween 1976, concluding on the Bionic Woman in early November 76. And because the Bionic shows went to different networks, so they could no longer collaborate, but they could on ABC, and they did. And here's the TV Guide ad for that episode called Devil's Island. Of course, Abbott on Film got them all. And she's, of course, playing a different character, but it was a really good episode. I really enjoyed it. And Mark Goddard's in that episode, who played Major Don West on a little show called Lost in Space. So I haven't shown or talked about that yet. This is something near and dear to my heart. I've kept it off social media because I want to keep it rare. This is a crew shot. Signed crew shot, 1981. There's the cast and crew on a TV. Sorry, listeners, this is for viewers only at this moment, but it's just a shot showing the entire cast and crew, including Lee Majors, Heather Thomas, Glenn A. Larson, the show creators, and everybody, the grip, whoever, the crafty guy or gal. But it's in black and white, and I love this. I found it in Hollywood, and on your TV, you should be able to see it a little bit bigger than on a phone or even a laptop or MacBook. But and then there's the season 3 with Markie Post. She's in a white shirt below the Fall Guy emblem. I love that flag. I'd love to have that Fall Guy flag wherever it might be. It's in the background there. But anyway, that's listeners. I'm just showing the cast and crew of Fall Guy. See Doug Barr in a red long sleeve shirt with white stripes across the chest. And then Marky's 1, 2, 3, 4 over from Doug on the right in solid white. God rest her soul. I just love that. And then here's a nice picture from King of the Cowboys, the second episode Roy Rogers guest starred in, Western Tribute Special. And there's Peter Breck, flanked by Lee Majors, who was his co-star in The Big Valley, one of his co-stars in The Big Valley. And he was in season 1 playing a character, not himself. He's playing himself in this episode. And he played a sheriff in an episode with Brianne Leary from Chips called The Human Torch in season 1 of Fall Guy, incidentally. So Peter Breck appeared twice in Fall Guy. And there's Jock O'Mahony on the far right next to Roy Rogers. You know who he is in real life? He's Sally Fields, or was Sally Fields' stepfather. There you go. And he was in season 2, the 2-hour episode, Colt Breaks Out, Colt's Outlaws, playing an entirely different character, Wild Dan, a wild stuntman, big drinker. I like this shot from my collection I got in Hollywood of Marky Post and Doug Barr in their chairs. I just love that shot. They're both so attractive, you know? And there's a good group shot of the ensemble that was missing in the new movie, which what might be in the sequel. Listen, I'm a patient man. You know, all these things can be corrected in a sequel. And I just hope that the things that are omitted in this movie don't prohibit a sequel because of poor box office. You know, I don't know. They're promoting the hell out of it. They're doing the best they can. Speaking of that, haven't said this yet. Ryan Gosling on Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not a big Jimmy Kimmel watcher, but I watched his appearance. He came out and knocked all these stuntmen around. He did his own stunts, like knocking coffee mugs over these thugs' heads. They're playing thugs, these real stuntmen who worked on the movie. There's about 6 guys, and it was hilarious and very well done. I loved all the appearances that he made on these late night talk shows. He also was on Jimmy Fallon on NBC, and the band on Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show did the Unknown Stuntman theme to a T. It's on Peacock if you want to look it up. I saved it on my DVR. I was very impressed by that interview and very impressed by Ryan being interviewed on Kimmel on ABC. The whole thing was great. His entrance was spectacular, a kick-ass entrance. Here's another shot of Doug and Heather with that Fall Guy mirror. Wish I had it with the great emblem. I already showed this image one of the few times Colt brandished a firearm in the show. And the second aired episode, The Meek Shall Inherit Rhonda. There's a publicity shot of Lee with the Fall Guys before it was Fall Guy Stuntman Association, when it was still plural. I like that hat. Already showed this. Haven't shown this yet. I like this shot from Look In magazine, a British magazine. I love how the magazines are larger in England. Like they're taller, the print publications. Even the girly books were taller. I don't know. I guess the way they print magazines back then. What was that one? That doesn't matter. Now there's Marky Post. That's not a flattering shot of Marky. That's from the episode, How Do I Kill Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. The only one that mentioned Terry Shannon and not Terry Michaels. That's in the epilogue where they're eating steaks. And also who guest starred in that one is Pat McCormick, not Pat McCormick of the Golden Age of TV on YouTube, and Emmy winner, daytime Emmy winner with his team. But I'm talking about the actor from Smokey the Bandit. He was reunited with his co-star in Smokey the Bandit, Paul Williams, in that episode, by the way. So anyway, and they have a big Great Dane that's on their team. They play like Private Eyes, and they have a Great Dane that works with them in that episode. How Do I Kill Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. And that's what that shot's from. They took a publicity shot on the set. What?
My dad loves Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah. There's a coloring book. God rest his soul. And a couple sexy images. I've shown that poster. That's the biggest selling poster. Prove me wrong. Hey, she said so herself. It outsold Farrah's poster. I saw it everywhere with my own 2 eyes. I saw it. Guys of all ages had this poster in the 80s and it was in Night of the Comet in a scene. It was everywhere. And so was the Farrah poster. I believe Heather. She said so on my show, this show. And then there's a sexy Marky Post. Marky didn't like to be sexy. She's smart. I bet she hated taking that shot, but she was very well endowed. As you can see, she just was. And beautiful.
It's very impressive.
And let me look at some other images. I think I've shown all the images. So we can get to the Star Wars clips in just a second. And by the way, my wonderful game show people, we're going to get back next time to feature another. People have been requesting Peter from the original Press Your Luck. I'm going to go with that for next time. So that we've already featured a lot of these guys. I'm going to get to Jack Nars down the line. and others you see here I haven't talked about yet. It's going to be just a nice ongoing piece. I haven't talked about Dick Clark yet. My gosh. But look, we've done the bottom left corner. We've covered Richard Dawson tonight. We covered
the Mormon.
No, Ray Combs. And then we also covered Gene Rayburn to his right. We covered those three gentlemen. We covered to the left of the late great Bob Barker, Alex Trebek. We haven't talked about Regis Philbin yet or Tom Kennedy above him. We'll get to these guys in due time here on the Nostalgic Podblast. And also we have our ongoing series Sundays unboxing comic books I've never gone through from a great comic book collection I acquired recently from a nice person. So there we go. And boy, there's a lot of comments. Did you say we can do Steel on your channel, Sarah? I know you're really sensitive about copyright.
Well, only because I don't want to lose my channel right now.
No, I know. So, I mean, but you tested it on an alternate channel? Is that what you're telling me?
I uploaded it onto my second channel.
Okay.
And it looks like there's no copyright on it. So I'm going to upload it to my regular channel and make it a premiere later. And then people can watch it there. And then they'll, if they want, can tune in to watch it live with us. So they'll have options.
We'll figure it out. Hey, Brandon, what are you talking about? It was Bob. I thought it was Bob Barker earlier. I don't know what he means.
He's talking about I think he's confused on who you were talking about today for the game show host.
Oh, no, that was no. That was Ray Combs. I did mention Bob Barker that I will talk about him in the future. Maybe that's who he's referring to, but I covered him pretty extensively when he passed away. So I don't want to, I'm trying to space out talking about Bob Barker again with other near and dear to our heart deceased game show hosts. So there you go. Well, I'm going to play now. Let's pivot to Star Wars, and then we're going to wrap the show. Almost gone 4 hours. And it's midnight on the East Coast just about. So that means it's technically, not to date the show, if you're listening or watching on replay, it's May the 4th. Close enough. So I'm going to play some clips. Well, it's always going to be May the 4th, maybe next year. Maybe you're listening close to May the 4th, 2025. Don't know. You know what? Did I play this? I never played this. Never played this about Ray Combs. Gosh, I'm so stupid. The announcement of his death. I didn't.
Most in 4 decades. A ruling is expected within a month. The host of the new Family Feud has committed suicide in California. A Los Angeles radio station quotes an unidentified friend who says Ray Combs hanged himself at the Glendale Adventist Medical Center. The hospital says he died of respiratory failure. Combs was taken to the hospital after falling in his jacuzzi and striking his head. Combs hosted the TV game show from 1988 to 94 and operated 2 comedy clubs in Cincinnati. Ray Combs was 40 years old.
Wow, I didn't play that. I can't believe it. Well, let's play this. I have another clip. Let's look at Ray Combs' gravesite. Not to be morbid, I want to stall a few more minutes. This will be perfect timing. And then we'll get to Star Wars right at midnight as we're live on the East Coast. I know it'll still be 3 hours yet until it's May the 4th in your neck of the woods in Southern California, Sarah. But it doesn't matter in replay land. So
because I'm in the past. It's okay.
Yeah, not to be a downer, but I wish I'd done this earlier to wrap up Ray Combs. Just would have been a better bio.
I can vividly remember this man as host of the popular game show Family Feud. And if you watch that show yourself, I'm sure you remember him also. Today's journey finds us in Hamilton, Ohio, just north of Cincinnati in Greenwood Cemetery. We are here today to visit the grave of famous comedian and television personality Ray Combs. Born April 3rd, 1956, Raymond Neal Combs Jr. had early flashes of popularity and brilliance serving as his senior class president at Garfield High School. Although he was nominated to the United States Military Academy, he declined and served as a missionary to Arizona for the Mormon Church.
That's enough because he's pretty much saying what I've already discussed, and you saw the gravesite. So it was a 4-minute, 44-second clip. We'll just cut it right there and get to the happier stuff, Star Wars. That's something that inspired me long ago. That was a great question from BBB. And that was my answer. Star Wars is a major inspiration in terms of my love of pop culture.
I was going to ask too, are you still doing the giveaway thing afterward?
Oh my gosh, yes. And I have my quiz, and I didn't play the Heather Thomas Letterman interview. I'm going to play that right now and then play the Cyclone trailer. Oh dear. Let's watch this together. I may not play the whole thing, and hopefully the stream won't go down because Letterman, that's a big YouTube channel.
Yeah. Well, Paul, you know who's next? It's Heather Thomas.
Yes,
Are you
I'm
pretty
looking
excited about
forward
that?
to her.
Yeah.
I love her in the Jack LaLanne commercials.
No. See, that's a mistake. That's Heather Locklear.
That's right. That's Heather Locklear.
Yeah.
So this is the Heather who's in T.J. Hooker.
No. See, a lot of people have this problem, so I've developed this mnemonic device for keeping them straight using the letters in her last name, in Heather Thomas's last name.
That's great.
Here it is, right here. Okay. See, we have T.
Yeah.
That's for the Fall Guy, the show that she starred in. And then H, that's for Heather, that's her first name. O, oatmeal, her favorite breakfast. And then we have Majors, who was her co-star on The Fall Guy, Lee Majors, of course. Then we have A for ABC, the network we think The Fall Guy was on. And finally, down here, we have the S for syndication and what The Fall Guy is now in.
Now
You put them all together, they spell Thomas. That's who our next guest is. Heather
Well,
Thomas.
let's get her out here.
Yeah, glad we chewed up a couple of valuable minutes with that. Our next guest is probably best remembered for her work on the television series The Fall Guy, but she is also known in the industry as the queen of the pinup posters. She can be seen in a brand new movie called Cyclone. Please welcome one fabulous babe, Heather Thomas.
I did Jack LaLanne in L.A.
Oh, she did. So you're right, Paul. She was
right.
Did the Jack LaLanne commercials. How you doing?
Okay.
Thank you very much for being here. Now, is this true? You're the queen of the posters,
I don't
the
know
pinup
about
posters.
queen, but yeah.
Do you? How many of these have you done?
Those. Wait,
I don't know if we can get a
That's
shot of
6.
this.
6 of them.
And what do these go for?
Those about $4.95.
My gosh. And who buys these? What exactly? Is this just everybody, or is it one specific kind of...
You know, 13-year-old inmates, no, they're good contributions. Nothing shows.
Yeah.
Nothing shows.
And did you tell us what the price of these things are?
Yeah, $4.95.
$4.95. And you make a lot of money that way, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty exciting. Pretty nice deal.
Well, you know, it's like a sort of a actualization of a misdirected need for acceptance, you know.
You think that's what it is? Yeah. Now, how long ago... Now, The Fall Guy is not on ABC now, is it?
Right.
How long was it on the air?
It was on 5 years.
5 years. And you were what in The Fall Guy? You were the...
I played Jody the stunt girl.
Jody the stunt girl.
Yes.
And you were always in a bikini, weren't you?
They had a joke about keeping me in a bikini, you know, because with my character, Lee was the star, and my character was sort of a sidekick. So there's only so many ways you can color look out, you know, all the Strasbourg training and everything. But what they did was, there was a running joke with one of the producers on how many times they could get me in a bikini. So they had me in a bikini on motorcycles and on horses and all this other stuff. I think the worst time was when I was parachuting in a bikini, because...
Did you actually jump out of an airplane wearing a bikini?
No, they have to hang you in this crane, right? So where we were filming, it was too cold. It was 15 degrees, and I told the crew if they take off their clothes, I would too. So they said no dice. And then the day they could do it was the day after New Year's.
Try that here. Make that offer here.
No, that little balloon guy. The balloon guy was changing his pants in the green room.
Oh, he was?
It's very exciting.
Well, put that in his file, will you?
He's all right in my book.
That's right, I was there, too.
Paul was there.
With a Polaroid camera.
Okay, so now it's freezing cold outside. They got you hanging from a crane.
No, I didn't hang from the crane in the cold. What I did was, I said, okay, when it's warmer, I'll do it. So they decided to do it at the studio the day after New Year's, because it was a warm day, and the only place where they could find blue sky in the background was the front entrance of Fox, when all the employees were coming in at 8 in the morning.
The studio where the show was being filmed,
yes.
right?
Now, you must imagine what it's like to be 50 feet in the air in a pink bikini, and you're in a very sort of gracious gesture, you know, with the way they hang you, you know, in these straps and
in a big
you're
harness.
In the sky,
Yeah.
and you're hanging like sort of like, well, I can't show you, but anyway, you're hanging above Fox and you're What do you say, you know?
I don't know.
Happy New Year. Welcome to Fox. You know, Marvin Davis coming in.
They had you hanging up there all
looking
day?
up, and I'm looking down. No, it was a couple hours.
Did you ever get tired of having to be in the bikini in the show? Did that bother you at all? Did you ever say, oh, let's leave this alone for a while?
Yeah.
And what would happen? Would they give you other things to do?
I'd be third in the door, you know, look out. No, I did a lot of things in the show.
Was Lee Majors fun to work with? Nice guy?
Yeah.
Tough guy? Mean guy?
No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I'd never say that.
Was he fun?
Yeah.
Goofing around on the set?
Well, you know, everybody goofs around the set, but he was real efficient, you know. He'd say, Barbara Stanwyck does it this way, and we'd do it that way.
Because because he was on the Big Valley.
Yeah.
Remember that?
He worships Barbara Stanwyck.
Is that right?
He worships her.
Yeah. Now, you don't mean that in an official capacity.
No, I don't want to get into it. I want to work again.
No, wait a minute. What do you mean? Now, he worships Barbara Stanwyck, but
no,
he admires her.
She trained him.
Yeah.
So he decided he was going to train us the way, you know, she was trained. She trained him.
But he doesn't really have, like, what you'd call services.
No, not at all.
There's not like an altar involved.
No. I haven't seen any yet. Not yet.
It's a figure of speech.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And tell me about the movie you're working on now. This is Cyclone, or was that you finished that?
No,
one?
I just finished Cyclone.
What kind of movie is that?
It was a movie when your money's frozen in a divorce that you need to pay your lawyers for.
Oh. Now this is show business right here, isn't it? You gotta have a job, so you take Cyclone.
Have a job. You gotta pay your lawyers.
Yeah.
They need that money.
And what is the plot of Cyclone? What is your part?
Well, my part, I'm the girlfriend of this scientist that gets bumped off in the first 5 minutes of the film. We're dancing, and he gets an ice pick in his head.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens after that is I see him on this videotape in his laboratory, and I put together this motorcycle, this supersonic motorcycle.
Mm-hmm. Of course you do.
Yeah.
The supersonic motorcycle.
Supersonic that has a transformer that runs on oxygen. And that's very valuable to all these bad guys, played by Martin Landau. And the rest of the film, I'm driving around on this motorcycle. I beat up 3 guys with a wrench, and then they torture me with battery clips, and I spit on Martin Landau. And in the end... No, not in a bikini. Not in a bikini.
Now this is all done. When is this coming out?
Coming to an airplane near you. No, I have no idea. They're going to kill me in L.A. I better hide up here.
And so now you're in Canada doing a miniseries. Now, what is that?
Well, it's called A Man and His Machines. I think Men and Their Machines.
Oh, this is the Henry Ford thing, right?
Yeah, the Henry Ford thing.
And what do you play?
I play his mistress.
Mm-hmm. Did Henry apparently had a mistress?
He had a mistress. He had children by her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kept her next door.
Yeah. And is that a nice story, a good story, you think?
He was a vile human being, what I gathered from the script, you know, he really was. No, he was horrible to his family and his son, and...
well, fortunately, they're no longer in business, so you can say whatever you want about the Fords.
Yeah, really. And I know I'm going to get paid because Cliff Robertson's on it.
Oh, yeah, so you will. They're not going to be screwing around with Cliff, are they? No. Okay. We'll do a commercial. We'll be right back. So Lee Majors was not like raising money to build a church or anything.
I don't know, not that I heard.
All right. Our thanks to Gilbert Gottfried, Heather Thomas, of course, and Bud Wintz and Dolly Parton. Tomorrow, Joan Jett, William Poundstone, and Stupid Human Tricks. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Great interview.
Great.
Yeah,
I love that. That was so funny. I laughed so hard.
Quality wasn't great, but it was all I have. It's all that's out there. I think it's more than watchable or listenable, but I'm sorry about the hum. Some people in chat were complaining about the hum.
It just reminded me of VCR, and it made me feel good. I love the VCR. I miss those sounds.
You could tell Heather Thomas is very intelligent. Haven't mentioned this yet. According to what I read about her in those British annuals, like there's a bunch of PhDs in her family. Obviously good genes in terms of the intelligence. She's a very smart person. She's not some quote unquote dumb blonde. Now let's watch a 51-second long trailer for that movie Cyclone she was promoting. And this ties into Stuntman because Dar Robinson died producing this movie. Fell off a cliff or something. I'll look that up during the trailer, but yeah, I do know he died. He's a stuntman from Sharky's Machine that fell out of a building in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peachtree Plaza Hotel at the top. There's a stunt where Henry Silva's character, who's a coked up hitman, fires a gun, No, he gets killed. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I've seen it so many times, including at a drive-in. This is a spoiler. It was shot in Atlanta. Burt Reynolds' character blows away the bad guy, and he falls out of the building, smashes the glass, falls to his death. Dramatic as hell ending to that film. And Dar Robinson did that stunt. And Dar Robinson worked in Cyclone, and he died. Let's watch during this film. Let's watch the 51-second long trailer. And you heard Martin Landau was in this movie. Low budget, bad movie. And I don't like what they did to Heather Thomas's character. A lot of torture scenes. I mean, she got paid. It wasn't real, but I hated that. Hated watching that as a fan of hers. But let's look at this trailer.
It is the most dangerous secret weapon in the world. Cyclone, the ultimate weapon on two wheels. A genius created it.
Brett was involved in a very important military project.
Everyone's after it.
I'm told you have something I want.
Only one woman controls it. Cyclone. Starring Heather Thomas and Martin Landau. Cyclone. Prepare for the ride of your life. It'll blow you away. Cyclone, the ultimate team of woman and machine.
What do you think, Sarah?
That was actually quite interesting. It's probably something I would never watch because I don't usually watch this kind of things. But given a choice between any of those kind of movies that I've seen of late that I would watch, that would actually be up on the top of the list, actually.
And you saw Dar Robinson in that trailer. He died November 21st. Oh my God, that's my birthday, 1986 in Page, like Turn the Page, Arizona. Let me just look something up here about Dar Robinson, because we're talking stuntman. The Fall Guy 2024 movie was a great tribute to stuntmen, the unsung heroes of the stars. Dar Robinson's stunts were always well planned, and he never broke a bone in his 13-year Hollywood career. But on November 21st, 1986, on the set of the film $1 Million Mystery, not Cyclone, so I was wrong. Glad I could correct this. After the completion of the main stunt, the emergency medical staff was dismissed from the set. While filming a routine high-speed run by the camera with a fellow stuntman, Robinson rode his stunt motorcycle past the breaking point of a turn and straight off a cliff to his death. I could have sworn it was Cyclone. Why did I think that? His last three films, which he worked, were Cyclone, Lethal Weapon, and $1 Million Mystery. He worked on Airport 1977. You know what? Let me make sure. I think I was wrong again about Sharky's Machine. I thought that was him. Let me see who did the stunt. There was definitely a stunt.
There was definitely a stunt, guys.
Yeah, it's in Sharky's Machine. Hang on. Sharky's Machine stunt. Who did that? Stunt performer from the window. I could have sworn, but the internet sometimes lies to me. It's Dar Robinson. He's not credited on freaking Wikipedia. I know I'm right. There it is. Dar Robinson's record high fall stunt in Sharky's Machine. Well, why the hell is it not listed on Wikipedia? That's
because
really
Wikipedia
weird.
is unreliable,
and it's anyone can input stuff. But I've always read that in books that then it might be Cyclone, might have been, because think about it. It's a motorcycle stunt movie. It just seems right. You know, it fits that he would drive his stunt off a cliff in that movie. But let me see something here.
It's probably the Mandela effect.
He's listed as doing stunts. He was the menacing thug in Plaid in Police Academy, 1984. Who was the this might just be, I was an actor. That's what it is. I'm looking at a list, but it doesn't show a list of stunts. Okay. That's what it is. Let me look up Dar Robinson's, because this ties into our theme beautifully tonight. And we'll get to Star Wars. It's technically Star Wars Day. Dar Robinson. Let me look up his IMDb really quickly. Any comments you want to acknowledge that I can't see right now, or no?
I think you've got them all for the most part. Although if something did funny happen after the sounds of the buzzing, were I guess still in my ears. Then when he played the next trailer and it's only coming out the left ear, all I hear is like buzzing in my right ear, and I thought I went deaf for a minute.
Oh God, I'm so sorry, girl.
No, it's fine. It just made me think of all the good times with VCRs and other sound issues. It took me back.
Dar Robinson did stunts in Bachelor Party, Rollerball, It's not showing the damn. I hate when they retool websites and they make it less efficient. King Kong Lives, Live and Die in LA. I already said that. Falcon Crest TV show. Sharky's Machine. Okay. Yeah, it was him. All right. Without a doubt. And that made me doubt my reality. I hate that. Police Academy 2. Let me look at on IMDb and see if it lists what he died working on, because then I will accept that as the truth. If 2 sources say that,
it's got to be 2 sources,
at least 2.
Yeah.
Well, I can't stop the show with this. Magnum Force he worked on. I'll get back to that next week and clarify it. But right now, I'll just say that it wasn't Cyclone that he died working on. Yes, we have taglines. Yes, we have a giveaway. And I have to do our shout outs too, which I will do later on. Let's get to Star Wars Day stuff. We'll make sure I played all my Fall Guy stuff, my clips.
Sweet.
Very good. All right. So got all my Ray Combs clips played. Let's talk about Star Wars real quick. Now, I should have pulled up a picture of Jenny Cresswell. I'm going to play the lost scene from the Star Wars Cantina. Happy Star Wars Day! Happy Star Wars Day to everybody. I think I'll play a little musical intro to Star Wars Day right now. And this will probably get the stream taken down. Hopefully not. we go. I just wanted the Cantina disco music to set up something I want to talk about next. About Star Wars. Happy Star Wars Day, Sarah.
Happy Star Wars Day, Chance.
The audio's pretty good in that clip. I love the images, too, of those
Yeah.
records. That was pretty neat.
That was pretty funny.
So now I'm going to upload a quick picture to set this up. What have we been watching, Sarah, on Shout Studios? We've talked about it. A lot of people that are regulars will be like, not again. Let's just talk about it. Whoops. What have we been
Okay.
watching? You and I, and everybody else.
Space 1999, and I had to leave it to come here. So you're welcome.
Well, by now, surely you've seen all 48 episodes.
You would think so, but I half slept, so no.
Well, I want to talk about this lady, and it ties into Star Wars. That's Jenny Cresswell. She was played an alpha technician, and she never got any dialogue. Some of the background players got upgraded and got dialogue. She never did, except she did get to moan. In the very last episode, she played Maya the Metamorph. Maya transformed into her to evade her most dreaded enemies, the Dorcons. Not with a D-O-R-K, D-O-R-C-O-N-S. D-O-R-C-O-N-S. Dorcons, they're after her brain stem so they could have immortality. And she goes, oh, when they were like using a brain probe to figure out if it's Maya transformed. She can change shape, become any form for an hour. Alien form, living thing, vegetation, whatever. So that's Jenny Cresswell. That's the name of that actor. Well, she played Han Solo's girlfriend in Star Wars, but Marsha Lucas cut her out of the cantina scene. So now I'm going to play from the black and white work print a scene of Jenny kissing Harrison Ford, who was 34 years old at the time, in this scene in the cantina. And then I want to play a little bit more of the scene. And then I got some other Star Wars stuff I want to play. Here is the kiss.
Nice moves, old man. Very impressive. Sweetheart, I'm Han Solo.
See, in the movie, it just cuts to Han Solo. From that scene, different shot, different take. That was the scene. Now I want to play a little bit of the scene with some guy did it in better quality with music added. Let's watch that bit of the scene. I got two other Star Wars bits I want to play. I think will hopefully be of interest to you guys and gals in the party. It's Happy Star Wars Day.
Wait. We dumped down their car in there.
What?
Your joy. They left the weight outside. We go run around.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Why don't you wait out by the speeder? We don't want any trouble. I heartily agree with you, sir. What are you doesn't like you.
Sorry.
I don't like you either. You just watch yourself. We're wanted men. I have the death sentence on 12 systems.
Be careful then.
You'll be dead!
This little one's not worth the effort. Come, let me get you something. Chewbacca here, his first mate on the ship that might suit us.
I don't like the look of this.
Nice moves, old man. Very impressive. Sweetheart. I'm Han Solo, Captain of Millennium Falcon. Chewie here tells me you're looking for passage to the Alderaan system.
Yes, indeed. If it's a fast ship.
If it's a fast ship. Oh, you never heard of the Millennium Falcon?
Should I have?
It's the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. I've outrun Imperial starships. Not the local bulk cruisers, mind you. I'm talking about the big Carillion ships. She's fast enough for you, old man. What's the cargo?
Only passengers. Myself, the boy, 2 droids, and no questions asked.
No questions? What is it, some kind of local trouble?
Let's just say we'd like to avoid any Imperial entanglements.
Well, that's the real trick these days. And it's going to cost you something extra. Altogether 10,000 in advance.
10,000? I'd almost buy our own ship for that.
Yeah, but who's going to fly it, kid? You?
You bet I could. I'm not such a bad pilot myself. We don't be sitting in this.
We can pay you 2,000 now, plus 15 when we reach Alderaan.
17, huh? Okay, you guys got yourselves a ship. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Docking Bay 94.
94.
Looks like somebody's beginning to take an interest in your handiwork.
You'll have to sell your speeder.
No, that's all right. I don't think I'll be coming back to this planet anyway.
$17,000. Those guys must really be desperate. This could really save my neck. Get back to the ship and get her ready. Yeah, but this time I've got the money. I don't have it with me. Tell Doc. Over my dead body. I don't think they'd like another killing in here. Yes, I bet you have.
Sorry about the mess.
Interesting stuff. Little long clip, and I wish it were in color, but I noticed some things. There was a Space 1999 dude, the little dude. I call him. I know it's inappropriate to say midget, but you saw a midget alien with a big nose. It was a prosthetic nose. He was in Space 1999 season 2 premiere, the Metamorph, one of the aliens in Mentor's cave, like the mindless men. You know, they've been brain by his machine. You saw that dude, and I never made that connection because you don't see him good in the final cut of that scene in the movie Star Wars. You saw him good there, profile shot. That was that same guy. And then also I like the Cockney accent of the bartender. We don't want to hear. You know, that was dubbed over with an American voice in the finished product. So interesting stuff there. And Jenny Cresswell, of course, from Space 1999 and other things in England. And, of course, that was filmed at the same time as season 2 of Space 1999, Star Wars was. Of course, they were in Tunisia and in Africa, in the continent of Africa. Then they shot most of the Death Star scenes and Millennium Falcon scenes in England, right down the road from Pinewood Studios. Isn't that cool?
That's very cool. Very cool.
Darth Vader took a day off to play the android in Space 1999, Beta Cloud.
Yes.
Call him an android, robot, whatever. So now let's watch the trailer to the movie that changed everything. Star Wars, first released in limited release on May 25th, 1977. Released a couple of weeks later in June 77 across the country and across the world. This is my favorite trailer to Star Wars. I hope the stream doesn't go down. Let's watch.
20th Century Fox and George Lucas bring you an adventure unlike anything on your planet. Star Wars.
Stop that ship! Blast them! Chewie, get us out of here!
Oh my, I'd forgotten how much I hate space travel.
Here they come.
They're coming in too fast!
The story of a boy, a girl, and a universe.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
It's a big, sprawling space saga of rebellion and romance.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Come with you to Alderaan. There's nothing for me here now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
It's a spectacle, light years ahead of its time. It's an epic of heroes.
Relax! Hit the accelerator! Yahoo!
And villains. And aliens from 1,000 worlds.
Go that way. You'll be malfunctioning within a day, you nearsighted scrap pile.
Star Wars. 1 billion years in the making. The Force will be with you. Always.
love that final music, the final trailer with the John Williams music intact. Exciting stuff. What do you think?
Amazing. Simply amazing.
Have you seen that trailer before?
Of course I have. I mean, yes.
Have it right here in scope on film, but this version shows when the explosion happens at the end, an Academy Award slides in, and it says winner of 7 Academy Awards or something.
Nice.
Yeah, and thank God the stream didn't go down. They're pretty forgiving about trailers, but there it is on film, 16. And also here's a rare Empire Strikes Back trailer as well. I need to show that another time because it's got different stuff, not in the finished movie, including when Luke at the end of Empire Strikes Back, after he's fought Darth Vader and he sacrifices himself after his dad chopped off his hand, and he takes that fall to his doom. You see a little bit more. You hear Mark Hamill like enunciate. He sounds kind of weak, actually. Like when that thing opens up and he falls, he's like, It's in the trailer, and I'm glad they got rid of that and they muted it in the theatrical print because it was not the best sounding thing. So I got one other piece for Star Wars. It's not that long. Got to talk about this. So that movie came out. Of course, it changed everything. Big blockbuster. It is Star Wars Day. I had to go back to the original movie. By the way, I did a Podblast about Star Wars a few months ago, maybe 4 months ago, where I showed all these deleted scenes, and it was approved. No problem with the bots or anything. Knock on wood. And that was one of my better shows, but it's kind of underviewed. I'm like, dude, I mean, the footage and the information. I'm not patting myself on the back. I can't believe people hadn't found that show before. Hopefully they will Star Wars Day. You know what I'm saying? I hate seeing these worthless shows get all these views. No one in our family. No one in our family. No one in our family. Believe me. I'm just saying there's others out there that get all these views and they suck. In terms of the content. In terms of the content. Or it's fake. Anyway, I'm sorry. I need to be more likable. Because a statement like that's not going to make people like me, and I'm not talking about anybody in our family, in our connection, or anybody like that. PDF Elf says Space 1999 is on Shout Studios YouTube channel. Yes, it is, and Sarah and I have been digging it. You know, I just love it. There's an interesting comment from. Let me acknowledge the birthday. One of Shane's friends today is my technical advisor's birthday. One of my technical advisor's birthdays. Happy birthday to your pal, Shane B. That was something I thought from Brandon. I yawned. That was something that irritated me. Didn't Dave Letterman pass away? No, he did not. I know you're kidding or whatever. If you were my son, you would have been disowned a long time ago, Brandon.
That's terrible.
I'm just giving him some crap back. I'm giving you some shit. Poop right back at you.
Family show.
Yeah, family show. I blew that coop a long time ago. Let me let's watch a little bit of Star Wars history together from a YouTube channel I found earlier today.
Hey Skywalkers, welcome back to our new show,
Today in Star Wars History. It's your daily Star Wars history lesson.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was an evil force at work to destroy the values by which decent people lived. Values like patriotism, cleanliness, thrift, and good dental hygiene. Did the evil force win the battle? That's for us to know and you to find out.
On this day, September 23rd, 1977, C-3PO, R2-D2, Chewbacca, and Darth Vader appear on The Donnie and Marie Show. Now, C-3PO, he was played by Anthony Daniels. Chewbacca was played by Peter Mayhew, and inside the Darth Vader suit was our good friend, Kermit Bryce Eller.
When we spoke to Bryce Eller on Skywalking Through Neverland, he gave us some behind-the-scenes stories on this particular Donnie and Marie episode and how Paul Lynde reacted when Bryce wanted to rehearse. Now, in this episode, our heroes are on the run from the Empire while singing songs based on pop standards like Get Ready and Leaving on a Jet Plane. Donnie and Marie, who play Luke and Leia, and Chris Christopherson as Han, sing and dance, along with a squad of stormtroopers, to the big explosive finale where Darth Vader threatens,
"You'll never capture me, and I vow by the power of my force, I shall return."
Now this was the purest embodiment of the word campy. Aside from the singing and dancing stormtroopers, I don't know if they were singing, they were just dancing, I guess.
Okay.
You also had Red Fox, who was the star of Sanford and Son.
Okay.
And he played like the Ben Kenobi character, where every once in a while he would appear and give these very quirky one-liners.
Can you imagine trying to find your luggage when this trip ends?
That I don't think he ever really understood what he was ever talking about.
Was he an older man?
Yeah.
Older gentleman?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was probably, I don't know, in his 60s, but you know, looking at it now, he may have been in his 50s.
Who knows? Yeah,
But
exactly.
back then when I saw this, I thought he was in his like 80s.
Oh, of course. When you're a kid, everyone looks old.
And Paul Lynde, who was a favorite of the variety shows of this day, he played a very flamboyant Imperial officer.
Thought you'd get away. Don't you know you'll never escape from the farce?
That's the Force.
Oh, don't bother me with grammar at a time like this.
And Thurl Ravencroft, he provided the voice of Darth Vader. I guess they couldn't get James Earl Jones.
No.
So they said, "Hey, Thurl, you got an afternoon?" Now, Thurl Ravencroft, he's the voice of Tony the Tiger.
Kellogg's toast corn into golden flakes and adds a secret frosting. Helps keep them extra crunchy and delicious. It's part of your good breakfast and tastes.
They're great.
Exactly. And once you hear Darth Vader speak, it's like, Darth Vader, did you swallow Tony the Tiger?
Oh.
He just sounds like Tony the Tiger.
I vow by the power of my force, I shall return.
Also on this date, September 23rd in 2018, Gary Kurtz, the producer of Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, became one with the Force when he passed away at the age of 78 from cancer.
Peter Mayhew tweeted, "R.I.P. Gary Kurtz, a great filmmaker and man that has just passed. Without him, there would have been no Force. You will be remembered in the incredible films you made that touched the lives of millions."
Mark Hamill also tweeted and said, "I've lost a lifelong friend. The world has lost a kind, wise, multi-talented artist and filmmaker whose contributions to cinema cannot be overstated. It was an honor to have worked with him, and I know I'm a better man just for having known him. Rest in peace, Gary Kurtz." Now, we were fortunate to have Gary Kurtz on Skywalking Through Neverland on episode 170, and he shared so many stories that I've never heard before.
Yeah, and I mean, he was a busy man right up until his death. He was working on so many things that he talked about on our show.
Yeah, he was a definite inspiration to me while I was in film school, because I heard about all the things he had done as a producer, so that's what I wanted to live up to, and I was so happy to have told him that while we spoke to him that day.
Right, and that was 2017, right?
Yeah, we had him on for the 40th anniversary of Star Wars.
Yeah.
40 years to the day, and we got to thank our good friend Craig Miller for setting that up for us.
Yeah, thank you, Craig.
And we're the only podcast he's ever been on.
Wow. Yeah, and this will be linked right here in the show. Bing. Now, do you have a connection or a story about Gary Kurtz?
We can cut right there. I just thought it was neat to see the clips, and I did not know the voice of Darth Vader was the voice of Tony the Tiger. And their little video there, which is I thought a slick produced video, is very underviewed. Like it had like 100 and something maybe views, and it's been out there a while. I thought, wow. Oh well.
Oh, well.
And I agree with Shane B. Not the best personalities, and I thought that was very disrespectful of Red Fox. Or how could you not know? Oh, was he an older man? She says about Red Fox. It's like, woman, please.
Woman.
Now we're gonna do our giveaway. I'm gonna give away some vintage Star Wars cards since it's Star Wars Day. 5 of them. This is from the Yellow series, which is in the middle of the 5 series run. Let me show you the cards. I picked them out. I hope you like Princess Leia. She's in almost all of them.
She's the best. Well, she was. I mean, excuse me, she was.
Cape Cod. and the garbage chute. Let me see if there's any factoids on the back or just puzzle pieces. Yeah, there's a factoid. I don't think I'll read it. I'll leave it as a surprise. Oh, it's about the Millennium Falcon. That's kind of cool. Only one of the cards has Star Wars official description number 19 of 22. I might read it for everybody else. So we're going to play our taglines game when I find my clip, and then we're going to wrap the show finally. Geez, almost 5 hours. I did it again.
Oops, I did it again. I'm sorry.
I over-prepared. That's so cliche. That sound, it's so cliche, but I had to do it.
It wouldn't be you without it.
It's time for taglines.
Shall we play a game?
Yes. So let's play it. And let me see how many taglines I have for you tonight. This is going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm not doing it so I don't give something away. I promise I'm not. But this time it's going to be magazine taglines. And believe it or not, there were taglines to promote magazines. So Brandon, you're not old enough. I mean, you're welcome to play if you want something, but I don't think you're going to get a single one of these, brother, just because you're just too young. But you're welcome to play. Let's start with this tagline. No clips. All right. Tagline number 1. It's where the girl ends and the woman begins. Any guesses? And Sarah, you can play along. You can shout out an answer if you think,
Okay.
This one's not for a prize. It's just the first one, just to get our feet wet. It's where the girl ends and the woman begins. Any guesses?
I have no idea.
Esmeralda would nail this. Where's Esmeralda? She must be moving still.
Yeah, she's still moving. She says she's old and it takes forever now.
Danny Staten said maxi pads. We're guessing magazines, not product. Not product.
I thought he said it, not me.
The PDF Elf says James Earl Jones did not do Tony the Tiger Chance. No, I know you weren't paying attention, dear. What I'm saying is, in the Donnie and Marie appearance of the Star Wars characters, it wasn't James Earl Jones voicing Darth Vader. It was the voice of Tony the Tiger. That's the difference. And Sick 2210 Productions on YouTube, Shane B, in real life, said The Mandalorian had 4 good episodes. In reference to PDF Elf saying we love The Mandalorian. He was referencing that.
Never saw any of it.
And his criticism of the 2 hosts of that podcast, they love everything Star Wars, even the Disney crap. Okay.
Yeah.
You knew that, Danny. You were just doing a funny, and it was funny. It's not maxi pads. All right, I'm just going to reveal the answer. It's so late. I bet everyone's asleep that might get it. It's where the girl ends and the woman begins. That was 17 magazine.
Oh, see, I never read that.
All right. And you probably didn't read many magazines because you're, 41, 40?
Hey, I had a lot of Star Trek ones. And no, I didn't read them either.
Okay. Question 2. Kick back, chill out, hang loose, which is a Hawaii term. Have fun. What magazine would that be a tagline for marketing? I'll just tell you, Entertainment Weekly. These are hard.
Entertainment Weekly? I would never guess that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to make it difficult. All right. Question 3. Here's a magazine. Life Well Shared. We'll make this for a prize. First person that guesses correctly gets 5 Star Wars cards. Sarah, you can play along, but I got to give the prizes to someone else. Don't be mad.
I'm angry. Okay. No, but what I got to say about that is, I'll be honest with you, if you probably said like PC ads or something like that, or magazines, I would have known those.
Danny State in South Carolina says, I must not have read many magazines. PDF Elf says, so this guy was in that? The guy who's saying you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch, was astoundingly named. I know. Yep. The voice of Tony the Tiger. That's right. Thurl Ravenscroft. Yep. So there's on Donnie Marie. Yes. So I didn't want you to think I'm a complete dumbass and thought that James Earl Jones voiced Tony the Tiger. No. I'm just referring to the Donnie Marie. PDF Elf says, and we take offense. Don't call us dear, or we will call you late for dinner. Okay.
Ooh. Now those are fighting words.
Better Homes and Garden guest Danny Staten. First person that gets it right and says claim gets the 5 vintage Star Wars cards. I guess I'll just reveal, and we'll do another prize one. Life Well Shared. I'll give a hint. Actually, It's abridged articles. Abridged articles.
Well, National Geographic's out of the picture, so I won't say that.
All right, I'll just reveal it and we'll do another one. We'll key it up. This is too late and it's taking too much time. Life Well Shared is the slogan for Reader's Digest, which had abridged or edited articles. Okay. Tagline 4. How many do I have? 14. Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Man at his best. What magazine is that a marketing slogan for? Man at his best.
Oh, what's that in that magazine?
You never heard of what, Danny? Don't say Reader's Digest. Don't say you never heard of Reader's Digest. No, I know you're talking about something else. Maybe never heard of the slogan. Oh, he says he thinks it's Playgirl. That's a good guess. That's a really good guess. That's correct. But that's a good guess. I'll just move. Man at his best. It's Esquire magazine.
Oh, excuse me, Esquire, not GQ. Way off.
No, but you're in the right ballpark. Okay. Magazine tagline number 5. Live well every day.
That's got to be Home and Garden now.
Good guess, but live well every day.
Trying to think.
It's too late. I'm just going to reveal, and that is for a prize. I don't think even Googling would get you the answer. Live well every day. That was Woman's Day. Okay, question 6.
Never even heard of that one.
This is process of elimination. You might guess the correct answer. Tagline 6, news you can use. And it's all fake. Just kidding. News you can use. What magazine is that the slogan for? News you can use.
Times Magazine?
Times.
This is what I could think of. No, there I go snorting again. Sorry.
Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World says, sorry, the only magazines I ever read were Mad Magazine and Cracked. That's it.
Oh, yeah, Mad's great. I have some Mad still.
Nice collection of that, too. Yeah, it's good. Funny stuff. And Crazy Magazine. That was Marvel's answer to Mad Magazine. That was a funny one, too.
Never heard of it.
Danny Staten guessed Newsday magazine. No, I've never heard of Newsday. I've heard of Newsweek. It was news you can use is U.S. News and World Report. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Everybody read that one. I can't believe we forgot. Jesus.
Magazine tagline 7. We're halfway home. This is for a prize. First person to answer correctly and says claim gets the 5 vintage 1977 Series 3 yellow border Star Wars cards. Tagline, live curious. What magazine is that? Live curious. I hate trivia, says Danny Staten. I'm sorry, brother, you only one up playing. That's why I shouldn't give away anything because, it's an ungodly hour in the East Coast. It's 1 a.m., but it is Friday night. I'll just move along. Nothing to see here. Live curious, I thought would be an easy one. One of you guys already said it. National Geographic.
Oh,
all right.
It was National Geographic?
Yeah. Live curious.
I was going to say that, and I was like, but I think you said it was a prize one. I was like, so I'm being quiet.
It is well, you could still play, though.
But I was trying to give you the answer.
I know, you didn't want to spoil it. I got you.
Yeah,
no, you just shout out whatever. Ones. No, you just shout out whatever. I don't care because there's plenty of questions. All right. Question 8. Should I save this for when people are awake for next week? Save these questions because I think a lot of people will get these and just not give away. It is Star Wars Day. What do you think? You make the call, Sarah. Should we keep going? I'm more than halfway done. What should I do? It doesn't seem like anyone's out there playing.
If I were you, I would wait for the chat to catch up. Okay. Relax for a minute and breathe. All right. So yes, he says, yes, save
you
that.
You can win, Danny. Danny, you can play. You can play and you can win. I'll make every question a prize question until we give away the cards from here on out.
There you go.
If you still want to play, well, all right. So just answer. You'll probably be the one answering, and that's fine. So we'll continue then. I hate to waste these questions though if no one's playing.
Let's do a Star Wars questions instead.
I was top my head. Okay. Yeah, for my book. Of course. You're so smart. I got my book right here. There we go.
YouTube.
There we go. That's even better. So I'm going to save these, and I'm going to save these for next time. The magazine questions.
Definitely, you can use them on Sunday too if you wanted.
Makes more sense. What would be better? It should have occurred to me.
That's okay. Teamwork.
Okay, what mechanism? I know this off the top of my head. Don't even look at the answer. What mechanism on the Millennium Falcon did Han Solo use to get the coordinates for the jump to hyperspace? And it's for a prize. For a
That might be a
prize.
little too nerdy for me.
I can tell you it's from the original Star Wars movie, 1977.
Well, I could tell you that too.
Not Empire Strikes Back. And let me make sure I have my shout out page. And I got to talk about Remind Magazine too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Again, let me look in chat, see if anyone's answered. What mechanism on the Millennium Falcon did Han Solo use to get the coordinates for the jump to hyperspace? All right, time's up.
Okay.
Take a few moments to get me the coordinates from the Nava computer. The Nava.
Is that what he said? I would not have.
Let me look at
thought about that.
See if this kid got. Let me look in the back just to be official. Look in the answers. We got all these cards in here too. In the book, like bookmarks, I could give away another time.
Nice. I think one of my birds just fell down.
They're good cards. They have value. Not a lot of value, but they have value. I know it's the damn Nava computer. Where is it?
Family Show.
The Nava computer, spelled NAVI dash computer. The Nava computer. Okay.
I love what Jerry says. He's oh hell, just live long and prosper. LOL. Oh, Jerry's funny.
Okay. Question for a prize. What was Princess Leia's father's title? Here's the source, the Jedi Masters Quiz Book, PDF Elves. Not made up.
There you go. There you go. That's amazing.
At the time, this kid, Rusty Miller, was like 10 years old when he got this book written and published.
Oh, wow. Then it's just like...
there is a mistake in here, though. He did make a mistake in here, but this is published in 1982.
Oh, yeah, I was born that year.
First edition, but I read it to death, so it's not in great condition. What was Leia's father's title for a prize? What do you think?
Danny Staten says Ambassador.
Ambassador? So hard. This is a hard question. I'm just going to give the answer away. He was the viceroy and first chairman of the Alderaan system.
Yeah, he was thinking Star Trek, I think, because I was like, yeah, you could just cover that under ambassador as well. But hey, whatever.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. What did the Empire find on Dantooine?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It wasn't my moon.
What did the Empire find on Dantooine? They're on Dantooine. Leia lied. She lied to save her friends.
Yeah. Danny Staten.
Yeah, he said they found Jawa poop. Shane says, I own so many Star Wars novels I have to read. Yeah, I do too. That I have some I've never read. What did the Empire find on Dantooine? The remains of a rebel base.
I'm sorry, but it was just unexpected. No, it was just really unexpected. I wasn't expecting that one.
These are the questions. It's legit. This is a prize question. We give these 5 cards away. What did Luke ask Leia to do just before they swung across the chasm on the Death Star? What did Luke ask Leia to do before they did the big swing across? Swing across. I just had a lisp. Swing across. That's kind of hard, but when you hear it, the answer, you'll be like, oh yeah.
Danny Staten says kiss. Okay. And 6 says trust me.
That's Shane. And PDF says Timothy Zahn is the best to follow George Lucas movies. Oh yeah. And when Gary Kurtz died, that was a shame, but he should have been the helm of the prequels instead of Rick McCallum, but that's another story. I don't think, he wasn't on Return of the Jedi. That's why he had Ewoks, right? That's when things started to unravel a little bit, but I had no problem with the Ewoks per se. But when Gary Kurtz left Star Wars, that's when Lucas sort of went off the reservation there. Kiss him, guessed PDF Elves. Claim, kiss. No. And when you hear it, it's not kiss. Let me read the question again. What did Luke ask Leia to do just before they swung across the chasm on the Death Star? Answer, hold his gun. Remember, he hold this. I guess it's hard to hear over the music and the effects, but it's there. So that was a hard one. I'm just reading these from the book randomly. I'm not trying to pick hard ones.
Do you have what's his knowledge to Star Wars?
Hold his gun, huh?
Do you have the what's his knowledge to Star Wars? So for the rest of us?
Said. Yeah, no, I don't. PDFL said bite him. You're funny. PDFL said bite him. That was a good funny. Okay. All right.
Was this the Podblast? It's the show with the kick or whatever you say. Dang it. I'll get it down. One of these days, I'll take your place. But until then.
Who led the Rebel strategy meeting for the Death Star attack? Man, these are hard. I'm just going to say the answer. No one's going to get it. General Dodonna.
Oh, yeah. That's totally what I was not going to say at all. But if I knew it, I would have.
Stuff. When the Falcon was pulled into the Death Star, why did the Imperials believe there was no one on board for a prize?
Okay, I know this one. So I'm going to shut up.
It's not as what you might think, though. I would have gotten this wrong. No, it's not made up. Look, I'll show you the question. All right, I don't see it. Question 106. Look, 106. Wait, there we go. God dang it, that's hard to get on. There we go, 106. When the Falcon was pulled into the Death Star. Answer.
I know this one, though.
That's what I would think, too.
No, it's not that. It's not that, though. But it's not that either.
It's not.
It's
they hid in the smugglers. That's what I would have guessed. They hid in
but
the
it's not that either. It's because
it's not my book. I didn't write the book.
Can I say the answer?
With me. Go ahead. Answer.
Because the life pods had been jettisoned before shortly after takeoff. I know that one.
You got it half right. I would give you full credit for that. It says the log said the crew had abandoned ship and the escape pods had been jettisoned.
Yep. That's what I said. Just not nerd way. I said Sarah way.
I would credit that. That's great.
I know that.
Good answer.
Thank you. See?
You're in the book.
I Star Wars.
Question 108 in this book for a prize until someone gets it right. I'm getting tired though. I've gone over 5 hours. Unbelievable. No one will be listening. What was Vader's plan for the captured rebel blockade runner? What was Darth Vader's plan for the captured rebel blockade runner? Do you know what the rebel blockade runner ship is? It was the one in the very beginning of the film, the very first Star Wars. Danny guessed anal probe.
No, that's Star Trek Borg Bride, and don't do it.
What was Vader's plan for the captured rebel blockade runner? It's an easy answer. To destroy it.
I was going to say that again, but I can't know every answer in a row now. Now it looks like I read the book somehow.
You've seen the movie, haven't you? A couple times, I know.
I've seen it many times. And then when I saw it where Yeah, Jabba the Hutt gets walked over. I was like, why? Why did they do that? And then you showed me some like really cool scenes they could have put in there instead. Like, what's happened? And anyways, and his just and
Who gave? Wait a minute. No, that's too easy. What do moisture evaporators do?
Okay.
That's an easy one for a prize. It's all for a prize from here on out. What do moisture evaporators do?
Oh, I need to shut up. What?
Make Sarah dry is Danny's guess. PDF help. Sorry, PDF got his credit. And Sick 2210 Productions Gas Siphon Water. You win. If you want these cards, you can come over here, watch Fall Guy on film, or I'll mail them to you to any address you want, work address, whatever. That's acceptable. The answer is they absorb moisture from the atmosphere.
Yes, very good.
Water. So that game over.
That's what they were. They were farmers
yours.
of that.
So just
here, I'll drop you their email so they can just email you.
Yeah.
How about that? Wouldn't that be simple?
Well, he's got my number. You can call me or email me an address and I'll mail them to you. I'll mail them to you Monday morning. And then I'll just do the rest of those questions about the magazines when people are up towards maybe the beginning of the Podblast next time instead of at the end when folks are burned out and have checked out because I went too long. All right, or went off topic. Evaporate water, Danny. Yeah, that was it. That was it. But unfortunately,
I still know the answer to the best question ever. There you go.
There's the email address. There you go. Thank you, Sarah. Goldar3AOL.com for an address. Just email me an address you want the cards mailed to. Shane B. if you want them. And I appreciate it, man. Or if you don't want them, if you're just playing for fun, that's cool too. But you have a claim on those cards for what it's worth. Danny now says claim. No, well, if Shane doesn't want them, but those are Shane's. All right. Well, I got to give some shout outs and I got to sign off. Let me first. Well, I know, but here on out, give them to Danny. Okay. Well, then Danny, you get them. So email me that address. I can't remember if I already have it. I think I've already mailed him. I'll look at my email.
If you don't, I still have it for you if you need it.
Yeah. Sarah, of course. You have his address, don't you? You can just text it to me or something. All right, bro. Thank you. You win, brother. So let me now get this going. I got to get to our photos and talk about Remind Magazine really quickly. They have a great deal. You can subscribe for just $12 for an entire year or give it as a gift for just $12 out the door, including shipping, including tax for the first year. Go to remindmagazine.com and they accept all major credit cards through their secure order portal. But what is Remind Magazine? Well, it's a magazine geared towards the 1950s through the 1990s with brain-teasing puzzles and features and comics 12 times a year, each and every month. It's a really great magazine. Let me show you the image of the latest edition. They actually covered classic sports, baseball in particular, in film. My favorite is the Bad News Bears, the original Bad News Bears. Have you seen that movie, Sarah?
You know what? I actually did, but I was on TV and I had no idea what I was watching and I actually enjoyed it.
Walter Matthau as an alcoholic manager of a little league team. You can't go.
That's
and Oscar
why
winner
I watched it. I love him a lot.
Yeah, the Oscar winner Tatum O'Neal. Fun fact, the guy who played, I forget the character, one of the kid actors wound up designing a computer program that we used at Cumulus, which became outdated. But he got into the computer software biz. The guy who played like the punk kid. I can't remember his name. Anyway, let me see what Space 99 Shout Studios. Yeah, that's an old comment. Thank you for that, though.
Good night, Jerry.
I'm out for the night or morning since it's 1:09 a.m. May the force be with you both. And Sarah, I get the biggest kick out of your giggle and laugh. May the 4th be with all. That's Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World. He's got a big anniversary coming up.
Happy anniversary.
14th, right, Jerry? Before you sign off, 14th. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said it was the 14th anniversary of this Facebook group.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Bad News Bears 2, where they went to Tokyo, and then Breaking Training. No, it was Breaking Training, and then Bad News Bears go to Tokyo. All good stuff. Thank you, Shane. Great show. He says, long show, but I packed it with so much information. But yeah, subscribe to Remind Magazine. Yeah, I didn't really do them justice because where's my little script, my approved script? Got to get it right.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Well, I'll do a make do next time. A make good, I mean, because I can't find it right now. But I've hit all the high points. It would make a great graduation gift. Oh yeah, one thing I like to say is, what can you get for $12 anymore for a whole year? I mean, you can't get a streaming service for that anymore. You could at first, but then they jacked up the price. Now, Remind won't do that to you. Remind will keep you at a discounted rate. The regular price for Remind is $4.99 plus tax, and you can still find magazines, believe it or not, at places like Barnes and Noble and on newsstands. So the best thing to do, and just think about it, they'll think you spent a hell of a lot more than $12. Make a great graduation gift or birthday gift year round. Go to remindmagazine.com. It's nostalgia friendly. It taps your inner child without insulting your intelligence.
Hey,
it's
Chance.
written on an adult level. Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, the 14th is my birthday, so nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I can get you a subscription. Whoop, sorry, Jenny. I can get you a subscription. Quick shout outs, and then we'll finally sign off. Classic television shows on Facebook, a huge Classic TV Facebook group. If you're on Facebook, I love it. I like the fun world of classic television. That's run by Steve Russo in the Boston, Massachusetts area. He lets me share this show in his group. Appreciate that. As does Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World. Thank you for that. Helps get the word out. The world out. Helps get the world out.
I'm the word. Like, I'm the world, you're the word. Okay, there you go.
Grease is the world. Grease is the word. I'm just getting punchy. I know you hate grease. I've already talked about RetroZest.com and the RetroZest podcast. I call it the RetroZest Show. I run it on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, which you can stream from anywhere on any device for free. He's on Wednesday nights and Saturday and Sunday, and he's on his own platforms. He's on Apple. RetroZest. Excellent content from Curtis Langlois. He's right here in the state of Georgia, as I am. Great guest. He had an awesome interview with Maren Jensen, who played Athena in the original Battlestar Galactica. Very successful businesswoman. She turned her back on acting a long time ago, didn't need it anymore, but she made her mark when she was in the business. She acted with Doug Barr in Deadly Blessing movie. Doug Barr from Fall Guy, who played, of course, Howie Munson. Hopefully he'll be in a sequel to The Fall Guy. I hope it does well. The movie, I'm wishing it well. I really enjoyed it. I had to nitpick. The Fall Guy fan in me, had some issues, but those can be rectified in a sequel. And maybe that's the plan. As the director said, David Leitch, who was a former stuntman, this is Colt's origin story. And he explained that down the line, there may be bounty hunting and other elements that might have been missing. Maybe Howie will come along in the sequel. Maybe he didn't want to bring him along, because think about it. In the pilot, Colt has been in the business a long time. To play devil's advocate here, and the very first pilot was established that Colt was an established Hollywood stuntman, one of the best. One of the other things I haven't said yet, I wish they'd shown, Colt had a home in the Hollywood Hills, behind the Hollywood Hills sign. I guess that's not realistic these days, because I probably prime real estate. He probably would have been booted, in the early 80s. I guess you could get away with that. But he had kind of a shack, but he had horses too. Now, that wasn't established, that Colt is named after a horse, and he had horses. Howie, in the pilot of the old show, was amazed by that. He goes, "Hey, you have horses?" And Colt's like, "Yeah, we'll take a ride later." And they were out back behind his house in the Hollywood Hills. I thought that was a little cool piece of the character of Colt Seavers, which may be explored in a future movie, hopefully. Tune into BK in the Air Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. to noon on WBHF, which is a radio station out of Cartersville, Georgia. They have their own app. You can hear them from any place, just like Fistful of Radio. Just use your phone or your device and look up BK on the Air, WBHF. And it's a 2-hour show, Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time, with Alan Sanders as co-host. And they talk about past and present pop culture. Good stuff. And some news of the strange and the weird and the bizarre as well. When they flash the news, they play the Flash Gordon. Fun fact about that, in the Queen biopic Bohemian Rhapsody, which is by 20th Century Fox, it's pretty lame. Universal, Comcast would not let them use the Flash Gordon music because it was a competing studio. So that was omitted from the Freddie Mercury and Queen story. And I hated that, because they jumped around a little bit and skipped that. And that was a big piece of their music history, was doing the music to Flash Gordon. Anyway, I digress.
Great music too.
It's a business, different studios. Fox couldn't get the rights from Universal. Sucks. Shout out to Geek to Me Radio Live, James Enstall on KTRS St. Louis every Sunday night, 7 o'clock Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time, 9 o'clock Central Local time in St. Louis, and Nashville time, Central time and Mountain. Central.
Love that show so much.
Yeah, he's a lot of good interviews and creators. I like Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. Husband and wife team. They go to all conventions across.
They had a video today, a new video out today. I didn't watch it. I figured I'll watch it afterward.
Cool. I'll be looking for it. They review conventions, big and small.
Oh,
Usually intimate conventions, though. They were just at the Marietta Vinyl and Compact Disc Show, or Marietta Vinyl and CD Show is what it's called. It stands for Compact Disc, of course.
Not in Marietta of California, Marietta in Georgia.
Right. And they went and they shoot a video so you feel like you're there. And then after that piece is ended, they review what they bought at each show, and they do the same for the Atlanta Comic Convention and Toylanta toy conventions, things like that. And they do.
And they also interviewed Chance twice.
Oh yeah, that was nice. Talking about how I created Madcap unofficially, but officially, and the character Madcap, Marvel character, and the angry girlfriend variant, my side of the story.
Oh,
it was
and
my
one more thing,
yeah.
Jerry says no, the 12th. It's 12th anniversary, not the 14th.
Thanks for that notation. I'm glad you were still there to correct me. 12th is a damn good number, sir. That's good. K-pop junkie. She was live earlier tonight. Katie,
yes, she was,
out of Michigan State. She interviews comic book artists, writers, people in the business. She tries to give them a leg up and help them with their Kickstarter campaign.
We should have her on a Tuesday instead of doing like a show, like a movie show. We should have her on. You know what better? Get her.
Yeah. Let's do that. She's a helper and a doer, and she helps others. She helps others fund their projects, and she has a great voice, great personality, very nice person. And she's pretty big in the comic book community. She hosts a lot of creative guests. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
her channel should be much bigger too.
Her YouTube channel is spelled letter K, letter P, letter O, letter P _JUNKI, K-pop _junkie. I like the Man Cave 101 podcast. These are black gentlemen talking about nerd news, Marvel stuff, DC stuff, everything. They're live every Thursday night, and I really enjoy it. I think they're out of New York State. And I love their perspective and what they have to say. I also like Superman homepage. Not that they need my help. They're a huge Superman operation and website out of Australia. Steve Eunice goes live most Mondays. He'll be back at it live Monday night. He had this past week, had some maintenance at his house, he said, so he had to skip a week. He wanted to make sure his power would be on, something to do with the power company. But he's going to be back on Monday night at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time for 1 hour and 1 hour only, talking all things Superman. They show classic Superman covers. They're talking about the new movie and other good things. I highly recommend that program and that website, Superman homepage.
Very good stuff.
Dave Sundstrom, a Monster Pop Culture channel on YouTube. Great content there. Golden Rage of TV, Pat McCormack on YouTube. Great interviews he had. I talked about this every week, but I was really impressed with his interview with Loretta Swit, TV's Hot Lips and TV's MASH, based on the movie. Of course, Sally Kellerman played Hot Lips in the movie. And he had Sarah, I was about to say Sarah Purcell, Lee Purcell. Sarah Purcell was on Real People. Lee Purcell's an actress. She was in the first Incredible Hulk reunion movie, Incredible Hulk Returns, 1988, which tried to introduce Thor in live action. And she was in that as David Banner's love interest, and she's done a whole lot of other stuff, but it was during the strike. She couldn't talk about that stuff. Hopefully Pat will have her on because she's a fascinating person. She was so hot in Barnaby Jones, too, in an episode where Dabney Coleman was in a classy way hitting on her, let's just say. I mean, he wasn't being a creep or anything, but she was in a bikini. And she was trying to seduce him because he was wealthy in that episode anyway. But she was so sexy in that back in 1974. But she still looks good. That's so offensive, I know. And I'm not trying to be an ageist, but she does. Okay, so and of course Al Hardy Entertainment on YouTube, and Basil's original nostalgic Podblast page, and I found the coasters. Stall for me, Sarah. I found the coasters that Basil gave me. I want to show him. He keeps talking about it. He's like, "Where's my coasters?" Well, I found them with the logo. He didn't really have a show, but he has a presence on Facebook and a lot of good content and comedy. Hang
Thank you to the PDF elves for dropping K-pop junkies epic channel there. Much appreciated. Also, check out Jim's camera at Dawn, Danny Staten and his 50,000 channels, Snarky, and her other 50,000 channels too. TD, myself, and Brain Bender's Blaster. No, now I'm just saying. There you go.
Brain
Anyways,
Bender's
Triple B.
Banter.
Yeah, banter is not saying all the weird words.
I was going to mention, thankfully you covered my butt on that because I haven't added her to my little script. My mind's starting to waver. I'm getting punchy. Been live for over 5 hours, almost 5.5 hours. So I certainly would have mentioned that, but I'm glad you did. Thank you. Because I might have forgotten by accident, certainly not intentionally.
That's okay. That's why I have the prompt here of the virtual background.
So I'm going to put that within arm's length next time Basil calls me out. Hey, where's the coaster I gave you? He gave me a bunch of these coasters. So
you have to send me one.
Oh yeah, I will. I'll be happy to. And have fistful coasters too. There's one in the back.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I definitely want that.
Did you see the Space 1999 board game?
Well, you didn't take it down and show me, but you can show me that after.
And then we'll sign off.
Or you can do it now too.
I'm going to do it now. This thing is like teetering.
It's on the brink of knocking them out.
Huge.
That's
like
awesome.
I know you don't know what I'm talking about. I say Harris Teeter. That's a North Carolina thing. Used to be in Georgia. It was a fancy grocery store chain. Anyway, it was teetering. But look, it's humongous. I mean, that's what she said, but it is. And I love looking the eagle up close and personal. Now, let me open it up. And I forgot I had this. It looks like it's not even been played because it's got there's a Moonbase Alpha. There's a bunch of eagles.
Dude, that's so cool.
I don't know the object of the game. It's Milton Bradley, so they're the premier board game manufacturers, or were. I mean, in terms of pop culture history, they're the best, no doubt.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
There it is. So
that's really cool.
Oh, and I almost forgot one final thing pertaining to Fall Guy. I have these. Yeah, I could make 8x10 glossies. I have these. I'm gonna try turning on this bright light. It's not going to work. It's just too bright. I was going to try to show. Yeah, okay. It's kind of working.
Yeah, you can see from it. That's actually really cool, but that's upside down.
Hang on a second. God, this isn't going to work.
All right, there you go.
There
you are.
Oh,
now that's freaking cool. No, put it down a little bit. There you go. And
that I used on the cover of my VHS private tape. Okay.
That's freaking cool.
Oh God, that's my favorite image. I could mass produce these. Here's one of God, I don't know. It's so hard to do this.
So you should mass produce them on t-shirts.
Yeah. Oh, there's a good one of Doug Barr and Marky Post.
That's so cool.
And there's a Colt in Hawaii in Sandcastles, this first episode shot for season 4, but it aired 7th. It aired the week after the first Elvira Halloween episode. It aired November 7th, 84. I know by heart. And I'll do the production order thing I promised. I think it would be really boring though at this stage for everyone else, but I think it's interesting. It's exclusive information. It's not on the internet. Production order of the episodes. Now I've got these two as well. Oh God, I hope they show up. Okay. What the F is that? Hey, this one would probably sell good. This is a shot of Paul Williams, who was cut from the pilot. I'm not doing a good job. Right there on the right, that's Paul Williams pointing at Colt in the cut scene from the DVD with Lou Rawls.
Oh, nice.
The Palomino Club. He's got the cowboy hat. He's pointing at Colt.
I see it.
Anyway, I'll
I love it.
Little trick or
Are
treat.
you afraid of the dark?
No mask required on me. Damn, that is UGLY. I ain't got no alibi on that. But put something pretty up. Okay, that's better. That's better. Woo! Yeah, palate cleanser is right. I don't know why I'm talking like a hillbilly. Go see the Fall Guy movie. See for yourself. Support these guys. It was a love song to the stuntmen and stuntwomen. Again, my only beef, just as a Fall Guy fan, was they sort of forgot the sexy element and the truck. And I don't like what they did with the truck. They underused the truck.
I was just thinking how they could solve that truck and sexy problem at the same time. If they just put somebody near the truck eating a hamburger, that would have been tough, good, sexy.
Carl's Jr. in your neck of the woods.
There you go. You know
Carl's
my
Jr.
tagline.
Oh, look at the links. Thank you, PDF Elves. I know I heard you audibly say that, but now I'm seeing it. That's really neat, PDF Elves, that you are putting everybody's links up. Man Cave 101, Superman homepage, Jim's Camera at Dawn. I didn't mention him. Again, just like BBB, it wasn't on purpose. My gosh, no. There's K-pop. Thank you for doing that. That's great. Let me put it on the screen.
That's one of Dan's 50,000 channels there.
I didn't talk about Mogs, the Mongolian Monster, whom Danny Staten turned me on to. They're live every Tuesday and Thursday night. I love their channel.
He
Talking
turned
about
me onto
UFOs.
them too.
Huh?
He turned me onto them too. Danny Staten
great.
turns you on to a lot of things.
The problem is they're on when you like to be on.
Yeah, I know.
But
that's why one of the
I
best
gotta
things.
choose on Thursday. Tuesday, I'm with you, but I'll try to multitask and be on both. But Thursday, I kind of gravitate towards them. No offense, I just because I want Thursday's like a looser night when the weekend is coming, and I don't know.
No, that makes perfect sense. But this Thursday,
I don't mean
I'm
to
not
be
gonna...
disloyal. I'm a loyal guy. I don't, I just had to explain myself on that.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, so this Thursday, I'm not going to do a show with Snarky because we're going to be doing another one, soon. And I'm going to this Thursday then go help some other channels out. So we all have to take turns helping other people out. It's what we do. All right. That's why I told you.
Danny, Blink, will you link Mongolian Monster, please? They've been super nice to me.
They're
Stephanie,
good people.
and Mogs, yeah. Oh God, yeah. And they talk about Bigfoot, the unexplained, supernatural, and they just shoot the bull, and they're funny, and they have a great laugh. They like to laugh and have a good time,
and their chat's fun.
Serious, absolutely. Yeah,
and they've been very nice to me. I have come many times just to listen, just to be in chat, and also a couple times up on panel.
I can do it. I'm gonna link them. What am I saying, Sarah? Take it away with something. Is there anyone else we forgot to talk about that we like that are in our partnership?
Danny Staten's dropping them right now because he's on the ball.
Oh, then cool. I can relax.
Yeah, it's all right. One of these days we'll get like a mass link list, and then we'll just get them all together. And you should
PDF. Thank you. I don't know that community. We got to do a one-on-one. I don't know about this community post. I heard it really works wonders for channels in terms of growth, and I've never done one. I need to do that and do the podcast thing. But anyway, who cares? No, I got to sign off. Sorry, listeners. I really,
Look,
I want to.
I got your back.
I don't need to. This is all stuff we can talk about behind the scenes. So good night. See the Fall Guy movie. Support them because it was a really great thing that they did, supporting stuntmen and stunt women in the industry. It was a good love song to the unsung heroes of the movies that make the stars look great. So I liked it. I really liked the movie a lot. Just there's things that you can tweak in a sequel in terms of the Fall Guy side. Final thoughts, Sarah.
There are plenty of channels and links in the chat. Also, Chance's email. And I never dropped your phone number because I totally just forgot about it till right now. Sorry about that. Anyways, but I did also drop your Fistful of Radio and also your Facebook group. So there you go.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks to Shane B for calling in. Appreciate you. And I'll be back Sunday on this channel if you're into comic books, unveiling a box of comics I've never gone through. I've never gone through these books. I thumbed through some when the person who sold me the books brought them here, and I saw enough to warrant the price. He gave me a very fair price, and I saw enough, so I wanted to save the surprise. So this is a true virgin box I've never gone through. Jeff Logan will be with me. He knows a lot about comic books, and that'll be Sunday at 3:00 Eastern, noon Pacific, and I'll try to keep it to 2 hours or less. I'm going to hurry because Jeff's time is very precious. He works very hard, and I don't want to infringe on his day off. So, I'll have the chat pick out a box. I'll show a picture of the boxes, and I'll write down a number from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. First person that correctly in chat guesses the correct number, that'll be the box we go through. And Basil will be ineligible. I want to have a new person each time. So Basil picked it last time. Tom, who's one of the part-time co-hosts of this show, and sometimes, we collaborate on Al's channel or whatever. So it was completely legit, but I'm going to have, that's a rule. I'm going to instigate that only one person can pick a box per this whole series of 12 remaining boxes. And then I'm going to show stuff from the 4 boxes I did go through before I started doing this live every week. So that'll be this Sunday, and Saturday night will be on BBB's channel.
Yes, we will.
This is after live. It won't mean anything to you, but it's going to be an ongoing thing. So we might be on the next Saturday, even after the Saturday I'm talking about. Probably will.
Yes,
Roundtable Pop Culture, Brain Benders Banter on YouTube. 32,000 subscribers strong and more. Night, Sarah.
Yeah. Night, Chance.
Good night, everybody. And the Podience is listening. We'll see you next Friday night and Sunday.